Hello and welcome to the Western EU Division 2, where I am joined by T-Governor and T-Panda, which I suppose makes me T-Mad? I guess I need to change my name for this one. I'm hanging out with the T's. How's it going, T-Gov?
I'm doing great. Every time someone does this meme, it always hits different, you know? I'm never going to get over it. Thanks, T-Mad.
Thank you very much. T-Panda, how's it going? How have you been enjoying the Western EU dotes over the past few weeks?
Oh, it's good class. Thank you, No T. I think going into the last week, you know, like this is where usually you see the build-ups coming around, the storylines building up, and Division 2 gets its own piece of the hype train. I guess you could put it that way.
It has indeed, yes. And, you might not know what happened 2 days ago. You know, maybe you watched it and you forgot, which is fair enough. I can't remember what happened 5 minutes ago, so I don't blame you for not remembering what happened 3 days ago. But don't worry, we've got a recap here for you guys. Let's look at our first series, which happened on the 12th, and this was Ivy versus Ancient Tribe. This was the only 3-game series, but also somehow maybe not the closest one.
I mean, we got to see Ivy play some camera runner in game 1, but this was a series, at least a game, that Ivy perfectly shut down the map with Brood, Phoenix, Puck, and Tiny, and then this Marana PO65 behind, he was like, boys, can I join the fight now? Can I actually be a carry? You know, James getting some ultra kills around Roshan. It was a really clean game 1 from Ivy, and then if you shift into game 2, it was like the complete opposite. Ivy, they're an aggressive team, they like to choke out the map. But this time they tried doing it with a Chen Luna, and it just fell flat on their face. They ran into a Lil Pleb Medusa. He was giga farmed, like insanely farmed. This Luna wasn't hitting anything. Enigma Black Hole was honestly patched out of the game. We didn't see, like it was non-existent. This was an atrocious game in regards to the aggression that we often see from Ivy. But luckily for them, when they bounced back in game 3, back to the good old days where they were just flawless once again. So a little bit of volatility in the series, but I like to see that Ivy are one of the more aggressive teams in this Division 2.
Yeah. I mean, I think they've been making a name for themselves, wouldn't you say, Panda?
Yeah. So what was that again? Zoned out.
No, fine. I'll repeat myself. Don't worry about it. Ivy, I think, have been making a name for themselves. Maybe one of the teams.
Oh yeah, definitely.
We weren't expecting a ton from coming in.
That was basically like the Ivy storyline from last year was like, can they break through? Are they good enough? And now looking at the level that they're playing, the opponents that they've been matching up to, they're definitely more than just a contender. I feel like they're closing up to that next step. I think that's a lot to ask from a lot of these Division 2 teams when you talk about consistency. Can they really stretch to the next level? Can they stay on that next level? Can they look to goals ahead of that? And right now, sitting at 3-1 pretty comfortably at the top end. I think this is some of the best Ivy we've ever seen actually from this team. And is that too much said? Does the consistency break down after today or what they just had on the last broadcast day? Who knows? It's still Div 2, so anything can happen. But I like what I'm seeing from Ivy so far.
Yeah, and in this game they were able to shut down the Terrorblade, outpace him, and take the series, thus getting themselves a very important win over Ancient Tribe, who have not been looking so hot. And now we move into our next series, of course, Alliance versus Team Bold. Yeah, the highlights starting here at 69 minutes.
This is amazing. This was like the banger premiere game of the tour, maybe even the... No, I'm joking. So, yeah, it was an absolute insane game. We are tuning into 70 minutes of highlights, but Bold, they entered the game with all the aggression. I don't know I can't remember exactly what their net worth lead was. I think it was around about maybe 15,000 at some point. But they were utilizing Pango, Ursa, the Pugna running around that, being super annoying. But then it was like they just fall flat. They go in for a big fight. They get they got Chrono. Sorry, the eventual turnaround from Alliance. But my God, the fact that Ball took Alliance for 70 minutes, honestly. It also wrote in game 2, he wrote 1-0 Bald because he knew Alliance having to go 70 minutes against him feels like a win to Bald.
Yeah. I mean, pushing this team, which is supposed to be pretty damn good this far, definitely could be considered a win. But game number 2, not quite as hopeful for Team Bold as game number 1. Alliance. And I just want to point out as well the player cam there from Chun. He was really like, yeah, I know we're clowning. It's getting to the late game. It's getting a bit silly. It's a little bit of haha moment, but game number 2, there was no ha-has, was T-Panda?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much a 30-minute finish to the end, like just the Lions wrapping up the tempo, getting themselves the kind of scenario they'd want to be in. I guess that first game, you would see a lot of teams basically just wear out a lot, and I think maybe that was the downfall for Team Bold Reborn. Considering are they mentally prepped? Mentally pepped for the second game and still be able to hold your package together. This one was much more one-sided for Alliance.
hold their package together, indeed. Well, let's see if Monospire is able to hold their package together against D2 Hustlers, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Hustlers have been looking like the team to beat in this tour at the moment. They have been beaten, but this is a pretty convincing series from them, and I think one of the ones which is going to make us really wonder whether Monospire have got what it takes to keep themselves in the runnings for a possible promotional spot team.
Yeah, I mean, Monospire are this giga aggressive team. I'm talking about Ivy in the first package of highlights, and they're aggressive, but Monospire, they're aggressive times 24 bajillion. You know, they really want to take the fight to any team, and
that's a good number.
I think, thank you. I learned that in school. D2 Hustlers, I think drafted nicely in both games to counterplay that. They utilized IO in both games. In game one, they had some Shad Lifestealer that we're seeing here. He played an immaculate game. He was super aggressive. We got to see Divine Llama be happy again. But yeah, that game one was like Shad easy MVP. It was insane. And then game two, Shad got a little bit upset that we didn't give him MVP. On the interview, he requested it. So then like production had to do this like awkward thing where we gave him like an honorary MVP after the fact. He also then tweeted about it that he was super happy that he got this. He was playing carry Viper, felt more like a support, but he himself identified himself as a support. But it was a really emotional series for them. But the fact they got the win, yeah, it's really good.
Absolutely, and again, another bit of a banger this game, number 2, going all the way to 51 minutes, pretty much. And yeah, they both go for the IO both games here. I mean, is this hero maybe something we're going to see more of? I don't know. We'll see today, but what I do know is that we've got a leaderboard here, but I don't know what's happening in this region, guys. I'm trying to do my research here, and I'm like, okay, well, who's the best? Hustlers are the top of the leaderboard, right? They're the best. Well, you know, they lost to Alliance, and they get to play Uradu, so maybe not. Maybe Alliance are the best, but they lost their 2 opening series. They can't be the best. I mean, maybe Urdu are the best, but they lost to Monospire. I don't know what's going on.
It's a real finger-pointing situation for sure. Like, Ivy beating D2, Urdu losing to Manaspa, Manaspa beating Ivy, Ivy beating D2. Like, pretty much... Anyway, who did Alliance beat? And then Alliance beating... D2 as well.
Yeah,
so it's like everyone's got this like awkward little finger-point situation right now with the top 4/5. And like even with our series today, Ivy v Uradu, whoever wins that slowly starts moving away from that 3-2 situation where everyone else is, and when you get to 4-1, and then if you hold strong, bam, Div 1. But yeah, we could have some wild tiebreakers potentially, wild tiebreakers for these top 2 spots.
I also agree. Like, I think the tiebreaker situation is looking more and more potential, considering every team has now lost a series at least once. So that usually means that we've seen a lot of 6-1 ties. We've seen even more 5-2 ties, but we haven't seen 4-3s happen too often. So I really think that if nothing special happens, some of the lower end teams may be taking a victory from the top end teams, then we're going to have some pure utter chaos in our hands.
We definitely could. Alrighty, let's have a look at the games we've got coming up today then, as we start things off with Ivy versus Urdu Thunders, as mentioned. Then we move on to Monospar versus Ancient Tribe, and then we have Water Rune Enjoyers versus Alliance. Honestly, the second and third series, I think, should be relatively on the rails. Maybe the second one's a bit of a question mark, but first let's talk about the third series of the day. T-Panda, you know, Alliance, we're going to be leaning in their favor, right? They've managed to clean their act up since their first 2 opening series.
Yeah, I think a lot of players, a lot of people, like the community, the viewers, have been doubting Alliance's capability in DPC, but having success outside of the DPC. But right now, they're looking like a pretty solid unit in a sense. I think this is the level that Alliance was aiming for in the first place. Wasn't happy with the start, but things are starting to build up. I think that tells us a bigger storyline about the team coming together, building up the chemistry, and growing as a team, growing as a unit. I think that's what the storyline is for Alliance, so we could be expecting a 2-0 from them today, and I don't think that's a far shot.
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair judgment call. Water Rune Enjoys, we just haven't seen much from them. You know, there is some individual talent on the team, but hasn't really been enabled by the team environment thus far, and hence why they are currently sitting at second to last place. having only been able to beat Team Bold so far. Second series of the day, Monspar versus Ancient Tribe T. Give me the rundown on that one. Or give me the T, I guess.
I mean, Manaspa, super aggressive, and I think Ancient Tribe honestly have been one of the better teams at being... The issue is I think Ancient Tribe's still trying to find their identity, and their success has been when they protect little plebs, big farm. And that style often does really well against aggressive teams if you can protect the map. So my head tells me Manaspa should 2-0 this, because Ancient Tribe haven't looked good. But if Ancient Tribe set up like that Medusa game, or that one Morphling game, and they get that perfect draft twice, I could see them surprising us. But like, it's still 75-25 Manaspa. Like, Ancient Tribe, unfortunately, haven't been that impressive at all so far in this DPC.
Yeah, which is a shame because they have the names, but they just haven't been able to put it on paper just yet. But they're definitely a threat. They're definitely a threat to take games if you kind of lag or, come behind, make a mistake in the draft. Ancient Tribe will not be the team you can just roll over anyway. You got to be clean. And now let's move in to our title series of the day, I would say. We've got Ivy versus Urdu Thunders. And as I mentioned before, this one is very important indeed. This is a very important matchup. And wow, the odds not looking good for Ivy at all. But I guess that is fair. Urdu did kind of turn a couple of heads in this recent BetBoom tournament where they were able to take a game off Team Spirit, which I think made people kind of raise an eyebrow and go, maybe this team has got more to show for them than we might be expecting, T-Panda.
I think that was the final indicator as well for a lot of people, because at the start, OT was like, okay, they have some really solid drafting. They've got some pretty good execution. They have a very good understanding of what they want to achieve in every single game. And they're kind of hard to draft against as well, because one of the leading factors to that is that these are the two teams out of the three that have the smallest hero pools in this tournament. But Urdu Thunders are the only team, really, that doesn't actually flex their picks. They have individual hero picks. Their hero diversity is at like 72%. I couldn't see more than maybe one or two heroes, maybe just one hero that they've been flexing in multiple positions. So that gives them a bit of an advantage. The reason why the odds are so high is most likely because their team averages in farming, KDA, warding are much higher than Ivy's. But Ivy also wins faster, and their median game duration is also faster than Urdu Thunders. And I wonder if they're able to take a map loss off of them, because this team's only lost twice so far without actually losing too much.
And just to elaborate on what do you mean by without losing too much?
I mean, it's Manaspa. That's an ex-Division 1 team, basically. So they've just 2-0'd every single victory they've had so far. And the series they're looking up against, I feel like this is a trend that could easily continue.
Definitely. I think this team is strong, and I think you need to have a good plan against them. Letting the Brood through. Is this a good plan, T?
Oh, it's a fun plan, because for Urdu at least, they aren't really the team that plays Brood, at least historically. So this is going to be a fun little... I mean, actually, no, it's Wuta. No, I got the teams wrong. He does play Brood. It is Wuta. All right, I take it fully back. No, okay. No, it's cool with the Brood response. I think at least with Ivy, T-Panda mentioning some game times and stuff, it's mainly because they often, if they're first pick, they're picking Enigma, they're picking Leshrac, and these are heroes that either Enigma's buying auras, taking early towers and taking over the map, or a Leshrac is in the carry role 9 times out of 10, and he's going the obviously Bloodstone BKB and equally pumping out insane damage and just closing out the map as well. So Ivy just naturally plays super aggressive, and that's where I think Urdu, your playstyle against that can just be push out waves, have your own map pressure, and don't allow Ivy to succinctly group up as 5 and then be as decisive.
I also like the way that Ivy's starting off this draft. This could be Cube on the Tiny, PO with his carrierless Shrek, like Pio, who's been basically topping GPM and XPM in the division by far compared to the next player. And then when you look at when you're going to start building up towards Mobe's hero pick into mid, he's statistically the best mid laner in this tournament so far. But has he been looking as hot as the other players in terms of what your common eye can see? You could easily say, oh, Wish is really good. You could say Noob's been playing a very solid mid, like from time to time, very consistent. But when you have heroes like the Tiny and the Lesh, you already got pick off, you already got some team fight, tower push, you have a lot of damage, and that all translates to what T's been saying about the aggression from Ivy.
Yeah, yeah. And again, I think when you're looking at stats as well between mid laners, it's often also down to how the team balances their players, right? Sometimes they're going to put the onus on their carry, sometimes they're going to put more of the win condition on their mid, and then, of course, they kind of move into the position one a little bit sometimes in that regard. And I've definitely seen Mobe doing a bit of that. We had a carry Miranda the other game, so clearly Pio is willing to play any kind of carry he can get his hands on, which, again, I think that's really hard to draft against because you just don't really know what he's going to come out with.
Yeah, I think at least in this scenario, when the Leshrak's locked in, that's going to be kind of the constant now for Ivy. And it's like, they picked their Leshrak again. And most teams, when they trap and go against it, it's like, do you want to shut it down in laning phase? Do you want to close out the jungle? Are you trying to take a better kind of mid game against it? And I think at least from Orodu's draft so far, it feels like they're gonna politely dodge it and be a nuisance in lane, because like Brood Hoodwink should be pretty potent in laning phase, and then it's like you have auras and you'll poke, but you won't ever commit. And that's where Ivy, they need to lean more on that. We really want to take the fight here and we want to pressure them. And it's even interesting to see Orodu banning out, for example, like Naga Siren. Like Ivy, they haven't flexed this Leshrak when they picked it. They've never put it into 2, they've never put it onto offlane, but they're still banning out these potential carries because they're just respecting the counter to Brood.
Yeah. Got to make sure you cover the picks as well. And I'm actually going to pull out the Phoenix here. I mean, I guess that makes a bit of sense when it comes to just trying to counter out the way that Leshrak wants to play the fights. He wants to be on the front line and dealing more damage than you can give out, so changing that with a bit of damage and a bit of heal from the Phoenix does make sense. And no natural egg hitter at the moment as well, but boom! 3-4 straight away, Io and the Slug.
This is strong. Like Ivy's lineup, it doesn't mess around. Like we're mentioning this whole collapsing on the map. This laning phase, I remember often Brood players would be banning Slark, and it'd be Naga and Slark would be the primary 2 bans against him. And now when you throw an Io on top of that, to give the sustain to Slark pre-6, you give him the additional attack speed, the chase down. It's really hard for Brood to play that lane, and Hoodwink can't really help out too much. So now Ivy, it's like, yeah, I don't know. Oh, I like this a lot.
This is the first time they're flexing this Lesh pick, which
is
very nice, like kind of drafting wise, when you've held it on for like this long into the tournament, where we can actually flex it. We just haven't used that trump card before. So Ordu Thunders now kind of have to address a different kind of scenario, which they could have expected to happen, but it's also a very unlikely scenario to happen because that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, someone really smart earlier on was talking about the flex potential of Pio. So I can't remember which one of us it was, but someone mentioned that. They must be probably smart on the panel.
Yeah, we have VODs and stuff to go through, so it's fine. It's all good.
True. Yeah, someone should do that. Give that person the credit they deserve. But
also, like, I like the combination though. Like Slark and Leshrak. When you think about heroes that would counter Slark, so some Faces Void, terrible into like Leshrak tiny early game aggression. You think about maybe illusion heroes or big carries. They take too much time because IO Lesh Tiny will take over your map. So I actually think the weaknesses of Slark are covered by Leshrak, and then the need for Leshrak to have that extra core in the early to mid game, Slark happily does that going Diffusal, and with IO it's like that comes even quicker. So I think just draft overall from Ivy is super beautiful for mid game, and now we already need to, I'd pretty much say, concede the mid game fights, pick up heroes that can push out lanes, and have like an ultimate timing down the line that you'll eventually be like, okay, if we hit this item on this carry, we'll win the game. If we protect our high ground and stall out the game, we can try. Because I just don't see how they can perfectly take a fight 5-on-5 right now, outside of the Tusk jump, Hoodwink ult, we got a number advantage, then we take the fight.
The one question I do have though is, how does that lane go? IO Slark versus the Broodmother and the Hoodwink, or maybe the Phoenix? I mean,
Slark loves it. Like, it's
Slark's
really
okay.
Slark. Yeah.
Sweet.
Like Naga, Slark are like the 2 primary heroes that cause want to pick against Brood normally.
Yeah, and then later on you can get the Axe Definer in the trees, which is pretty nice as well. Good.
I'm just trying to figure out for Ivy, basically, is this Tiny gonna end up going mid from Mobe, or does he get his Ember Spirit through, for example, which would be reasonable against the Tusk matchup, because it looks like it's going to be Tusk versus the Ivy having to pick before OT. So do they want to flex that around? Do we see a position 4 support come out as the last pick from Ivy? Do they want to get owned me another hero if he doesn't want to take the Lesh into the offlane? Like, there's a lot of options.
I'd like to just see Only pick up an offlane hero. I think Tiny on Cupid is insanely strong. You want to pair Io with Slark to enable the lane, and then Lesh naturally would sit mid. Would sit mid in the scenario. I don't think I really want to see it go offlane, really. Maybe it could be, but I think for Ivy to round out their draft, they just need some Beastmaster, Visage-esque hero that can just be annoying. Oh, sure, just go Darkseer. Why? Like, I just wanted someone to like rally around, you know? And now Darkseer Tiny is a really strong lane. It's additional movement against a lack of CC. Like when Phoenix eggs, how do they actually keep them near the egg other than a bushwhack or a snowball shards? It's like you surge away, you pounce away, you tether away. Tiny can die, whatever. Leshrak's pretty tanky. So honestly, I really enjoy Ivy's lineup right now. It's so beautiful to look at.
We also saw this combination, the Leshrak playing with the Darkseer in China. One of the teams keeps doing that. And that's very strong. You can just kind of run your Leshrak into the fight, you know, into the vacuum, Split Earth, the Iron Shell Surge. Leshrak is terrifying to play against. It's a big threat. It is a big threat. The thing you lack, obviously, is that kind of big frontline offlaner. But, you know, you're trying to make your Leshrak that, boys. So that is a plan there. Final pick from Urudu T-Panda. What do they need to finish off this draft?
Well, they're just going to go straight up for some extra team fight, which I don't know if Faceless Void is the correct answer here. Maybe T-Gov has a different point of view. But for me, when I'm looking at ID's draft and how this Broodmother sits into the picture, you have Io, who works great with two heroes basically here. Not just the Io Slark, but the Io Lesh basically. You have a lot of mobility and global presence around the map. Brood pushing becomes a lot difficult here because this Shrek can instantly show up and just evaporate, de-push the wave. You have your Surge, basically, that you already have. The Slark, very high in mobility, gets rid of a lot of these aggressive wards. I don't know if this Faceless Void is the right idea for TA2000, but what do you think, T?
I mean, I feel like... So I mentioned them going Void earlier on, but how Slark and Lesh cover each other. But this Void, it's like... It's kind of what I was leaning towards, where there isn't a perfect pick for them to take the fight in the early to mid game for OT. Like, they need to concede the fact that their draft isn't strong enough in the skirmish. And I think of all the character tier 2000s played, Void is like one of the few that actually has scalability and can relatively frontline a little bit to cushion the early fights. It isn't a great feeling of a pick, but I don't think there were many picks that would have been good there. So it really is just them respecting how aggressive they'll be and then praying that they can get to a later portion of the game. Or maybe they do some like godly laning phase where they accelerate their item timings and they don't care. That's most likely not going to happen. But yeah, it's pretty much just an insurance pick. And it does give a massive window for Ivy just to sweep across this map and to punish them.
It does, yeah. The last thing I would say on this, though, is that Urudu, they do have things to throw into the chrono, right? They've got the egg, they've got the sharpshooter as well, so there is some combos there to keep them in the game and make these chronos work, to elongate the game to the late game and find that opportunity they're looking for. Can they do it? I don't know. We'll have to find out as we jump into game number 1 of Urudu Thunders versus Ivy with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Yes, looking forward to this one. Game 1 ready to go here. Fob, we've just had the drafts, some exciting stuff, and indeed, feels like overall Urudu, a lineup that if they're able to take it late, they're going to be feeling pretty good. If Ivy, though, on the other hand, they're able to run them over and this, Lesh Slark starts storming down the lanes and taking out the Void, it could be could spell trouble for Urudu.
Yeah, what's my purpose? You just did all the analysis.
Oh, there we go, job done.
Thank you.
All right, there we go.
Go
See ya. I'll take your pay as well. Thank you. Nice.
Easy. All right, done. All right. No, definitely agree. I think it's like this IO Lesh. We've seen how fast this lineup can play. They've got the Darkseer, who's going to be able to go like the auras early on too, to be able to accelerate it even faster. Then they've got this Slark, who's got these pretty cool matchups versus the Brood in lane that we've seen a lot of times.
Yeah.
And then sure, you can see his Pounce has its merits versus the Tusk, versus Phoenix, even versus Void. In a lot of cases, some decent catch. Yeah, I mean, let's see if Void can do it. They've looked really good in most of their games, so I think that they should be able to stall it out. But Ivy has been impressing a lot with the way that they can play fast-paced draft. So,
well, this should be a kill. They're able to trap Cupid with the shards. He'll get a nice 4-man avalanche, but it's not going to save him. First blood goes to Urudu Thunders. Kaori on the Phoenix will take it.
Well, that's nice. It does take it away from Noob, but either way, set themselves up for a quick early kill. I believe they pointed out that mid ward was there. I think they scouted it early on, where they walked up into the tower, so they know that there's the mid ward on the right side. Ivy knows that is. And yeah, let's see how these lanes end up happening. I've seen the Slark Brood lane, kind of like the Slark's able to really punish these Broods, but I haven't seen it with an IO, so I'm wondering how that one's going to fully go. I think the Slark should be just fine. Tusk Lesh, I've seen the Tusks do pretty well in most of these matchups. Lesh comes out slightly ahead and can put some pressure on Force Regen out of Noob. And then bottom, honestly, I think they'll be pretty okay on the Void and Phoenix.
I think so. Yeah.
Even though it's like a Phoenix at your back, you know, this Void, he's able to farm pretty well and dodge a good amount of damage until levels come out, which takes time.
No, absolutely. I think you said, both carries are going to be feeling pretty fine with this, with their lane setups. So I'll be surprised if we get sort of any of the safe lanes losing heroes. Top lane, I think, you know, you can never underestimate kind of the impact of a good hoodwink play. You know, we're looking at Omar. If suddenly he's able to sort of catch out Jay and Vincento, a little out of position, maybe the Brood gets on top of him, they can kill the IO. So just got to make sure that those two up top, Slark and IO, don't feed any kills early on, because then the lane can start getting turned around quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the lane I'm going to be looking at mostly, because the other ones just feel like they should just be kind of back and forth farm until levels come out towards bottom. But yeah, top. I mean, we just see how much damage Brood sometimes does, right?
Absolutely,
like level 3, level 2, you get 1-1-1 skill build, and then if you get on top of somebody, you're just shredding them with hunger. So yeah, I could definitely see Vincento get brought down. He has quelling, I believe. They actually don't have quelling on both, which is interesting, but they're getting aggressive onto the Brood. But yeah, just the IO is holding on.
I mean, bottom cube. It's going to be fine here. Corey's going to bring him very, very low, though, with that chase down to the Fire Spirits and the dive. So doing a good job at making sure they're able to trade nicely with the duo of Ivy and Corey.
Is he going to get the connect? TA2000 is trying. I mean, he kind of did. Okay, well, that's going to be a pretty enormous wave coming into the Void.
No, I think TA2000 is pretty happy.
Is that good? I guess it's fine. Darkseer's not. If Darkseer was 3, I'd say this is bad.
Sure, yeah, that is
true.
true.
Be fine.
Right, how close is he to the 3? Is he going to get it with this wave?
He'll get it with the wave, but only just.
He's got a couple of I don't know. You might be on something.
Not.
I think there might be some heavy pressure about to come in from Ivy on this bottom lane.
He might actually not hit the 3 because Tiny's sapping XP.
Oh, that's actually a bit grief.
I feel like he should have given.
Yeah,
the
no.
XP
If he had level 3 with
wave.
this double, kind of 2.5 creep wave coming in, that could have been pretty nice.
Yeah, it might still be alright, but I feel like they could have maybe put a little bit of like annoyance on the TA2000 if they had that 3 out with the double wave. But oh well, let's see. The Void's gonna build the free farm. Tusk is doing just fine. Brood lane is going better than I expected, but I guess, yeah, that's the hoodwink factor. But I've seen these Slarks, like I've seen Entity. They're the ones who counterpick the Brood Mother the most with the Slark that I've seen. And Watson usually really able to punish the Brood in lane, but not the case at the moment. Alright.
So yeah, we'll get the level 3 on the next creep down bottom Darkseer, but they missed a bit of opportunity to, because, you know, TA2000, he's not missing any of these CS. So I think, you know, with sort of that window kind of missed, I think this lane's only going to get easier and easier for the Void. I don't know how much threat this Darkseer and Tiny can really put on him now, after sort of the way those last few waves came in and TA2000 cleaned them up without any sort of harassment coming out from these two.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And the Brood is holding his own. Top PO is actually missing a lot of lasted, so Omar is free to go check some runes. So he's checking top rune while Tusk checks bottom. Noob dodges the stun as well. Won't connect with his shards, and oh, okay, bottom dies.
I feel like this lane just. I think they messed up, Fog.
I think so too.
And I think they're paying the price here. Two heroes going down. That's kind of it. That's the lane done and dusted, it feels like. This Void and Phoenix, they're going to be happy for the rest of the laning stage. You know, you can obviously come back down here as a Darkseer, pick up some levels, but Void, he's not going anywhere. This is going to be a complete free farm Void. And
we talked about how the Ivy in the panel mentioned how they're supposed to be at this early game kind of thing. If you lose like all 3 lanes, I mean, okay, but we're not losing all 3. I'm not going to exaggerate. 2 lanes though, it can definitely make a pretty big impact of like, how much pressure you're able to apply, because the thing about OT's draft also is it can play aggressive, but it's amazing at playing defensive. Like, if they overcommit on the side of Ivy, Chrono, Egg, Bushwhack's coming from tree lines, Tusk saving people, so could be hard, honestly, for Ivy if they are off to this rough start. As Mobe in the mid lane, it's a level 3 tag team, a different style build from Noob. Usually you just see max shards and snowballs, and this is working.
This is rough. This is a rough opening 5 minutes for Ivy.
I mean, even Onmi looks like he's dead. Oh my goodness. Does that add cube maybe? Aggressive Urn?
He's going to be okay, but yeah, this is not the start that Ivy needed. This is, Urdu Thunder's turning up today, and definitely one of the more sort of one-sided starts that we've seen here in Division 2.
Agreed. I mean, look at mid lane again. He's going to get aggressive. He has the Phoenix. Mobe, he might just be dead.
Yeah, this... Oh! He's going down. Yep, Corey's done it.
Goodness.
See if Cute can find the kill in return. He can't. He's not got mana to play over, and he can't close in. This is some brutal stuff here from Uridu in his first 5 minutes. They're making this look easy, Fog.
I mean, look at even top lane, the lane that I thought was going to definitely go in the Slark's favor. Pio, there's 12 denies on Wheater. Oh, this is a disaster.
Yeah, this is rough. This is going to feel pretty rough here for Ivy. I mean, we've seen Ivy have managed to recover from some rough starts before, but I think this is definitely going to be one of the toughest starts to turn around things from.
I mean, look at the bottom lane. It's a near level 6 on Void. Phoenix is 5 and change. Everyone is super high leveled, very good farm, have pressured their lanes incredibly. Onmi is level 3 on Darkseer. I think we talked about him being potentially 3 over 3 minutes ago.
I mean, that's true. That really is. I mean, it just goes to show how drastically different, the things can go. If you miss that sort of one play. It's a dead Slark, and I think it's going to be a dead IO as well here, Fogged. I mean, it's 8-0, 4K lead. This is going to feel rough, as I say, for Ivy. And Ivy, in some of the recent series we've seen, they've been getting better and better, but this has just been, they've kind of just stepped off on the wrong foot here this game.
I mean, already do. They ate their Wheaties this morning. Everything's hitting all cylinders, even with some interesting builds too, right? Like Noob doing this 1-1-4 build. I haven't seen this from mid lane at all. I guess just really trying to take advantage of the squishiness that can come from the Lesh with this type of build. Pretty interesting. This is hard. I mean, I would say, yeah, they need to pause.
Yeah,
they got
you got to be feeling this as a team, right? You can absolutely feel that. Because it's one of those points, right, where you're kind of mainly focused on your own lane. You're looking around the map, and you're probably realizing as a unit, it's like, well, nothing's going our way so far. What do we do? How do we kind of recover from this sort of beginning?
Honestly, they might have to play as like this 3-man unit. This is not easy to fix.
No.
Because Slark is now very low level top. He's level 4 because Io was sitting in lane with him sapping to try to get last hits. Tiny was sapping from Darkseer. So yeah, the recovery outlet is kind of.
I mean, you could chrono around here. We'll see if TA2000 wants to. He won't drop it here. I mean, it's an easy kill though if people step out on this bottom lane from Ivy. They've got to be so careful around the threat of the chronosphere. As we're seeing, with the under-leveled, the under-farmed that they are at this stage, they die very easy in a chrono.
Mask of Madness is already done. Oh, now he's going to pause back to... this is just to twist the neck a little bit there.
No, he says lag. Well, given that I'm sure he's got lag,
I know. I guess everybody is. I was disconnecting from lobby when it was joining, so I'm with them with the lag.
Yeah, that's true. So, just a bit of lag.
I mean, yeah, incredible. I don't think you could have asked for... With this type of draft, I don't think you could ask for a better start.
No.
Tusk beating Lash, having a rotation mid, Void free farming, Brood not only free farming but also pressuring. Mid lane, 3 heroes.
Looking like a dead Lash rack.
Yeah, I think right now you honestly can't just sit bottom with the... I think Tiny, Cube, and even Like Vincento maybe has to just stack and be ready to TP, but I think they have to play a 3 around Lesh at this point. And just let Darkseer do his thing, get levels, let Slark get 6, and try to salvage this. Otherwise, this game's just over. I think if you just stick to these side lanes right now and Lesh gets no help, they're just going to keep ganking him.
Slark's not 6 yet. PO65's got to be careful.
Oh boy.
And he's only just hit 5, so it's not as if he's close to getting a little bit of lane XP to get the Shadow Dance online. It's going to be rough sort of finding this final level.
There's the chrono. Mask of Madness. There's a stun.
Look at the avalanche up, but the bashes are coming in. And it's enough. It's enough there for TA2000 to take him down. Only goes down. It's 10-0 over in the mid. Got JM trying to do his best to keep Mobile alive, but he cannot save him. 11-0. The kills just keep rolling in here for Urdu Thunders. Top tower is going to be taken.
Oh, this game actually just... I don't feel like there's a recovery outlet. Like, now Brood is just going to start taking over your jungle. Slark's not even 6 to Shadow Dance heal himself while he's not hitting creeps. Uh-oh. Feels pretty limited of what they can actually do. With their, I mean, they're just so low level. Look, JM's just getting dove. Might just die. Alrighty. Well, this looks like it might be a quick game one.
It does feel like it may be in the territory where if you're Ivy, you're really just thinking about what you're going to be doing next game.
It's horrible to say, like pre-10 minutes, right, with this type of draft, but this type of draft is about getting ahead and staying ahead. So playing from behind, it's unbelievably challenging. Like Darkseer, he's just so low level with this Tiny, the IO too. Slark and Lesh needed these supports to just have a bit of a better time so they can play around something. Mobe's just 0-4 also. I mean, Oridu just literally crushed all the
let's
lanes.
see what they can do down here. They're looking towards Corey, but of course he has hit the 6.
Uh-oh.
And indeed, that's going to be both of them dying. Easy double kill for Kaori. And it's all just feeling a little bit awkward, Fogged, I've got to be honest.
Yeah, I think they're lost.
This is rough. This is a feels bad game and a half, you know. Ivy, they've got to be prepared to shake this off and get into game 2. Because, as I said, we've seen some really good showing from them in Division 2. But this game 1 today against Iridu's just straight up broken them, it feels.
Yeah. I mean, this can definitely have overwhelming impact
And
on the
bottom
next
lane.
game, too. As Onmi, he just respawned. Oh, boy. Any Cube even finishes the TP. I mean, he'll be all right, but these 1-by-1 TPs, you know, it's 16-0, so it's tough to say really what Ivy can do, but...
Well,
is that a
if we
flash on the bro?
do get a comeback in this game, it's going to be phenomenal.
I would give it like a 0% actually.
Yeah, what is that? What does Dota Plus say? Let's check.
It's only 80% right now.
Okay. Well, there you go. 1
It had
out of
faith.
5 times, Dire does win this game.
Okay,
So maybe we'll see if the 1 out of 5 is here today.
we'll find out. It's 16. I don't think I've seen a beatdown like
No,
this.
we haven't in a long
ages.
time. No.
Like Div 1 didn't have this. Bottom, there's a relocate.
there we go.
Maybe this is it.
Let's see. Come on. Can they get Corey? They can. There we go. Ivy. I mean, they've got to feel a bit good. Yeah, like Jam's got the smile on.
Oh, he took the Tiny out.
All right.
That's cool.
See if they can punish Noob. No, I won't be able to get the toss back. But some smiles there from Ivy. You know, when you're down 16-0, that 1 kill, it's a big difference. You know.
Oh, I mean, it's needed. Uh-oh, PO. Use the Dark Pact. Yeah, getting 1 is, honestly, at this point, that's the most important thing. You can't end with 0.
No, you can't. It's ending with 1 kill compared to 0 kill. It's a big difference.
Literally
It's
infinitely
something.
better.
It's something.
Noob, Invis. Goes for the blink after phase boots. Knows how well his game is going, just constant aggression. Mobe mid lane. They go for the IO. He lives?
Maybe? Okay, no, good bushwhack from
They're body blocking each other.
Omar to make sure that Mobile's not going to be able to get Noob.
Tried to toss his Lash.
Oh, meanwhile, Kaori, he's taken down Onmi again.
Solo kill.
He burned out in the
Solo
base. Boy, he TP'd out to the base and still died damage over time in the mid.
Oh?
Okay, they weren't quite able to burst Mobile. They'll still take him out, but of course, because they weren't able to do it cleanly, it does mean Noob goes down, and so does Omar. And of course, these kills are worth quite a bit, considering how much momentum Uridu is getting. So, a little bit of something here for Ivy. A couple of kills
Cube
around the
tells-
mid.
Cube's like, guys, I have blink after like 1 kill.
Okay.
He's 300 gold away. So, okay. Maybe that's a small avenue that's going to allow them to at least burst some targets. Void's still free farming,
Yeah, how's the
though.
Void
Rune
doing?
has taken
Yeah.
top tower. Tier 2 is gone. 13 minutes. So your jungle is gone. But, you know, the silver linings. They've got 3 kills. Kaori has a vessel. Level 10. Jesus. That Darkseer's level 6, Owen.
It's been a rough bottom lane. It has been a rough bottom lane. Got the defusal done on PO65.
Right. See what they can start getting together. How's... Oh, it's a Holy Locket rush on the IO. Oh, yeah, they have Darkseer for the mech. I mean, dude, not even, because he's not going to get one anytime soon. But that was the
I
idea.
don't consider myself the best player.
Okay, so they're giving Cube the Blink Dagger, and they're just going to try to roll off of that and hope that they can get try to do something, but...
Oh, it's a quick Roche as well. Look at this.
On the Roche.
14 minutes in. Into the pit they go with the Void, the Tusk, and the Brood. And they'll take this down very, very quickly.
All right, going for bottom. Cube. Can't quite. It's only a level 1 Surge, because Darkseer's only level 7. Oh my god, that is the saddest thing I've ever seen. He's... Okay, he'll survive, but...
I mean, does he?
Does he actually? The best? Oh no, he's gone.
He's gone. And maybe even more here, as they've got the jump over onto Cube. He'll get shot down. He'll get the toss off, but won't be able to live. Still dead in that situation. Top lane, farming up some of the spiders, at least, so Mobile able to stop the push. We're seeing Noob looking towards PO65, but Pounce is back up, so he's okay. I mean, they're still looking at him. Yeah, I mean, they tried to see if they could catch him out with the combo. We've got a relocate coming in. Ivy might be able to catch Noob with this one. Some good moves here. They punish Urdu. They'll take him out the once. Look towards Omar. They'll be able to get the kill on Hoodwink as well. Now, second round, surrounding Noob. He's going to push them out to the side with the shards, but he is completely on his own. So he will go down. Ivy finding some kills against this incredible lead that Urdu have built up. Top lane on the return there. Io does get taken out by Wuta. He's very close to having a full pipe.
Well, Urdu gets punished for being relentlessly over-aggressive, we can call it that. Diving to tier 3 at the 15-minute mark.
It was a little bit diving there from Urdu. You can definitely feel that they very much feel the lead that they have. And and all in all, they know that TA2000 on the Void, whilst this is all going on, is in a very comfortable spot to keep this game pretty secure for Urdu, despite, if the rest of the cores want to do a bit of diving here and there.
Yeah, they're still fine. On me. Live for a second. Noob again.
I mean, they're scared of him. They know that there's backup coming in, and they weren't able to take him down low quick enough. So they've got to back away.
Keep rolling, though. Roll with this double Ion Shell, Slark and Tiny. See if they can find targets.
Find those kills, yeah.
It's the only hope. Is just cause chaos and pray. Almost the pipe on Own Me. No mech anywhere in sight, though. So no timing. Yeah, I mean, it's still always the same thing. Ivy's draft is looking to play around timings, and all those timings are completely washed because of how the laning phase went. So they have to just make these really reckless kind of moves around, hoping to get pickoffs. The Cube getting burned out. Big heals.
Jam will come in with the heals.
Okay.
Keeps Cube alive.
Nice little locket. Also did not point it out, but he did find a shovel on the IO. A blessing. Every little thing they need.
And they're in with the burst. They're going to try and take down Mobile. He's able to put the Bloodstone and Jam tethers across. So Mobile will live through that initial jump from Iridu Thunder. It's got a Supernova off to the side. There's no chance of either taking it down. They have to run, but they're not going to get that chance to. TA2000 comes in, locks down the two of them with the Chronosphere. Double kill for him. TA2000, he's been picking up a lot of gold here with the farm. He's ready to join the action. And off to the side, Noob. He's trying to set up for even more. Does get caught by the pounce, but a three-man bushwhack comes into play. And Ivy, they're just going to get cleaned up here. 4 dead. It's going to be a full team wipe as Urdu take them all down, 29-6. And you can feel, Urdu very much having a bit of fun with the way that you've got some very aggressive moves coming in from Noob. And they can get away with that. It doesn't matter if Noob dies on these attempts. He's setting up, just setting the stage for the Void to clear up. And, as you can see on the gold, Wusa and TA2000, 11k net worth on these two cores, the Void and the Spider. And nobody anywhere close on Ivy in terms of farm.
No, I mean, look at Kaori. He's ahead
look
of
at the
levels. Look at, he's level 13, ahead of Slark and Darkseer. He got the Vessel before Bloodstone was even close on Lesh. They had, because of how these lanes went, everything is just completely answered. So.
It really was, as you say, a game with a start that we haven't really seen for a while. We're just, for Ivy, every single one of their lanes just, it didn't go great. It didn't go great at all. Uridu were just able to outplay them in all 3 lanes. And it's, unfortunately for Ivy, just been downhill from the laning stage onwards.
Yeah, like, we got to see bottom.
Yep.
Right? Like,
what
what
happened?
happened.
Yeah.
Like, TA2000 getting that catch pull and everything kind of, I guess, really messed up the idea from Ivy. Mid was going fine. You know, Lesh was farming till he got ganked. But top was the big one that I'm like, wasn't really staring at the lane so much, but, you know, the Hoodwink left top to go check runes and stuff like that, and it was still just Weeder dominating. So I'm wondering what happened up there that caused them to just, this Broodmother to have a free game, Hoodwink to be able to move around the map and gank, and them still just having a slow start. So that amongst the Tiny not having a good game just, compounded so much. And what do we do? Yeah, just continue to point out these little itemization things, like we mentioned. The Vessel on Kaori, who's having like 9-1-11, amazing game. Omar, Shard plus 4 staff. Tons of damage for him, tons of save. And Tio,
He just used the Dark Pack. They can combo him after it. There we go.
swinging across the map. I like the way that they're playing still. They're not giving any real space to Ivy. They TP bottom, get the kill, immediately run toward mid to set up another fight. They've got Chrono. Try not to give any breathing room whatsoever. Moves in.
He's more than ready to go for more. Jumping in onto the two of them. We'll see Cube come back in with the combo to bring Noob down low, but Noob, he's not actually quite died yet. Finally falls, but of course at the cost of many lives from Ivy. As diving towards the base, we'll see how much they want to dive this. Do they even need to? The Vessel and the Spirits might just do it alone, and they do. Corey, mega kill streak, double kill for him. They're ready to take it up to the high ground, onto the tier 3 towers. And, you know, for Ivy, when they get back into the game, there's still the threat of the Chronosphere. Wasn't dropped in the last fight, so Urdu, they can keep killing here.
There's something really entertaining to me about a Tiny dying from the spawn spiderlings and spiders popping out of the stones. I don't know, it just looks really funny to me.
Oh, well, yeah, out of his death animation, yeah.
Yeah. I love some of these. Some of the little like animations and art stuff in Dota are just, they're just the best. I love it. Half the times I notice these new things and I'm like, wow, that does that? Well, you know, just like the art kind of style thing. It's really funny.
Nice, it's a nice looking game. It is.
It is.
It's
it really is. When you zoom in, it's a whole nother game.
Yeah. No, yeah. If you try and play in third person mode, you know, it's a very enjoyable experience for the 5 people playing against you. Because you will play terribly. Don't ask me how I know. Anyway, Wuta. If they can kill him, and got the back wall onto Kaori and Wuta, they'll kill the Spike. But in comes Tier 2000 with the BKB and the Chrono. That's Mobai and PO65 caught in the combo.
Oh, cute from Noob. He blinked into the middle of the Chrono with Tag Team just to give TA2000 the bonus damage. I love it.
I know him, mate. He's gonna be allowed to live here. TA2000 will hold back. 36-8. We're only 22 minutes into the game as well.
Yeah.
Not long into the game at all, but there's been so much killing here from Iridu Thunders.
It's a wild one. I'm just watching Kaori. This is like the time of his life. I've literally just been selected on his hero for the last 5
this is
minutes or so.
yeah, I mean, you're not going to see a Phoenix go 11-116 at 23 minutes into a game. Like a five
position.
You'll never
I've
see
seen
this
the
again in any game in any region. There's no way that if you have a Phoenix that has this insane of a KDA at 23 minutes as position 5. Yeah.
He's 2 levels. Okay, he was 2 levels over Noob there for a second. He almost has Refresher. It's insane how big
he's having a great time. He really is.
All right, let's smoke.
Here we go. See what Ivy can do with this.
No Chrono, but there's an egg.
Oh, Wooter's spotting us all out. Cube tries for the jump. We'll get the toss back on Wooter. See if they can burst through the spider. Supernova's up in
They can get the egg.
in a position where they will be able to take it out. We'll see if Urdu can still fight this despite losing their very powerful Phoenix. PO65 is going to get caught by the snowball passing by him. He'll pounce to the side, but TA2000 is ready to chase him with the Time Walk. Punch up onto Owned Me, Urdu, they'll get the cleanup. Triple kill for TA2000. And Corey, you know, he goes down, but it really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for the team at all. They have no struggle cleaning up. And TH1000, let's see if he gets a nice little ultra kill. He does indeed. Noob not able to steal that from him.
I just watched them hitting the Void and doing 0 damage. I think the Slark got broken as well. He got hit by the Hoodwink Bolt, so doesn't even have Essence Shifter in the fight. Yeah, they're, I mean, so far behind. No damage for this incredibly tanky Void. Level 19, another Roche.
Yep, get the Roche. They got Chrono back again in 10 seconds.
Yep.
So they can run down mid. Let's drop that.
41 to 9. I mean, really. Yeah, we see, of course, they're pointed out too, like the build from Weeder. Everything just compounding together, but the lack of damage from Ivy, and then there's a Pipe, there's Greaves, there's Mage Slayer, so Lesh gets poked once, 0 damage.
Yeah, Lesh can't do anything
No.
in these fights. Absolutely, yeah, they've...
Oh, speak of Lesh.
Bloodstone Ale not strong enough to keep him alive against that with a Spirit Vessel on top of him.
Kaori's like, nice, I got the last hit, I have Refresher already. He has Refresher. Oh my goodness, he's almost level 18 as well.
Oh, here we go. They found Omar. They are losing their base in the mid lane.
Yeah, spiders are coming.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So the
Jumps
jump,
in front of the pounce.
and that's going to be a dead slot. Oh, good vacuum. Is he going to be enough to save the slot? No, it won't be. They're able to move straight back into the Chrono and take him down. PS65 out for 40 seconds. Mid lane pushed in. Tier 3's gone. They're onto the barracks here. Urdu Thunders.
Kaori's like, team, I'm coming. I have my freshly picked up Refresher. Don't end it yet. I want to use it.
See what they can do here. Got the toss back onto the Void, but a quick time walk out. The side will be okay for now. PO65 comes in with the buyback. Now look towards the Void. They're bringing him low, but not quite low enough.
Sunray.
As TO2000 perfectly fine. Of course, even if he does go down, he's got that Aegis on him. See Cube. Get the control onto Wooter. Again, these are some tanky heroes on Urdu
Another
Thunders
egg.
at this stage. Mobite. He's trying to live through this BKB, and he will manage to walk out. Jan Vincenzo tethers up to him. Ivy just not quite able to get any of these kills. They just don't have the damage to deal with how farmed Urdu Thunder's heroes are right now.
No, and they can't deal with the quad Sunray action from Kaori, healing up TA2000 during everything. A full Scotty now. TA2000 has spent his gold. Now level 20 as well, so next Chrono.
And they're in.
Insta-kill people, as Vincento's dead.
A new bot time return. He does. So they get the trade. Mobite's going to take a big hit, though, from the sharpshooter. He'll die. Jam's going to buy back, but looks like it's going to be a buyback immediately into his death once again. There's a die back from the IO. Urdu Thunders, they're onto the barracks. They'll clean the mid setup.
Dire's middle barracks. Dire's middle barracks.
And it really is at their pleasure what they can go for next. They're going to go for more kills. They'll jump in, they'll take out PO65. Maybe they can try and find the... Let's see if they can get the Rampage for him. They're not going to get the charge. GG's already been called. As Urdu Thunder's here. Oh, they were giving the Rampage. Giving the... Here we go. Oh, he wasn't quick enough. Couldn't get it in time before the Ancient explodes with the GG's being called. But there we go. Urdu Thunders. A pretty good game. You could say for them here in this game one. And Ivy, as I say, we know that they can do better. We've seen some very good games from Ivy. Today, it was just the start, right, Fog? From that, you know, there was no recovery. There was never going to be any recovery from that, and we just had to kind of watch that play out. There was nothing that Ivy could do to turn that game around with how far behind they fell in the lanes, Fog.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely worries me for the next game. Just if they're not gonna be able to play their lanes cleaner, there's not gonna even be a game. Like this game was over before 10 minutes. It was over at like the 8-minute mark, pretty much. Ivy on complete recovery mode. And the thing is, too, what I liked about Urdu, even though they were stopping this game, they itemized really nicely. You know, I just wanted to point out the early Vessel on Phoenix. They go the Mage Slayer Pipe and stuff like that on the Brood to counter the Lesh even more than the Scotty and stuff on Void. So even though they're stomping, they're doing the right things, which is always a treat to see.
Yeah, well, there we go. Well, one of the biggest stomps we've seen for sure here in this division. Urdu Thunders will take this game one. We'll see if Ivy can step it up in game two. But for now, back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Odie and Fog. Yes, indeed, a complete smackdown. I mean, that's the thing, right? That's that lovely thing about Dota 2. It doesn't matter what you draft, doesn't matter what you pick, doesn't matter what you do. If you just completely, well, throw the laning phase, then the game kind of doesn't matter, right, T?
Yeah, this was a rough one. Like, I really liked the idea of Ivy's lineup, but yeah, they entered the laning phase just not with as much oomph as Oradu. You know, Oradu, they go to lane some Void Phoenix. They go into a Darkseer lane. Like, Darkseer never really pressures Void unless you get, like, some surprise, oh, he wasted Time Walk. It's a pretty volatile lane already for Darkseer. They get some kills there. You've got this, like, tag team maxing Tusk mid, pressuring Leshrac. Brood Hoodwink also not really caring about this slot. Like, all three lanes is doing extremely well. Some lanes that shouldn't have gone well, going extremely well. And the late game lineup getting all the items before even this snowball can... Oh, I don't know. This was... Yeah, it could have been over like 20 minutes. It went on to 27:52 total, but yeah, what a clean game from Oradu.
Yeah, for a while there, it was looking like it was on track to be one of the fastest games. Isn't that right, Panda?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it just felt like a domino effect to me, where basically in the bottom lane, once they made a couple mistakes with their positioning, they gave away the double kill. That meant that the Phoenix could rotate up to mid. They get a kill in mid. That means the Tusk can rotate to top, find a kill in top. Suddenly you've won all three lanes, and you're getting choked out. Ivy, their plan was to hit a timing where they could play that aggression that this lineup allows them to do so. But if you never get to that point, you're just on the receiving end. They were constantly welcoming the aggression coming towards them throughout this entire game, and it was just rough to watch.
Just look at Corey's eggs in it. Like, he dies there, right? Who cares? You know, he dies twice.
On the replay.
No, on a replay, that's hype. No. But like, the point is, right? I just love his aggression throughout this game. Like, I don't care. He dies here, right? Like, this is the egg where it's like a pseudo stun. They run towards it, they kill him, then they all die. You know. But he's finishing the game. You see here, 13-2-23. He's got. Folt was mentioning the cast. He had Vessel before even Bloodstone was like properly online or like equally timing. It felt amazing. And then you have like Refresher soon after. I don't know. I feel like when you lose a lane that hard from Ivy, and suddenly the position 5 is the one reaping the most reward because he's enabling everyone through how active he is on a Phoenix. I don't know. It's cool to see. And like one laning mistake, I've not seen a game get so broken from one lane, I think, so far in Division 2. And this was by far like the biggest like shake-up from this one poor lane.
Yeah, Kaori 100% MVP in this game. Like, having that much farm and that much impact from that position is just absolutely insane. He did an amazing job. So, yeah, shout out Kaori. I mean, I do want to ask one question about the top lane, because even before the rotation came in, the Slark just wasn't getting last hits in the top lane. Like, the Brood was doing a much better job. I mean, were we able to keep an eye on that lane, T, or was it just, like, just misplays?
Yeah, it was kind of the Hoodwink effect. Hoodwink's a pretty good hero at punishing the rundown, where Slark can't just constantly A-click, right? He can get slowed by Acorn Shot, hit by a Bushwhack. So I think Hoodwink somewhat enabled Brood quite a lot. And then there was a window where, like, once the levels come in, that lane should stabilize and Slark should then be able to go aggressive and eventually get a point of, like, haha, look at me. But because of the bot lane into mid lane into top lane shenanigans, you never got to see the Slark overcome the defensive nature of Hoodwink. And yeah, it was a bit rough, but again, I'm just going to savor these stats again. Oh my god, look at this. 30,000 damage. How much damage did his team do? Not 30,000, that's for sure. 22,000 on Void, 13,000 on Brood, 24,000 on Tusk, 17,000 on Hoodwink, 30,000 on Kaori, the absolute GOAT Phoenix in this game.
Damn, I didn't know goats could turn into Phoenix, but yeah, that's pretty insane. Ridiculous amount of
British
hero
farm,
damage.
mate. Yeah, sorry, yeah, we do some weird stuff. You should know. Wait, you're from England too? What?
Yeah, I know, man. I got a goat farm down the road. Constantly see the phoenixes flying off into the distance from it. But yeah, T-Panda, other than the lanes, you know, like, they looked like they almost held some high ground. You know, any glimmers of hope there? Did you believe in the 5% comeback, or were you signed out of this game for a while?
I mean, you got to agree on the casters with this one. I think Fogged was saying at, like, was it 7 minutes, 8 minutes into the game, that there's no coming back from this. So I think that was very, very solidifying. If you wanted to look at the draft differently, it was the Darkseer pick. Would Taya have another option? I think we discussed off stream about the Beastmaster, which could have also worked out, but when you see it played out like this, could they have more aggression coming out with that Beastmaster? Can they hold their ground a bit better? Because Darkseid just feels like a bit of a creep in these kind of matchups where the boy can always regenerate back with his time walk, doesn't really care too much about Tiny harassing, Carry doing a fantastic job on the Phoenix. Their draft was still just really, really good. It just came down to plays this game for Ivy. So I want to see them step up for game 2.
Absolutely, they will need to indeed. I mean, wouldn't it be nice if this first game just didn't matter? If you could just write it off, if you could just get the win back somehow? Well, with esportsbet.io, you absolutely can. Your first bet is going to be risk-free. That's right, up to $100 in USDT, which is crypto, will be refunded back to you if you lose your first bet. So that's pretty neat. If that's something which interests you, if that's your sort of bread and butter, then head over to esportsbet.io. You can also join the Discord for more information. So check that out if you're a DPC fan and you're interested in crypto betting. But for us, we're going to be throwing over to a break, and then we're going to be back with our second game of the series. Can Ivy pull it together? Can they get that huddle up, have that conversation, and come back into this series, or is it going to be a clean wipe from Urdu? We'll find out after this short break.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Welcome back to the EU Division 2, where we are jumping into game number 2 of the first series of the day. It is Ivy versus Uradu Thunders, and unfortunately game number 1 was so fast that, well, I'm not even sure Jim Vincento was able to finish the tea he likes to make in the drafting phase. I'm pretty sure it was still hot when the game finished after that first game. It was brutal, it was messy, and the odds actually turned out to be correct this time around. Now they've gotten even worse for Ivy. It's hard as well because, you know, we liked the draft from game number 1, so then going into game number 2 and saying, oh, you know, they can just do things differently. It's easier to change the draft than it is to change your gameplay, right, T?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think the thing with Ivy at least is their lanes were pretty atrocious in all 3 in regards to like Slug IO not doing as well. That shouldn't be that. I mean, I feel like that should be at least even if you factor in the hoodwink, but like Slug shouldn't be going that poorly. Then you have the Lesh v Tusk. Sure, there was rotations, but again, I think Noob just did a really good job leveling himself up to be able to take that fight. And then of course you have this bot lane. So I think if you're trying to adapt from game 1, it is cleaning up all 5 players on their laning phase. And on top of that, maybe with the last pick Darkseer, think about a hero that forward lead pressures, especially when you know you don't have the carry matchup for yourself. Going for the Darkseer feels a little bit uncomfortable because it is such a volatile hero. So if anything, if you had to try and construct some type of drafting advice from game 1, I personally would lean away from Darkseer because it doesn't feel like they're a natural Darkseer team, unlike, you know, like the Nigmas and all the other teams in the world.
So, T-Banda, talk me through these openings and what it gives each of the teams.
Well, basically, what I'm liking here on the side of Urdu Thunders is that they went for this Drow pick. They've played it before against Waterrune Enjoyers, where Stoikov had the mid-lich rack, and this Drow went up going 13-0-10. They had heroes like the Primal Beast, Bat Rider, Rubik's. Well, we're not going to be seeing. Actually, wait, those are all still in the pool, which I'm a bit surprised about. So there's still room for like basically these close-up heroes for Ivy if they want to pair it up with the Clockwork. Like, say, if you do want to go for that Bat Rider, do you want to punish this Drow in the lane, which Ivy probably needs to aim for. They had too many gaps in that game 1 draft where they have to go through a specific pattern that doesn't allow any signs. You know, no parallel universes can happen. We have to go this one route, keep the system clean, and they weren't able to get that. So Clockwork, at least we've got one of the comfort heroes for Cube. He's probably one of the best Clockwork players that we have in Europe, even though this is Division 2. I'm still believing in that. I mean, outside of that, I mean, I just want to see Ivy just execute well, but they probably need one more early game hero to add up into that.
Damn, best clock player in Europe. All right, I'm getting hyped. You're
He's very
building
high.
me up.
He's
Let's
very
go.
high on it.
Okay. Well, we have a Phoenix to pair it up with, so, you know, kind of like the support duo, and who's not going to pick Phoenix after that last game, right? I want one of he's having. I want to do that. Can
I
that
mean,
be
to be
me?
fair, yeah, JM didn't get an Ultra Kill in his previous game he played. But in regards to draft-wise, you've pretty much got Oradu. Again, feeling like they're going to be setting the pace of this game. They opened up with this Death Prophet, and they already knew that Ivy would want to go for their Leshrac, and it's like DP will fare well into that lane if they are to put it there. And then they respond and close out the phase with a Drow. So if this is a Lesh carry from Ivy, where they aren't flexing it, like this Drow should be able to always scale with Hypothermia, playing on range. You can kite out this Leshrac beautifully. And that's on top of that, you now have a Snapfire. Like the Snapfire, Lil Shredder v Egg, of course, everyone knows that. But the kiting potential, you know, you can go for Force, you then have a Cookie. Urdu are just going to play, once again, it feels like a strong laning phase with a ability to outplay their opponents in the mid game with these heroes. Taking a little bit more time with this pick, and they go for a Marcy.
Yeah, it's so
we haven't
fighty.
seen, like, we actually haven't seen Marcy from this team yet in the DPC, at least. I don't know about third-party tournaments, but in regards to DPC, it's not something they played, but I actually would love to see this as an offlane. I think out of all the roles I've seen Marcy in so far, especially in China, when you put it in offlane, phase BKB into Basher, and then you are always a kill threat. You always punished heroes, especially range cores where they're a little bit weaker or squishier. You just get on top of them, and you build like this imaginary wall for your team to play behind. And now for Oradu, it's like you've got DP, Marcy, who want to thrive in the middle of the engagements. You then have Drow and Snap, who kind of want to play on the fringe. So I overall like the fight, but a nice response from Ivy for sure.
I looked up the Marcy stats. They've played 2 Marcys outside of this 3 months ago, and they were both for Omar. So do you think they want to play Drow Marcy or Snap with the Drow?
10 seconds.
We'll see again. It's been some time, and they've. I think as the Marcy meta has shifted a lot, so potentially it could still be. I think Marcy plus DP is fine. We'll see. I think they've got a lot of flexibility. But no, going to the Lycan pick from Ivy. I'm mentioning all these cool things from Orodu. You know, it's like the lane, the fight, this and that. A hero that can just break the game is Lycan Lesh. You know, Drow, even though the hero scales beautifully, hates getting ran at, hates conceding map, and DP to the same level also hates that because she wants to set her own pace. She doesn't want to have to defend her towers, especially with Exo. So I think Ivy responded quite nicely to Orodu's general lineup with this fight, but once again, if they get crushed in lanes because they're just getting outplayed, these heroes will do literally nothing in the game, especially when even items come out from both teams.
You guys have had one Marcy here in the
Yes.
European.
Yeah, I was looking at the same.
What?
And that was Gork with the carry Marcy. So very, very
Wowee.
different. Actually, since we're still in the last phase bans, I want to ask you a super serious question because we have 2 Brits on the panel and we have another Brit in the casting booth. Talking about Gianvincenzo mixing his drink there on the table, is iced tea sacrilege in the eyes of the Brits? Is it only hot tea?
I mean, it depends. Okay, to be clear and quick, it's like iced tea. When you add like 20 bags of sugar into it, that is a sin. All right, so
Can I have some iced tea with my sugar?
exactly. So just so we don't, sit on this one for too long. If you put that much sugar in it, no, not a drink, not a drink.
Okay.
Yes, I'm in agreement. I'm in agreement. Not a drink. You can have it, but you shouldn't drink it in your home. You should drink it around the back of your home.
Balance in all things.
Preferably in an alleyway where no one can see
Between
you.
the hours of 1 and 4 in the morning, yeah.
Correct.
Balance in all things.
So
Yes, thank you for bringing up that very important subject.
Of course.
Appreciate
Always
it.
here to learn
but
more.
Uridu, they ban out the Slark and the Ember Spirit. Meanwhile, Ivy going to get rid of Pangolier and one other pesky hero, it looks like. Because that's what they need on Uridu. They need something just to stop these 2 heroes from running at them. And Ivy, I'm not sure. I mean, where is this Lycan going to be offlane, do you think?
I'd like to see it there. I mean, Lesh carry is their best role, at least for this hero. So when Lesh carry, put the Lycan off lane, Lycan into Drow. If lane gets hard, you have wolves to manipulate lanes to do weird things and at least ensure your farm. Yeah, I'd like to see that. I don't really see any of the previous 3 heroes don't really even want to lane into Drow too much. So I love the bans from Ivy at least. It's like you've got Pangolier to respect Noob, and then just some casual Tide or something would be really annoying. I think Centaur as well, if Uridu do want to pick up an offlaner, that is, would do pretty well for them. Disengage from the Phoenix, kite out the thing. Oh,
All right, literal wall hero.
yeah. I mean, sure. I just want to see a big boy, with this last pick. I honestly, whenever we get into a draft and it's some siege, I'm always like going, oh, Tide or this or Centaur. But it's like, as long as you pick any of the beefcakes, the Mars, the Centaurs, the Tides, even if you're being spicy, you can go like the Primal Beast off lanes or whatever. Just pick the big boy. And then at least you've got one hero to soak up that, just the shapeshift duration. And then you'll be good for the rest of the fight.
Yeah, good control as well. Very, very nice to have that wall up, force him to use his BKB at the very least. Just buy your Drow some time. Put some threats on the board. That's what they need. And Ivy, I'm not sure what they need. I think they need some stuns. That's what I'd like to see from them, to be honest.
Yeah, Puck or Kunkka come to mind for me at least.
Yeah.
What about you, Panda?
I mean, Puck would be a second mode played hero. I'd like the Puck idea. Something also tells me this could somehow be a Void Spirit game, but the hero is just in a very, very weird place, so I don't know if they want to take that route. I like the Puck idea.
I mean, he's laning
Yeah.
into a Death Prophet, so DP naturally does well against Puck. It was one of the old school counters to the hero with the silence. But I've seen teams still wanting to play Puck into DP and not care too much about it. Yeah, sure, they can go for it. It's mainly because it's about the game, and even in lane, I think there are some awkward scenarios as Mobile quickly cleans out his mouse so he gets to phase shift and actually use his blink dagger correctly in the game.
Get that gunk out of there, boy.
Let's clean that one up. But
Gamer gunk.
I think the main thing with the DP Puck matchup is how do the supports and Ivy react to DB's 6 and when she looks to pressure the tower, because Puck can coil and like mitigate it a little bit, but if there's like one clockwork, suddenly you now have kill threat on this DP, and you can blow open the matchup. So once again for Ivy, it's like, I honestly, coming into this draft, I couldn't care less what they picked. Because they played so poorly in game 1, I just want them to enter this laning phase, no matter what heroes they have, with an understanding of how to get those heroes past 10 minutes of the game. Because this is the first time in Div 2 that I've seen a team get that obliterated in the laning phase. So it's like, they pick some comfort heroes, they pick some cool stuff, just make sure that you enable the puck, you don't just like feed your side lanes, and let's get a game of Dota.
Absolutely, couldn't have said it better myself. I just want to see Ivy. You know, we know they can play well, right? The T-Panda, like we know that they can come out fighting against the best teams in this region, but it's that consistency which is lacking, and I want to see right here. Anything else you want to say before we throw it over to the casters, T-Panda?
Well, I'm just happy I got my favorite off-lane duo, the Mars and the Snapfire, for the side of Urdu Thunders. I think this is going to be very good lane for them, very solid heroes. I think this is, again, going to be winning one lane, winning into the second, but they don't necessarily win the third.
Could it be the third lane that brings them through? Could it be the last lane of dreams which holds Ivy back and helps them turn this game around, turn this series around? I'm not sure. I don't know how this one's going to go. Let's see how Ivy perform in this game number 2 against the formidable opponents of Urdu Thunders with Odie, Pixel, and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Yes, game 2 now, ladies and gentlemen, between Urdu Thunders and Ivy. And Fogged, it can't be as one-sided as game 1, right? That game was really something that we haven't seen in a long time in terms of how rough of a start it was for one of the teams, in this case, Ivy. This game 2, it should be closer.
It should be. They have a lot of ways to gap close on the Drow. You know, they've got good ways to team fight. I'm with exactly what Panel was saying. Just, are they going to be able to execute it? Because these lanes are such a disaster. You know, I have seen from time to time, you know, you draft a Darkseer, you're all excited because you've got some nice Ion Shell pairings, and Darkseer just isn't even able to play, and by the time he hits 7, the game's like over. That's pretty much what happened last time, so now with Lycan, should have a bit of a better time, and I like the way that they've set up their lanes. They're putting the Clock plus Lesh together, putting the Lycan plus Phoenix. Top lane is still pretty weak, though. This Lycan Phoenix lane versus Marcy Drow could get punished pretty hard. Bottom should do well, though.
Okay. That's out of the lanes, you'd say that's the lane that you're kind of most hopeful that the setup Ivy's got will work out for them.
Yeah, I mean, there's ways to play around it, of course. They've got the snap to Cookie constantly to be able to get out of cogs and stuff like that in case somebody is caught out. But overall, like Clockwork, his job is just to tank spells. I like the item build from Cube also. Lots of regen stick, so he's going to tank the spells, be able to stick up and stuff like that, to be that brunt of force there for PO. PO's just gone for stats and stick, which should be nice. If they get on the Lesh, they have kill threat. That's the one thing. So it's up to Cube to be this literal wall on Clockwork and just even die maybe some of the times just to sap some spells, sap some mana away from this lane from OT, just to secure PO. But he should be able to do so. Clockwork's one of the best at that.
Let's see how much Cube can make this lane nice for PO65.
Yeah, off the mark with the first stun.
Just take a lot of damage, but as you say, geared up with a fair bit of regen, so Cube's fit to be able to sort of reset, get his HP up, and trade with them once again.
We'll lose his courier. Didn't have extra regen on it, but had a mango. We'll be able to trade with Omar.
So a lot of damage Jam's going to be taken whilst dragging this creep wave. Should be fine. Just back over to Own Me. He's going to actually have to put the ferret bar. Maybe he's not. Okay, some little bit of body blocking with the walls. As I said, they had to be careful there. Jam was getting very, very low. We'll manage to get back and salve up.
Top lane is definitely the hardest lane, I would say, for Ivy. Yeah. Mid can sometimes be a bit volatile also. I would say Puck. If Noob does the build that I've been seeing, which it looks like he actually... Okay, no, he's not rushing it, but it goes for like the Falcon Blade kind of build. That's where it becomes really difficult for Pucks. The base damage and all that. Your animation's not so great. And right now, I mean, Noob is dominating the matchup a bit. So I think top and mid should probably be a little bit Urdu Thunder's dominant, but bottom should go well. Unless they're not careful of their positioning, and then they can actually just die, because there's Cookie plays into Spear's back. A lot of burst damage between the two down here. So, I mean, Urdu does have a lot of kill threat in the side lanes.
They do. They do. They've certainly got the spells to use here in the laning stage. See at the moment with the odds from our partner, esportsbet.io. Very much favouring Urdu. And after last game, you can definitely understand that. They looked very, very hot today, Urdu Thunders, in the opening of the series.
And I'm thinking things might have compounded from last game just a little bit, at least for Mobe. I know Puck has gotten nerfed and all this stuff, but I don't think this match is supposed to be 13-4 to 5-2 already at this point. It only gets better and better for Death Prophet.
I think you're absolutely right. You know, we don't see Mobile struggle to this level in pretty much any of the lanes that we've watched him in. So it has to be sort of just a bit of a vibe that's just lingering with him after that rough game 1.
Yeah, that's concerning. All 3 lanes at the moment going in the favor of Oridu. Bottom going okay still for Ivy, but yeah, top's gonna get harder and harder for this Lycan plus Phoenix versus the Marcy plus Drow. Marcy Drow gets also much stronger in comparison because they'll get the levels and the rebounds so you can actually reach and get on top of this Lycan and
They maybe
Phoenix.
can already go for kills now.
Yep.
So JM is able to dive away, but it really is a lane where you got to watch out. There's, I mean, on pretty much all of them, maybe even in mid lane, Mobile with the struggle that he's had, if he gets caught out, or plays too over aggressive. And top, they get the lift onto JM Vincenzo, and that'll be him dead. No further option of escape with the dive still on cooldowns. First blood for TA2000. Bottom lane.
Neo's low.
He's going to stand his ground and let's see if he can kill off Wooter, and he will manage to do that exactly. He has the stick charges to keep himself safe. So Ivy, they will be able to punch hard on that bottom lane and take down the Mars.
I love when that happens. Not to myself, of course, that hurricane pulling you into enemies, but always funny to see. And yeah, they've got a salve as well. 2 cubes got one at the ready. So yeah, bottom should be that good lane, but the other 2 lanes, yeah, going pretty disastrously already. And now PO, he actually gets caught from the stun.
Ooh, they're going to be able to get the spear back on the tree. We'll manage to hold back Omar in the cogs. Wooter is going to try and run down PO65. See if PO65 can survive through this. He'll be able to actually pick up the kill. Realizes there's no way out, though. Has to accept his fate underneath the tower, so we'll end up going down. But still able to bring someone down with him. Able to take down Omar.
Yep, pretty decent. Own me in some trouble top. They've got the rebound still saved. Kaori even holding a skill point for the second point.
Yeah, this lane now at this point feels that Urudu's going to be able to do this over and over again, right? Just sort of run the Lycan out of the lane with the levels they have now in Urudu.
Yeah, and Phoenix doesn't really provide much of anything up here. He just actually just watches. You know, I did say I like the lane setups, but I meant, you know, the clockwork with the Lesh. This top one, it's just, you know, Phoenix doesn't provide anything for the Lycan at all. So yeah, top and mid, I mean, going very one-sided for Oridu. Nice play from Cube down bottom, though. He actually isolated the snap so that the extra damage from Scatterblast didn't hit the Lesh. I think they actually killed PO a little earlier, if not. Wooter.
Took a rep round on Wooter. So he's quick with the spear. Make sure the Cube's not able to set up on him.
They're actually making the rotation mid, perhaps. Omar. An early ward. He probably knows how hard Noob is stomping. Noob is 6 already. Might just be able to exo pressure tower here with this snap move. If Mobe orbs aggressively, he could die.
And he's going to be tempted to. There's the orb. And he'll actually jump out into the river.
Cool. That's a good play there, actually.
Yep, knows that.
I like that move.
I guess, you know, obviously has the info that Omar's off the map. Knows that they could be looking to punish him if he sat in position.
They're bringing a third hero, and they're tanking for the catapult. Okay, catapult does get hit. Mobe able to get away.
And
bottom,
lane,
they get a kill.
They do get Wooter again. So that bottom lane really putting in the effort there, PO65 and Cube, to make sure they get some sort of good start in one of the lanes. Mid lane, Mobe with some fancy footwork, making sure that Urudu don't threaten his life, at least with the amount of heroes they brought in. Still a decent amount of damage done to his tower, down to half HP.
I mean, really well played. After, like, the lane was pretty rough, he did some really good moves to hold on to this tower when 3 heroes go to him, so nicely done.
Radiant's top tower is under
And
attack.
JM, of course, with his rotation over, he did take away that arcane room from Noob. So things slightly salvaged, but not quite enough, really. This Drow is absolutely free farming. And it's, I mean, there are a lot of ways to get on the Drow, but at the same time also, it's a pretty damn good Drow game when you look at it. Gust is a very powerful ability this game versus the Puck, even versus Lesh. I mean, and Phoenix, of course. But the Shard timing is going to be amazing versus this lineup, too, versus Lycan and Lesh. And they're already getting the stacks if they're prepared. So, Omar getting them ready for his Drow or for his Death Prophet early.
Yeah, and I mean, it's something that can threaten the Drow is if the Lycan's had a pretty good start and he can get the 6 at a decent time, you know, once you've got the ult up, you're able to sort of play around the Gust and still get on top of the Drow. But with how rough of a lane it has been again on the top, it's, you know, by the time Lycan's got his first item, the summon's ready to play with him, highly likely that the Drow is not going to be fearing him getting on top of too much, because she'll be able to keep a distance with a Hurricane Pike, or the rest of the allies are going to have abilities to keep that Lycan controlled and away from the Drow.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, eventually there's going to be max sidekick pretty early in the game, so might even just be able to stand ground for his Lycan if she's so far ahead. And there's a Mars, so that's the other thing, of course. That's why they went for this pick, just that full protection for the Drow Rangers.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Lots of heroes rotating toward mid. Oridu sending a 3 again. And Onmi still getting... I mean, Onmi is getting walked down top.
Dire's structures
He might just die up here while they're also pressuring mid. Yeah, this is a dead Lycan.
structures are fortified.
Solo kill.
Dire's top tower is under
Team
attack.
2000 ended up being pretty farmed last game. Definitely looking to be going in the same trajectory this time. 8 minutes and top net worth on the Drow. Complete free farm in that lane. In the mid, as much as they try and hold them back from the tower. Ooh,
Good coil.
3-man Dream Coil. We'll get the many kills out of this.
No way.
Omar, he will finally get taken down there by the orb. But Uridu, at least, despite being 3-man Dream Coil, still able to find a support trade there. They'll get Cube in return.
And Pio actually ends up TPing over to try to help out, but it's actually just a wasted TP, wasted time. So they do get the kill on the snap, but they lose their clock, they lose the majority of their tower. And TA2000 during it gets a solo kill. Level 8 on this Drow already, top net worth. Again, Oridu firing on all cylinders.
I mean, Omi's trying to step back to this lane, but I don't know if it's safe.
Uh-oh. He needs backup immediately. He might
James,
still just die.
he's looking very dead.
Oh boy.
This ain't the lane to come to. It's time to start hitting those jungle creeps, I feel.
I think so as well. I mean, it's already... Usually we see the helmet... We don't see the helmet dominator come out this late almost ever. He's still not quite even 6 on the Lycan. So when that timing even hits, Drow is going to be level 9. So a level 9 Drow versus a level 6 Lycan with Helm, I don't think they're going to be able to walk down TA2000. He has Treads, triple Wraithband, Dragonlance already.
It's
Oh,
sort of
boy.
in a game where, you know, that top tier 1 tower, I mean, Uridu, they'll probably be able to hold on to that for quite some time, right? The only real pressure that could come in is the Lesh, but with how farm this Drow is, Drow's going to be sort of happy to sit at a distance and hold the tower with a +1, +2, and just this top area of the map, it's not going to be a place that Ivy can play aggressive into for a long time.
No, and Pio has actually gone for 4 Enlightening. So it's more of like a fighting style build rather than the push build anyway. And also, he is playing versus Mars and Snapfire, and Drow even, 3 heroes that can keep distance. Well, not the Mars, but the idea of it is keep the distance away from the Lash to just get blasted from distance. And now Pio in some trouble.
He's going to get caught in the arena. TA2000's in with the damage. It's not as rough as the start as game 1, but it's definitely not a pretty one here for Ivy again. They're down 7-4, 3k down as well. And honestly, if this game continues like this, and you know, you look at the lineup that Ivy have, and you said with the skill build of the Legends, so this could be a game where Ivy don't even get to take a tier 1 tower.
Yeah, I mean, they might just have to like throw 4 heroes at the top tower to try for it.
Sure, yeah, because
but
how are they going to get any sort of map control? Like, how do they take objectives with their heroes?
at the moment, it's literally just, I think, throw bodies. I don't think fighting as a team at this point now is going to be easy. Because this Mars ult and Snap ult is going to constantly be up when they're able to look to make moves. So
Here we go, so
I think,
pressure top.
Some pressure top right now. Let's see if they get it.
See if
They might be. I think they should be able to.
Okay, Iridu's just going to let this one go.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Now bottom. Cute. 2.2. No way he's living.
He's going to live.
He lives.
And he's out.
And mid tower noob. I mean, yeah, taking bottom, taking mid solo with the Death Prophet. That's why they go for the sacrifice of top. They're getting things that are much bigger on the map. TA2000 now. After Treads, Dragonlance, almost Hurricane Pike. He's got those ancient stacks we were talking about from before. So a triple stack at Ancients, triple stack at Hard Camp. 4K lead already.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Are some stacks prepared on the side of Ivy at the least for that Lesh to farm, but
And do you
Not
like
easy.
do you like this as well? Then the Atos rush on the DP this game.
So I saw Bryle do this
Yeah.
in NA when they felt like their team didn't have that much catch. Their team has a lot of catch, but I guess he's just feeling why not more, and it does make you really tanky.
And if you consider the heroes, it's a very good game, right? You know, you're
is.
stopping the dive potential, you're catching the Lycan. You know, Root's obviously very nice against him during his ultimate. And yeah, between sort of the threat of the silence, the threat of the Atos Root, maybe you're catching a puck out here and there. So
Yeah, I'm a fan. I like it quite a bit. Look at his items. I mean, look at his build too, right? So Atos, Falcon Blade, a cloak, and he takes the 10 talent rather than having silence. So look at this HP on this DP. His versus magic damage, which is pretty much everything that Ivy has right now. I mean, his effective HP is what? Like 2,400, something like that with this. It's
Right,
insane
smart.
how tanky he really
this
is.
is a nice build to play aggro with. Keep the advantage.
Because nobody's doing physical. Like, the Lycan is not going to walk into a death
Indeed, the
prophet,
Lycan's
so-
just not a threat at this stage.
Yeah, so it's only that magic damage, and I don't see how Noob dies at this point versus it. As Oridu, about to hit another big timing. They're going to have Blink Dagger up on their Mars. Kaori's still also been farming, by the way. He has Phase Boots and BKB queued up. So this Marcy's on venture to
They want to
try
dive
to
in
scale.
for him. They'll be able to get in under the tier 2 tower, take down Kaori. He's coming in, see what tier 2000 can find. And he's going to get caught in the Dream Court, but he's got a lot of backup here. The arena's out. Quick spear from Woot to catch it onto the puck. Gets it in as well. Very quickly done there by Uridu to kill
Nice hook
Mobai
shot.
off. It's going to bring him in pretty deep, and he has not got the damage on his own to get any kills with that sort of jump, so he ends up dying. Owned Me has to pop the ult and run away. So a very aggressive move there from Ivy. I mean, you said you imagine that they're just going to be sort of throwing bodies in to get something done. That certainly happened there, diving the tier 2 there for the Marcy. It cost them a couple of lives.
Oridu is just too fast to react. Like, that play is all happening, and Weeder, I believe he has his blink, like, coming out of the courier, or it's almost finished, and he's already TP top. He's already set up for the play.
In the mid. Mobai. So if he can get Omar, stick charges are there. Omar's going to be fine. Oh, actually, he's sticking down low.
He's okay.
He keeps living this Snapfire. So many times we've seen Omar get just within an inch of death, but he lives once more.
You know what we say? Fluffy hats and raindrops save lives.
It really
this time
has
it was
for
a
him this
fluffy
game.
hat.
It really has.
Another rocket, but even if it hits, he's just fine. Oridu. I think they're reacting and playing so quick around the map that Ivy doesn't really know how to punish. Like, they try to go for this top play. It looks decent with the way they get the initial kill on the Marcy, and it looks okay with the way they're diving, and then boom, there's just a Mars. You know, they're just too quick with the way that they're making these rotations. Already a 6K lead, and everyone's farming. That's what I was mentioning. You know, Kaori dies top, but this is a 5 Marcy that's level 8, has an Ogre Club, Phase Boots.
Yeah.
Is on the way to transitioning.
He's not quite having the Phoenix game that he had in terms
Sure.
of his farm, but it's definitely not a bad one once again here on his support Marcy.
I think the win probability for this one is actually higher than the last one at this time, and I think they had like double the kills.
Wait, is it actually?
Yeah, it's 87%. I think last time was 79
Wow,
at
that
this
is
moment.
very, very high indeed for this stage. In the mid, silence into the Atos. And Cube will throw himself in with a hook shot, but does not want to stick around. Nothing he can do with his puck already taken out.
Lesh does have Bloodstone now. They don't have a Spirit Vessel carrier, actually, this game like they did last time with the Phoenix. However, they will have Shard under out at some point soon. As Egg goes down.
With the little shredder.
Oh, boy.
See if they can...
Uh-oh.
And they're not going to be able to kill Omar again. He's out with the cookie. The
Oh,
arena's
no.
there. PO65 trying to heal up with the Bloodstone, but it won't save him. And Omar able to get big damage off there as he turns with the kisses.
It's just outplay after outplay
It
after
is.
outplay. They're just, yeah. It looks like two completely different skill levels on these teams. Oridu, like I said, hitting on all cylinders, but also just being there with the numbers every single time. While Ivy, they're split up. They're showing up kind of one by one. They're looking for TA 2000. They might be able to get the Drow this time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They do. They
kill.
do indeed. That's, yeah, if they're able to catch that. I mean, at the same time, you know, observing what we've got here in the mid, big pressure on this tier 2, you know, for 16 minutes in this tier 2 tower, nearly being taken by the Ghost. So they lose the Drow. I don't think Uridu will be too caught up about that.
Kaori?
Maybe they can catch Kaori as well. Ooh, stun will miss, but very few
gotta
options
shoot.
get out there. He has got the rebound, but he won't quite be able to make a play to to escape in time. Elsewhere, Mobite, he's going to end up get caught again. This combo, I mean, just the addition of the ATOS into the ability of the lockdowns that Uridu can have to use against the puck, it's causing issues for him.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, I saw Brio do this build, and I actually really did like it on the
Did he also do it against a puck in that game, or was that just...
I can't remember exactly. I think it was against an Ember, maybe. I
Yeah,
know that
maybe
they
against
lacked.
a Spirit,
I can
yeah,
check
for sure.
because they lacked catch, and we actually had an interview with him afterwards, and he was just like, "Yeah, it feels like it's a really good item that's underrated, and it just makes you incredibly tanky and gives you that extra catches." Mobe, just to be so careful. Such aggressive vision coming out from Oridu, so they're just playing at pretty much full acceleration right now. They see everything. Cube and Pio are just completely spotted during all these moves in the jungle right now. Big Rune, Arcane. I think they might just go to Rosh with
I
that.
think you do, right? Yeah, 20 seconds, got Exorcism. Roshan's definitely going to be appealing, you know. I mean, Ivy could try and pull a fight together around the Roshan. They've got Dream Coil, Supernova, with the hook shot as well, potential to make some sort of play around Rosh. So
It's just too... That feels... The thing is, like, so many people can kill the Egg at this point, right? The Marcy, the Snap, the Drow if you don't catch in position, even the DP because it's so low level. And I don't know how they kill the Death Prophet. Like, even if they full commit in, I think Noob just stands his ground and kills everybody with Siphons. I mean, they might force to actually contest for this, but it feels like it's not going to go well. That's if they even go for it. Which we're assuming they will, but...
So's Ivy here checking out with the Rocket player to see if Iridu's headed into the pit, but indeed they haven't decided to do so quite yet.
Maybe TA2000's telling them, let's just wait my BKB. It's coming out in the courier right now, so... Let's see.
That's going to be a bit of a surprise for Ivy to smoke into if TA2000 turns up with that BKB.
They smoke? Are they smoking? They get a scan onto Noob.
Noob's
here.
pretty isolated. He's by the tower, though, so
So
TP backup
tanky.
could come in.
He is so unbelievably tanky.
He's stepping away from the tower. They could try and
Okay.
go from the Arcane's out, though, so they'll have that to play with in this fight. So they'll have to burst him very cleanly. See if they can do that. They're in with the Silence and the Dream Coil. They'll land the stun. Is he going to be able to get anything off?
Nicely
He's
done.
not. They've got the Perma lockdown there. The hook shot to follow up. A very, very nice kill where Noob not expecting that at all. Steps out a little too far in the bottom lane, and it's a big kill for Ivy.
Dire's bottom tower.
Massive one, really. Mid lane. They're committing for the Grand Knight Golem. Priori. Can't quite finish it. All right, so big move there, really, from Ivy. If he doesn't get chain stun and he gets siphons off, he lives there. So great chain stun coming up from them.
Yeah, really nicely done. Get a bit of a chance to maybe look for more. That's Mobite. Can pour for Omar. And he can keep going. He's got this haste rune. Let's see how aggressive he wants to play. The TA2000 is in the neighborhood, though, so
Dire's middle tower is under
definitely have to respect the positioning of the Drought. You can very easily turn and kill most of the heroes on Ivy right now at this stage. So they won't dive for more. A couple of kills there for Ivy.
is under attack.
Yep, not bad. Not bad at all. And they're even getting bottom tower now with PO after getting those
Dire's
kills.
bottom tower has fallen.
It's a tough game, but definitely not as tough as game one was at pretty much any stage of it. So definitely a chance here for Ivy.
The Drow is definitely still a pretty big issue. But yeah, definitely, I mean, infinitely better than that last game. Now killing the Drow twice, that'll be the question if they can do. Shard soon to be picked up as
Or
well.
he wants
Looks
to
like
go
maybe
for the
Clock Rocket. Yeah,
Clock's coming over. Cube's going to look for a hookshot steal.
3 seconds on Rocket. They're checking the angles.
He might get the chance to. Can he get the angle?
Theory.
He could go for this. He's going in. He's going in, but he's not going to get it. The spear's there from Wuta. And indeed, the Aegis goes to the hands of TA2000.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Now is the big question of how do they deal with a full team fight, because they can get these pickoffs when they chain stun on DP and whatnot, but yeah, TA2000, BKB done, Shard also finished, so now he's got that answer versus the Lesh too. And
He's
almost a
just
BKB
going in
onto him.
first. Look at this.
Oh my, he might just kill him. Oh boy. Okay.
They can run it down the lanes here. This tier 2. Very low.
Middle tower is under attack.
This TA2000 guy's pretty good.
Radiant's middle tower
He does. He has continued to impress pretty much in all of the games we've got to see from Muridu.
Yeah.
Just
Naive.
looking like a
been
very,
so
very
good.
well-oiled squad. These guys, you know, everything's working together really nicely, really smoothly. They've just got a good approach to the game right now, and it's showing with the wins that we're seeing from them.
Yeah, they're fast, they're aggressive. They don't really play on like relying on farm or from anyone. Like all three cores very active. Same with the supports. That's quite a treasure. What a pleasure to see. Sorry. I mean, they're all just it has this like kind of similarity of me with a little bit of like how Tundra plays. How they look aggressive, but they look like they're farming all the time. Because like Kaori almost has BKB as 5-position Marcy. It's actually pretty crazy how much farm they have on their two supports, while they've also been making moves all the time on the map.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Little Brigand's Blade found on TA2000, right before he gets his push going. Egg is forced in the mid lane. Noob, I guess, got the jump on him. So no Egg for the next fight. And Noob, he's going
He might
aggro.
look for the kill here.
He's got silence.
He
He's got
has
it.
Atos and a silence. Should be enough
Top tower
to
is under
disable the Phoenix long enough indeed for the exorcism
top.
to get the kill.
Uh-oh.
Gonna be TP's coming over to provide that extra bit of damage required to take down the Lycan. That zones me out of the game.
And they get the money from the creep as well, too.
Oh, and Noob.
Oh, no way.
I mean, he might just find another kill with this exorcism. He does.
All
He
right.
doesn't only get the initial chase down that we saw onto the Phoenix, he also picks up the kill on Mobi.
All right, Noob, I mean, Noob really came to prove something today. You know, last game he was a little suicidal on his Tusk, but it was because of how much they had that lead, of course, going. But he went for that interesting build on the Tusk with the max tag team that we hadn't seen much. Now he's gone for this bit of interesting Death Prophet Atos build. He's cruising. He's really killing it. He actually now has a Blink Dagger picked up also, so can play even more aggressive.
Look at here, they managed to trap Kaori. We'll get the kill, but Noob's coming in from the side. Silence onto the two. Wuta jumps in with the God's Rebuke slow. That's going to be a dead clockwork.
Baby. And TA2000 has pretty much a full Scotty if he wants to buy it, and might also find another kill here.
Oh, they're going to go for this. Yeah, Kisses coming down. Has got the shapeshift, has to use it to survive. An ult to just run from his tier 3 back to the base, back to the fountain.
That might be one of the most feels bad man heroes to ult on defensively. You're just like, all right, guys, can't play the game for 100 seconds. Good luck. Force back to base.
Radiant's top tower is under
What do you do?
attack.
Dictating full pace. Level 18 Drow and Scotty. Yeah, so all right. Good luck, Lesh. PO is going to walk in with his BKB and just get Scotty slowed. Scotty
Dire's
reduced
middle
life
tower
drain,
is under
or life
attack.
steal as well, too. And the hypothermia when BKB is gone, too.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle
do
tower
top.
is under attack.
They see PO.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And they'll just back away.
A little bit of a pause here from Mobi.
Screen dead. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Marcy.
What's happened here?
He's jumping. There's tumbler, mid
Quite
tumbler
the
toy,
jump.
right?
Oh, it's the tumblers, yeah.
Mid tumbler.
Yeah.
I can't zoom in. Oh, it's not working for me. Oh wait, what's the button?
What are you trying to zoom in for?
Trying to get the cool item. Oh, look
Okay,
how cool
okay.
that is.
That's right. Excuse me. Well, looks like we've got Cube just going for the reconnect. So yeah, it's not as bad as game 1 for Ivy, but it's
No. It's
not
close,
gonna it's
though.
not gonna be a fun one to play out. It's not gonna be an easy one to play out. They're gonna have to hope for some diving from Iridu, it feels. If they're gonna be sort of able to find some sort of situation that they're handed in which they get a chance to take a team fight against this rather impressive lead that Iridu have right now, just 25 minutes in.
Yeah, you know, and the good news is they did kill the Drow.
Yeah.
They killed her
I don't
once.
consider myself the best.
I don't know if
player.
they're gonna kill her the second time because she literally has 6,000 gold.
Uh-huh.
So gonna be either a Scotty or a Butterfly. I'd imagine the Scotty before Butterfly. Doesn't have to worry about physical damage. Yeah, not easy for them. As I mean, Mobe also, you know, I didn't really touch on his item build too much. I'm fine with like the Witchblade and the Blink, but then going for bots as well feels pretty greedy. He has no real defensive tool that if he just gets Ato silenced, he's just dead. I know it happens a lot of times when we see these pucks. They really don't want to go for the Yules or any type of save thing, but definitely feels like it's hurt Mobe quite a lot. And again, Oridu just playing unbelievably well.
Mm-hmm. No, looking very good today. And showing here. And just as a recap, so what are the position at the moment in the league? They only lost the
one to Manaspa.
The one to Manaspa that we saw the other day, which was that was a pretty good series. And one that we saw at the end, you know, that Manaspa were very happy about getting the win in. I believe, you know, reality checks were issued. I think it was from Nande at the end of that series.
That was definitely an interesting one, because then I think they lost the next series right afterwards.
Oh, Manaspa did.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did. If I'm not, let me check. It was just like
results. They dropped 2-0 to D2 Hustlers.
Yeah.
D2 Hustlers, the team at the moment in... Well, they, of course, have had played more games in this. And in fact, if Urdu get this 2-0, they will be the top team at the moment in the league.
And they've definitely just looked like it consistently.
They have. I think, you know, after sort of the first round of games in this Division 2, it very much felt like probably... Well, Alliance, they had a rough start, but they've really sort of cleaned up their act. So now it feels like it's kind of D2, Alliance, Manaspa, and Uridu that you're looking towards to be the top two.
Yeah.
One or two of those four very likely to be the ones to make it up towards Division 1.
I've been pretty impressed, to be honest with you, because I was, you know, sometimes it's like after casting Div 1, after doing like these China and Western Europe and like these powerhouse teams, and it's like, oh, going home doing some Div 2, sometimes you're just expecting like the quality to be not as good or stuff like that. I've been very impressed with a lot of these games. Like I think Oridu definitely can bring it to some of these top teams. They've been looking really good. They have some of these like little bit of off ones sometimes for Noob, some of these off games, but I think if Noob plays well, then this team can challenge most teams. Like they look really,
absolutely.
really good.
And you can imagine, obviously, compared to, you know, if you're going to compare them against like the Division 1 teams, in terms of roster, I mean, how long's already been together as this lineup?
I just like winning.
It can't have been too long, right? A few months at the most?
I think only a couple months. I can check exact date. Let's see. It's been at least a month and a half, 2 months maybe.
Yeah. So if they keep at it with this, which, you know, considering the results we've seen from them so far, you imagine they will do. Definitely a lot of potential from this squad. And they're already showing that.
It's been 3 months that they've been labeled as Uridu. Maybe they were together even longer than that, but yeah, no, definitely fun squad to watch. Very versatile. Seeing tons of different hero picks coming out for them. But yeah, TA2000, he's definitely at least the most impressive for me. He tends to, it feels like he always has good games. It's a carry thing sometimes. You know, they just always look better. People are sacrificing themselves for them, but I think if Noob plays clean every game, this is a top tier team. So
looks like we're good to go.
Okay, we're good.
Apologies for the pause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the patience.
Yeah, no one. Why you gotta be paused?
My bad, boys and girls. Here we go. Back on. Scardy, indeed, out and delivered TA2000.
Alrighty.
Dire's middle tower
And BKB on Kaori. So that 5-position Marcy about to be level 12. So pretty much a scale, pretty much a core herself now with the scaling. And that sidekick is maxed now. So TA2000, I don't think he's even had the sidekick really thrown on him at all this game. Now when these fights kick off and he is sidekick, that would be insane as, oh my, they know.
We're looking for him down here.
Mobe, you wild man. They're still hunting.
What's the Aegis gone here? Maybe a bit of breathing room for Ivy. We'll see how much Urdu, if they do slow things down whilst they don't have the Aegis.
Mobe is insane. Look how far he's jumping in. Pretty reckless. They'll get the tower out of it. I believe the Shard Wolf plus the Leshrac are able to get this push going. And now it means they probably get top as well. Just kidding, denied.
Well, there's still no mobiles around here.
I mean, yeah, Mobile's being crazy. I mean, not getting farm at all because of any of this. I guess trying to cut some waves. Like a bit of a crazy person, trying to stop some push. With the push, the A2000, he's thinking about knocking on the door.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now, let's see what Ivy do about this. I mean, of course, without the Aegis, TA2000 is probably not going to stick around too aggressively. Hasn't quite got the full team by his side. Noob still up on the top lane.
They're ready to fight, though. Anyone who runs into them, like, Oridu is so much stronger at this point. Anyone Weeder finds is probably just dead if they get speared. It's JM. Get away for a moment.
I mean, Noob's still looking for Mobi. Catches him with the silence, but not quite able to put a stop to the blink.
I like how this is something like you're not used to seeing, though. The Death Prophet being the ganker. You know, Noob just really feeling himself this game.
Dire's top tower
Level
is under
level
attack.
20 on the BP also. Pretty crazy timings. Is okay, shapeshift. They're pretty tanky up here, though. Kaori's just turning and fighting.
He's going to try to. He's taking quite a bit of damage, but yeah, he can survive through this. And Wuta, he's managed to catch the two of them. Supernova's going to be out. Means he can't stand his ground and kill off Omi. Kaori jumps in incredibly aggressively. We'll put the BKB before getting hit by the stun. So whilst he'll still be stunned, make sure that they can't turn on him. And may have just given them the chance to just lead forward and still get some action out of this. And indeed, Cube will get taken out.
Uh-oh,
With
Pio
Mobi.
shows himself bottom. It has to be KB.
I mean, at the same time, it was, yeah, it was sort of thanks to the Observer showing that mid lane, that was where Mobi died. TA2000 was able to catch him with a silence.
Oh, boy. Didn't even see that one before the fight. Full crit, even now in the Drow. Just pumping out items. Yeah, tried to get aggressive, but, you know, at this deficit, that shapeshift popped. The supports are able to just turn, stand their ground. And yeah, fully defensive BKB by being popped from PO. Now it's 60 seconds where this Lash likely can't walk up to fight. JM.
We're going to see if they can combo him. In fact, they might turn for Mobi instead. All right, he did still have the orb out, so he'll get away. Same can't be said though for JM. We've just gone in pretty deep for this effort, though. We'll manage to get the BKB off, as they don't quite have enough to burst the Mars. The kiss is coming in from Omar. Will put an end to Q. And the two heroes dead, and creep waves coming in. Uridu, they can look to continue their attempts for the high ground.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's
Counterglyph.
bottom tower
They're
is
going to
under
keep their
attack.
creep wave alive with that. And yeah, it's successful. And now they have Exo. Rex. Likely to go down. Probably even 2 sets.
Radiant's bottom tower
I don't think they'll feel any need to back off at all here, Uridu.
Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
I mean, maybe even 3. They might just end the game.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under
That's the
attack.
fortification coming to an end, so
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
no, they'll back away. They'll respect the fact that Ivy have got everyone back in play. They'll focus on getting their next items picked up. TA2000 has the Daedalus on its way over. Cube, he's gone in. Managed to just keep his distance from the multi-shot of TA2000. They're going to commit with the BKB and try for the Drow. As Own Me will continue to attempt to stay on top of TA2000, but there's the BKB pop. They'll leave behind Omar in the river, so Ivy, they'll get a kill out of this, but they won't get any of the cores. It's TA2000 with a BKB and a TP out, makes it back to safety. Ivy, they'll get something, but still not quite what they'd hoped for to start turning this game in any sort of manner.
No, it cost them everything, too. Right, every single ult to be able to try to get that catch. They wanted to get a bigger target, but TA2000, very calm, very cool, collected. Waits, probably just telling himself, telling his team, like, I only BKB when I'm coiled at this point. I don't need to BKB with anything else. It's your job to cover me. I need to cover myself with that, so it's safe. And now, a full Hex on Noob. So Mobe's game already was very difficult, now even harder, as they're getting a full surround to Own Me. Own Me and Pio in trouble.
There's the jump. There's the Hex reveal. Noob straight in onto Owned Me. As his BKB, Shapeshift, both on cooldown. Not a chance of escape here for the Lycan as Noob takes him out and over in the river. Kaori's coming in with the BKB. He's able to take down PO65 through his BKB, of course. A flurry of punches puts an end to the Leshrac. They've also managed to clean up the army of the Lycan. It's 3 dead on Ivy. Roshan is up. If Thunders want to pick that up, Playing that Aegis, and then they should be set to run it down the mid lane and very likely be able to put an end to this game too.
Yeah, PO tried to be greedy, tried to just TP out without using the BKB, just got disposed. So gets caught, gets killed. Already looking for another play bottom. It is under a ward though. Weezer won't find it, but yeah. Back to the aggression. Already do Thunders, a full Daedalus on the Drow. Going for Satanic next. Holding on to Ogre Seal Totem, so more ways to just disengage is, yeah, likely to just get this push going here. Noob is expecting them to cut the wave though. Look where he's positioned. He's waiting for this puck. He knows. Well, what a genius. He just knows exactly where he is.
Yeah, he's not skipping a beat at all today here, Noob.
I think Weeder caught sight of him for a second in the triangle there, and then Noob's just like, yeah, they have no play but cutting wave.
I just like winning.
Relentless.
And they didn't even have that one. That was in the mid. CA2000. Just thought they'll bring him down once. Oh, well, maybe they won't. Actually, he's actually able to force out to the side. They hit him up with the Greaves. He can turn with a multi-shot. Only commits him with a BKB, trying to take down at least the Aegis from the Drow, but he can't. He has to retreat. The BKB's already been used, so there's no safety for him as he's trapped in the arena, pinned to the wall by the spear. Has owned me out. And with the exorcism from Noob, to the tier 4s they go. Hex onto PO65. We get forced aside. The three-man silence there. Pretty much perma-silence between the Death Prophet and the Drought. The entire team of Ivy. And there's 4 dead. We'll see Mobi back in the game. But the tier 4s are getting pressured. They'll swing down towards the bottom. They do lose Kalori. Can they get more from this Ivy? They'll hook shot in from Q. Looks to try and set up onto Omar. But see TA2000, he knows as long as he keeps a safe distance, he can just turn and absolutely destroy them with the damage that he's kicking out at this stage as a Drought Ranger. They take out PO65, and the game has been called GG. As Uridu Thunders today with this 2-0. They're going to be feeling very good about this. This was a smooth day in the office for them. 2 back-to-back wins with very little difficulty. And unfortunately for Ivy, definitely the roughest series, the roughest we've really seen them in a while. You know, Ivy, as I say, for the most part, have been looking on the up and up, constant improvement. But as you say, this matchup today, it just wasn't close. In really just in the play and the skill, right? Uridu Thunders, they just styled on them both games.
Yeah, it felt like in so many aspects of the game, it felt like a full level up, right? Like Uridu in the laning phase, both games kind of smashed them completely. Mid lane, the first game was close, but second game, Noob just completely crushed him. Noob, for me, honestly, pretty big MVP in this, at least this game. It's tough to say between him and TA2000, but yeah, amazing plays from him, and it's everything, right? It's laning phase, it's the way they take team fights, it's the way that they move around the map, it's the micro, macro, etc. Uridu just looks quite a few steps above Ivy. Ivy's got to work things out. Even though they look good against other teams, they definitely got to watch these replays and take some notes from Uridu.
Well, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Uridu coming out with another banger of a series. 2-0 here today against Ivy as they continue to look very, very good towards the top of this Division 2 right now. Uridu Thunders, 2-0.
Thank you very much, OD and Fog. Yes, indeed. Another absolute smackdown in game number 2. Maybe a little bit closer, but all in all, pretty convincing 2-0 for Uridu. Not quite what we expected, I wouldn't say, but how did they do it, T? How did they absolutely dismantle them both games?
They just enter the game with a clear idea how they want to play the lanes, how they want to itemize for the early game, and then how to approach that. I think when teams have that in a clear mindset, and then aren't shut down, it's too easy for them to hit their beats. And Fold was praising Noob a lot, and as I'm watching this Death Prophet, he's going for this Atos, he's getting some pressure onto that puck, and then in the early to mid game, the puck isn't really able to pop off. She's getting shut down, getting clipped by some silences and dying. And then, I'm also just so happy with how this Drow played, right? Like this early TP to bot lane, you instantly kill this Leshrac with the arena, and like these are the small plays that they're making, but they fundamentally break the game. Carry Leshrac now can't play bottom. Puck is too scared to play into this Death Prophet. Now your pods 1 and 2 are on the back foot. Lycans off AFK farming. I don't know. I feel like Uridu, they enter games with just a clean understanding every time. And Division 2 teams, if they don't have the same level of understanding, they just get swept aside.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And, it always felt like TA was doing the right things, like doing the carry things, making sure the objectives were being caught and playing the right areas of the map, while Snoop just kind of plays like a bit of a maniac, which is always nice to see. I mean, I love this kind of balance here they have on Uridu, Panda.
Yeah, they they definitely come around together very nicely. I really like the Mars pick that came into the final phase, because that just allows this Drow to have a great game. It enables the Snapfire a lot. And just drafting-wise, I think there's a big issue for Ivy. They go for this first phase Leshrac when the Drow is not really your first phase ban material type of hero, and they secured it, had a free game, 13-1-6 in the end on TA 2000. It's like, how do we actually get to play this game when our heroes, two of our heroes, the Puck with the silence, and then the Leshrac with all the hyperthermia, basically, which hurts so much. Like, they're already getting countered. How do we get ourselves a stable draft out of this first phase? Because it feels like this is where things are getting really, really rough. But Ordu Thunder's, like, the execution is just so good. I love to watch how the cores are supporting the supports, and the supports are working around with their cores. Like, there's just great unity going on here.
Absolutely, yeah. And as always, you can see the vibes are good for Uridu here as well. Is it fair to say that Ivy didn't really give themselves a contingency plan this game? With the Leshrac and the Lycan, you kind of need to be either ahead or at least on an even footing to run into these fights and make the plays. So it wasn't a little risky drafting this kind of draft against a team which just smacked you down so hard in the laning phase?
I mean, Ivy, they draft consistently, right? They don't like to steer too far away from their identity. And at least in today, I think if we saw this draft from them in the previous series, they might have done really well. But I just think this is one of those off days for Ivy, especially because they're a Div 2 team that isn't at boot camp, that doesn't have everything like really boiled down to the exact reasons. There will be these days where they just, I mean, it's not helping. It's a 1 player out of 5. They all got to drink the tea or not, because they weren't sipping from the same cup. That's a good phrase. Anyways, fantastic. Moving on swiftly. Okay. Because they weren't sipping from the same cup, they weren't on the same idea, the same page, and it does happen. I think this is just one of those rare days for Ivy, and I'm honestly shocked at their performance in regards to just entering the game. But then you have to give props to Ordu, because they are just super consistent against these Div 2 teams. Like, they are the breakaway Div 2 team that can go up against these other regions in like third-party tournaments, take games off them, make decent runs. And there's not a lot of teams in this division that I feel have that same energy around them. But Urdu, they've understood how to do it in Div 2 at least. Other than maybe Mid-Naspa, but that's a whole other story, right? I'm trying to hype them up right now, all right?
Yeah, let's not go into that series right now. No, absolutely. MVP for this game, I think it has to be Noob. I think Noob just played a phenomenal Death Prophet, running around the map, getting things done, just getting so many kills. Like Noob dropped that EXO at mid, and I was like, okay, like, is this really a good idea? And then proceeds to get 2 more kills with it, and that's kind of off the back of this Atos. Why was Atos the play this game, T-Panda?
It's a puck counter. It keeps the Lycan in place. It keeps the Lesh in place. Like, mostly just a puck counter, basically. That was one of the primary reasons why this Death Prophet was so much scarier this game than what the puck was. And once he picked up the Hex follow-up onto it, there's absolutely no item except for maybe an Aeon Disc that might be saving the puck. But you're not building an Aeon Disc in a game where you want to be dominating and setting up the pace. Like, absolutely not. So, itemization-wise, hero-wise, this was a fantastic game from Noob. Good understanding, good reading of the game, seeing Puck's only choice is most likely to cut waves, and already setting the team's pace that if I can't do it alone, I have at least 2 heroes to back me up, and we will always find the Puck. Split push gone, now we can do our thing.
Alrighty, well, we do get to talk to a member of Urdu Thunders, and today we'll be having a chat with TA2000. TA2000, firstly, congratulations, you absolutely smashed Ivy there. That was very convincing. Is this a team you scrim and practice against a lot, and does it usually go this way?
We're trying to not practice against our opponents from Division 2 teams. So, I don't know.
No? That's interesting. Which teams are you usually playing against then in the practice games?
We played a lot with Div 2 teams from CIS, but recently we played with Boom tournaments. We beat some good teams, and the Division's 1 team wants to scrims with us, so
nice.
It gave us boost.
Good. Yeah, I can see why. Tigo?
All right. So congratulations on winning this series. But my question is about your last series. So you weren't able to beat Manaspa. I was just gonna wonder. They're a very aggressive team. Was there anything that you learned about that series that has enabled you to perform better in these third-party tournaments in this series today?
Yeah, we watch games. I think we just played bad. I don't know. All games against Manaspa we playing bad. I don't know why this happens, but we can fix it. Maybe it's just mental. I don't know, some barrier.
When you say
But
play
we
bad, is that
feel
like
more pressure
right? I see. Is that
when
because Manaspa is
when
an
we're playing
aggressive
against them.
team?
No, I don't think so. I don't know why. We just lose to them like 5 series in a row, like 2 months ago, and we cannot beat them at this time. And I don't know. It's just.
I see. That's fine.
Oh
So
my God.
hopefully you don't have to tiebreaker against them then. Okay, that's what we've learned here. All right, thank you.
T-Panda.
All right. Hey, Tia2000. Good to see you again. The last time I saw you was a year ago playing East European Division 2. Seeing you on the winning road once again. I wanted to talk to you about like preparation for today and specifically for this final week. So after you had a couple days break, was there anything special maybe the team had discussed or some player in your team brought up to pay attention to entering this last week of Division 2?
Yeah, we just talk with teams, and we decided to try to not lose any more games, to not play tie breaks, and we will try hard. We make good draft to this series. I think we had better draft on the games, and that makes our games very simple.
All right. That makes sense. And kind of going back as well with your history with Kaori, you guys have been playing together for almost a year in the same lane. Is this Ordu Thunders the team that you enjoy playing with more than the East European squads that you've been with in the last few years?
Yeah, we like playing here more than previous team because it's professional organization. We have a good boot camp. We have psychologists. We have everything we need, and it's very helpful for us. So it's better for sure.
All right. That's all for me. Thank you.
Wow, it's a lot of investment in you guys, and it seems to be paying off. What I want to ask is the kind of balance between you and Noob, because you've moved into the carry, and unlike most mid laners when they move to the carry role, you seem to be very kind of consistent and stable. Meanwhile, Noob is going around doing all sorts of crazy stuff on the map, you know, running into the enemies, screaming. Is that something you've discussed, or is this just how you've naturally started playing together?
No, it's not as good. We fucked up these games because he died bottom, me died top. It's slow our game. So we should win it for like 25 minutes, but we make it like 40 or something. So I don't think it's good. We just fit. It's just mistakes.
Are you gonna tell him this after the interview as well? Does he already know this, or?
Yeah, yes, I said it already.
All right. So when you say this to him, does Noob like laugh and like is he always happy? Because like I used to play with him and like compete with him like years ago, and like he's always so jolly. Like, is he still super like happy and just smiling all the time, or?
Yeah. He make our mood better. So
Nice.
he's
a
still
good
the
lad.
same.
Perfect. That's what I love to hear.
So, I mean, you guys are always smiling on the cameras and such, right? Does that make it easier to have those conversations after the game?
Can you repeat, please?
Sure. You guys always seem very happy. There seems to be a good environment in your team. Does that make it easier to have the kind of critical evaluation after the game to talk about mistakes?
Maybe because we win, but yeah, it's easier. When we lose, it's sad to discuss something after game. We made it for next day, so need to chill some time after lose. After win, it's easier to discuss. So something like that, I guess.
Giving it the day break. Yeah. All right. Well, we won't keep you any longer. Congratulations, and thank you so much for coming to talk to us.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
I like that. I like the 1 day break thing. You know, I think that's very smart actually. Allow things to cool down first before you tackle the problems. But
It's a 50-50 Nomad. All right, I'll tell you this much. You know, you sleep on it, it can sour it. I know. No, to be fair though, I think it depends on your 5-man roster, right? If you've got a good healthy roster, waiting in the next day is really good. If you don't have that like natural synergy and like chemistry, you kind of need to unpick it relatively quick. So it's just proof that they have a really good like bond as a set of 5, and they can make some deep runs if they are to continue with their current form.
Yeah, and a psychologist as well, let's not forget. That is so important, and proof of what a good organization and some good investment can do here in Division 2. And talking about here in Division 2, we got some more Dota coming up for you guys. Don't you worry. We've got Monospar versus Ancient Tribe coming up. That's going to be an exciting one. And then we've also got Alliance playing to end up the day. And they're going to be battling it up versus the side of Water Rune Enjoyers, which should be convincing, but you never know with Division 2. It is a very unpredictable region. And of course, it is going to be a little while before our next match is live. So give us about an hour to, prepare the players, get them all set up, get the production going. I know, it's enough time to go and bake a cake or read half of a good book. And we'll see you in about an hour's time for Monospar versus Ancient Tribe. Welcome back as we jump into our second series of the day here in the Western EU Division 2. And the series we've got coming up could be exciting, could be rubbish, I don't know, but I think it's going to be exciting. It's Monospar versus Ancient Tribe. Ancient Tribe have been a little bit hot and cold. Monospar looking pretty good, occasionally dropping here and there, but overall, I'm very excited for this match. T-Gov, how was your break? What did you do with your hour?
Nothing.
I actually built a dining table with my partner because we've got a dining table. We had to build 2 chairs, 2 stools, and a dining table. It was pretty hard. It wasn't that IKEA simplicity level. It was a bit more hard, nuts and bolts and screws and ting. But luckily, I got that little kit, build it up. Now, we're using it. Dinner's going to be ready in 2 hours.
God damn. Guy doesn't mess around. Kazi, what have you done with your day? Can you top that? Did you make a table?
I've been sleeping, resting a bit, making some tea.
Oh,
And,
you got a free Kazu.
yeah,
You got Trent on your two boss. Whoa, Trent! Oh, Trent, brother!
Damn, what you doing, bro?
You having a good time, Kazu?
I opened some Pokemon cards as well as we're on the topic, and I don't know what just happened, but it was great. Thank you.
Oh god, that's a smile on our faces.
Brief visit there from Trent.
Look, I'm just making sure it's not my my clockwork cup that's doing some magic. Okay.
No, you're
Would've
good,
been
you're
funny.
good. No, that would have been great. You can just summon Trent whenever you
that
want him on
would've
your
been
lap.
hilarious.
Yeah, that'd been hype.
Let's talk about the series we've got on the cards, and it is Monospar versus Ancient Tribe. As mentioned, Monospar, they've been a very hot and cold team, but their hots have been very hot, but unfortunately their colds have been very cold. T-Gov, why don't you run this team down for me? What are you hoping to see from them?
Aggression, basically. If you look at the stats, like, it's kind of cool to see. They're the second team to have 30 plus kills average per game, but they have a 50% win rate. The only other team to have this many kills per game is Urdu Thunders, who have like an 81% win rate. Like, just even conceiving that idea, you're losing half your games, but you're still nearly topping the division on kills, topping the division on assists. Like, they are ruthless, they are aggressive, but they sometimes fall flat. They sometimes forget that they need to scale. They sometimes forget that there's comeback mechanisms on the enemy team, and things go a bit awry, but they are fun to watch, and yeah, they come out swinging.
Yeah, for me, when I watch this team, it's kind of that high ground moment, you know? Like, I'm pretty confident in them until it comes to breaking the high ground. That's where sometimes it can fall apart. And also some games just don't, the plans don't materialize against some of the better teams. But overall, that is the hardest point in the game, right, Kazi? Figuring out when to crack that high ground.
Yeah, I mean, also for Monaspa, like, it's a lot of the times about the high ground, and then other times, I feel like they're the type of team where they just always want to go. They don't have the balance of, because, at some point in the game, your enemies, they have timings too, right? Like, they're also playing Dota, they're also building items, so you need to respect them, and, like, sometimes you can keep your foot on the gas, and you need to chill a bit and, like, have a bit of balance. I feel like they're lacking that, and they're a little inconsistent during the mid game and the later stages, so that's something that they need to clean out.
Yeah, and never an easy thing to do, but that's what Division 2 is all about. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ancient Tribe, I feel like this team was up in our expectations. I certainly had them as I think top 2 or top 3 coming into the Division 2, but it hasn't really turned out that way for them, has it, T?
Not really. No. Like, when you look at the players in this roster, they've all at some point been on teams that have been just kind of pillars of Division 2 in Western Europe. MTD, Lil Pleb, LeBron, like all these players, but together they've just really lacked like their own identity. I think they've fumbled some games, they've lost a lot of lanes, and I think their best time they've shown as a team is when Lil Pleb's able to be these like Medusa type big, like, protect me for the entire game and I'll win you the game style lineups. But that's so hard to replicate every game because it's such a like understood concept now in Dota.
Yeah, that's hard. And, when it comes to standouts on the team as well, I don't think anyone's really had any, like, outstanding performances. You say Lil Pleb on the hard carry, is kind of doing this and that, but at the ultimate end of the game, it's still like a Medusa and it's the team working around it. So who on this team are you kind of hoping shows more? Who do you think has the most potential in Ancient Tribe?
Well, so I feel like Heaven has performed pretty well from the 4 position from their team, but I would like them to perhaps set up MTD a bit more. I know from my pubs that, like, this guy, he's got the potential, but I feel like in some games, either his hero isn't perhaps set up to kind of like make space, because as we've said, Lil Pleb is basically the hard carry. And I think in some games he fell a little bit flat, but I would also like it for him to be easier, where his team can go as 3, go as 4, make some moves. And the way you do that is by trying to give your mid laner a good matchup and then try to enable him, like help him on the 4-minute rune, on the 6-minute rune, like refill a bottle. Like don't ruin your game, but if it fits anywhere in your game, like try to play through your mid. I would like to see them do that more.
And that might actually work out just because Ancient Tribe are now using a stand-in, right, for this series. So they don't have Melez anymore. And now they're going to be using a player called Mixer. Or Mixer, yeah. Mixer or Mixer.
Sorry.
I've not really heard of him before. He's had a brief stint playing in SA. He's also played in some Eastern European teams. He's really bounced around, like playing as an
Mr.
offlaner.
Worldwide.
Yeah,
I know him actually. He's
you do? Ooh.
He's I know him from my pubs too. He's a dirty
Zoo?
one.
Yeah.
He's
That's
the
what I was
zoo
gonna get
man.
to. Yeah,
He's
filth.
Yeah, he's the Visage, Lycan, Enigma. You know it. He can spawn anything. He'll play it.
And that's the opposite of Melez to some degree. Melez wasn't really the brood player. He wasn't really the annoying player. He was I play my strong laning phase and I'll go and fight you. I play Pango. But now it's like, I guess for Ancient Tribe, without speculating too far, they have 2 series left, plus potential tiebreakers of 1 to 2 series. So that's all within the realm of using a standard. So if this is like a roster change, this is the correct time to do it, because he can play out the end of Division 2. And when I look at his pub profile, obnoxious as hell, like Kezu mentioned. So this could be everything they need to unlock the Lil Pleb go farm. We'll go fight with some active MTD and just some offlaner that does his thing. And then eventually Lil Pleb will take over. So it could be the correct player shift for these guys, but it is a little bit too late down the line because they're not contending for Division 1 anymore.
Yeah, it's more about just keeping their heads above the water and making sure that they don't, sink down to that relegation zone. Very, very scary. As you can see here, they are technically in that relegation zone at the moment, which is not where they want to be, especially for a team of this caliber, like Lil Pleb, MTD, LeBron. We've seen these guys around for ages, and, we'd hope that they'd be able to stay up in Division 2. Something's wrong, so they're making the changes. And as I mentioned before, it doesn't really feel like they have this kind of notable player on their team. It doesn't feel like anybody's kind of drawing the attention right now and being able to stand out. So maybe a swap is what required. We'll see how it goes for this game. Monospar on the other side, as you mentioned, aggression. And also when it comes to standouts, I feel like Nande and Wish are both kind of wrestling for the limelight on this team because they can both be very outstanding players in their own right. Let's talk about Nande a little bit first because, he's the title. He's kind of been one of the standouts off Division 2 this season, I would say, because we just didn't really know much about him before. And he comes in, he's talking trash, he's making big plays, he's doing the carry, I kind of respect it. But definitely the young and cocky upcomer, which we love to see. Kezi, have you been enjoying watching this guy play?
I would say for 90% of the time, yes. I do think, the trash talk, there's like a fine line. Like, I dig it, but I also don't like it at the same. It's like I feel like you can do some of it, but when you do it every time, I feel like it becomes a bit too much. But I understand he's he's young, but what I like about him is that he's very aggressive. He plays his heroes and they pick him his heroes. And yeah, I feel this type of, the cockiness that he shows in the alt chat, it also shows in his gameplay, which for carries can oftentimes be good, especially when you play aggressive, because it makes you do plays that other people maybe wouldn't, and I like his aggressive playstyle. If he gets the balance that we always talk about in Dota, this guy has a pretty bright future ahead.
I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, it's a great start for him, and we'll see if he can continue down that path. And then, of course, we have Wish on the position 2 on the mid lane, and you can smell him coming. He's got a couple of cheesy picks, which we're always ready for. What's your favorite Wish cheese, Tigo?
Oh,
there's one.
Beautifully matured Tinker. Oh my god. It is. You have that? That is just great. No,
it's disgusting.
Fair, it's disgusting, but it's so, it really enables the mentality of Manaspa and how they want to play Dota. Because it's like this Tinker, he pushes your team forward. He buys Blink, go find the fight. He buys Shiva, please go kill them. I buy BKB, I'm now leading the charge. And I really wish they were able to find more game for this hero, because it is so much fun to watch. And I'm sorry, it is a Tinker. People are probably getting angry right now in chat and whatnot, but this team on Tinker, everything else is it's volatile. I don't know what's happening, but when they pick Tinker, it's like the dub is there. They've got the free path to the Ancient.
All right, well, let's see how this game's going to go down as we jump into the first match of this series of the draft starting right here, right now. I wonder if they're going to be able to work into it. That's the thing, though. Everyone's always worried about it, you know? Like, I feel like they've all got a sticky notepad, like, stuck to the middle of their screen that just says Tinker on it, and they don't want to forget about it. You don't want to let that one go undetected, and you can't really pick it up too early, so it is a hard one to squeeze out, but we'll see if they manage it. They're going to start things off with a Rubik. What's left in the pool for Monospa here?
I mean,
About 100 plus heroes right now, yeah.
that is very true. Like 100, what, 10 plus? They love their death profit. That's one. Like some DP or Leshrac is something that they usually like as my man.
Wait, second pick Lycan?
I mean, it is
go fast.
Rubik does not like heroes that run at him, so I guess you're taking
Sure.
a very big extreme here. So I see Rubik, I want Wolf. Okay.
Like normally they pick it when they're first pick and they close up the phase after seeing, you know, these weaker heroes that don't like to play into the push. But to be fair, I guess maybe this could be the addition of Mixer that we're mentioning. He is the Lycan player, the Visage player. So maybe Manaspa are just a little bit more mindful of that. But yeah, in reality, I think it's just Manaspa wanting to set the pace of their game from the get-go. But...
Damn.
All right, ban Drow, please, Ancient Tribe. That's my only one remark from this more first phase.
Yep, I think that's a reasonable request, and I'm sure it will happen. But yeah, man, there's Lycan. I don't feel like Morph is the big answer to the Lycan we were kind of expecting, though. You know, like you pick the Lycan as your first pick, and Ancient Tribe kind of have the opportunity to really answer it. Does this Morph actually do it, Kessie?
10 seconds
I feel like you have better answers there. So the lane for you is pretty fine in terms of Morph versus Lycan, but when you think about how the heroes play into each other, there's a very big window that you don't like as Morphling. You don't really address the hero later in the mid game. He paces up the game, which is something you don't like. So for Ancient Tribe, they need to make sure that their next picks can like address team fighting and the pace of the game, that you can actually hold your towers. Because when you just compare these two opening heroes, I mean, Monaspa are gonna run at you a lot, and I'm not sure you're gonna have the answers for now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, okay, there's the Drow ban. I feel like for Ancient Tribe, they are first pick, so they're going to need to pick two heroes here. I mean, they could easily do some Centaur plus one, like Centaur plus another lane pushing support. They could do, you know, obviously the Tides or whatnot. There's also, I'm always a big fan of seeing Conquer against Lycan, but drafting it can be a little bit awkward, especially when you don't get to see 4 heroes before doing it. But yeah, I could see Ancient Tribe. They've got so many options to pick these big beefy boys. Like Munaspa just aren't banning them out. They're respecting more of just the overall map play from Ancient Tribe with Bat, Rider, and Chen. And there's the respect ban Tinker.
Get ye gone, you Tinker swine.
Oh my god, is this a Dota play that we're about to enter now, or what?
Shakespeare X Dota, the collab.
seconds remaining.
Bro, I mean, it's meant to be dropping soon. Why did you leak that so early? That was literally like Valve's biggest
He's
secret.
fired now. Watch
Yeah,
out.
see you, no man. All right, welcome back to the panel, Snare.
Bro. Wowie.
No, I love you, no man. I really do. Don't worry.
Doesn't feel like it, Teacup. Doesn't feel
I
like
mean, the ones that you love, you poke at the most. Yep,
Burn
that's
the
another
most,
known
yeah.
phrase.
Yeah,
Yep.
a bit of British love. My dad
There
did the
we
same
go.
to me. My friends do the same to me. My panelists do the same to me.
So what's Manaspa going to do to you with this pick?
Seconds remaining.
Impress me, I hope. Give me, I mean, that actually, it's not really on them to impress me so much. I kind of like what they've done already. More due to the fact that Ancient Tribe just didn't really answer it. If they'd have gone for like a Mars or something on Ancient Tribe straight up, then I probably would have been like, yes, Chads. But the Morph doesn't inspire confidence. I guess it's also Nando's hero, though. He's been playing a lot of it, so taking that away from him is also another aspect of the Morph pick. But they're going to go Earth Spirit. Okay.
Yo,
They
Desire
really want to get
Earth
on top of
Spirit.
them. Yeah.
Dude, okay, to be fair though, like when he Desire really not entered because he played before DPC, but when he showed up on the DPC scene, it was playing Earth Spirit time and time again with Brahim, and it was extremely refreshing to watch. I think he also played for a different team as well, but this was like his hallmark hero. He was the footballer in real life and the footballer in game, obviously kicking people about with the spirit, but Yeah, all right. Manaspa, they seem to be just drafting for themselves right now. That's my key takeaway from this lineup. It's not as if they're reacting at any point. But
Dire team pick.
All right, Ancient Tribe going to respond with a Primal Beast for now, so that'll give them the front line. Again, you know, this thing we see the most about Primal Beast, if it is going to be the position 3, is that it gives you a lot of damage, doesn't give you a ton of control. Pulverize is a little bit unreliable for that. So you will need to pick that up elsewhere. Rubik also not really fulfilling that enough. And I feel like when you're playing against these quick heroes, you know, you do need more control. Where is that going to come from?
I mean, for now, I at least feel that like Monaspa have a very clean way of playing the game, and I'm not yet seeing the answers come out from Ancient Tribe. I thought there was a very high chance for, I don't know, some tight Mars type hero that's just like this front line, and if they come too close, like you know, press your ult and you either decide to fight or disengage, whatever it may be. But for now, I feel like you're fighting this like run in with like Primal Beast is just like sure, he can go in himself, but he doesn't really ever stop Monaspa from running in. So I feel like they're not truly addressing this like aggressive wave that's going to come at them eventually, and I'm a little scared for them.
yeah, I think Ancient Tribe, they're trying to match the aggression with their own aggression. And it's like they're expecting Manaspa to have this single piece of the lineup that needs to be like the fragile carry that if you jump them, you should be able to win the fight, right? Lycan's running in, Earthstrip's running in, but you're more Primal Beast, they also mirror that. So for both teams, it's like who gets the key core first and can kill them. So for Ancient Tribe, I feel like they're picking this Primal Beast as like a soft flex. They can play it off lane, they can play it mid, they force Manaspa to pick up one more hero, then they'll kind of generally understand the type of tempo draft that they have. So I think with Manaspa, this first phase Lycan, you can easily fall into a trap where it's like, we need to deal with this Lycan, let's pick 3 heroes to deal with it, you know? And then suddenly it's like they pivot at the end of their draft with some insane scaling carry, some lane pushing mid, and it's like they don't actually even want to push us. They just want to bait us with this Lycan pick. So I think Ancient Tribe, they're a little bit afraid to fall into that trap with so many counter picks down the line from Manaspa.
Yeah, the options are open, but yeah, Ancient Tribe can respond, but I am worried. I mean, I do like the CM out of supports. Out of all the supports they could have gone for, CM definitely works. Against the Lycan, it can do good against slowing down the AoE and the Frostbite. I mean, you're still going to die, but there's no support in the game which doesn't die to a free game Lycan. And the Tiny comes out from Monospa. Okay. More damage, more jump, more catch, more everything, which they've been going for so far. What are the weaknesses to Monospa's draft so far, Cozy? What are they lacking?
Honestly, I feel like they're not lacking that much as of now. For them, it's more important that they get together. Like, this is a type of draft where they're like making sure that their own stuff works, and it's more like their draft will be very strong in like the, what is it, like minute 10 to 20, and then depending on these last picks, like there might be some tapering, you know, like where slowly their lineup might fall off a little bit. So I would say that their draft doesn't really lack that much as of right now. It's more like it's a very one-dimensional draft where they just literally rely on going in, and the fight needs to kind of end within 10-15 seconds, because you're playing with this Lycan, you're playing with these tiny combos, and that's like what Ancient Tribe need to address to try and drag out fights a little longer like than this little duration.
Yeah, I love the bans from Ancient Tribe. Ursa, I think Slark might also need to be banned out. Leans into that poke and prod style.
Yeah.
I think if Manaspa have one core that doesn't need to like enter the fight 100-0 because it's tiny, like you blink in, you're there. Lycan, you shapeshift, you have to commit. Like they need a core that can at least unlock some like information to then give everyone else their perfect entry. So I think Ursa's a good ban. Slark's pretty good. I think Spectre's also up there for Manaspa if they want to pick a core that just gives them some more insurance down the line, because the first 4 heroes should be so opening on the map that you can be a bit greedier. But I think they're probably like the big 3 in my eyes, and already Ursa's gone.
Yeah, unfortunately, you've listed 3 heroes and they have 2 bans, which is always a bit of an issue, but we'll see.
I mean, I hope they ban one of the 3. Otherwise.
Yes, yeah, I agree.
Or 2 of the 3, there you go, because they've already done 1. Still can't get over the fact that Manaspa do actively play in just incredibly dark rooms, because of course they're at boot camp, and Wish is the only one not at boot camp, I'd assume, because his lights are on. So that's actually something we can maybe even ask about in an interview if they are to win. And they banned the Slark out, so yep, Spectre is the 3rd one available if Manaspa want that. but they are last pick, so they'll get to see everything from Ancient Tribe first.
10
Yep,
seconds
they get to
remaining.
make the judgment call. Monaspa probably just gonna ban out some more kind of tempo controlling heroes. I feel like DP wouldn't have been an amazing pick against them. I don't know. She doesn't really like being bursted down and chased too quickly. You can always press that reset button, but
It's for the mid lane matchup, basically. You slap
okay.
some DP mid, like because Tiny's locked into mid for Manaspa, they're afraid of some haha, we pick some mid that crushes you, because Tiny likes playing into Primal Beast. You have Torch, you have Avalanche, you can't really trample the wave down. That's why they're just respecting that flexibility of Primal.
alright, Ancient Tribe, what's it gonna be?
10 seconds remaining.
I really want them to go Mars. I don't know. I've probably been in China too long. I've probably been too involved in the China region, but that hero's been very good over there. Gives them that control I want. Gives them a big scary front line to kind of hold back the force of Manaspa.
I think it's an MTD hero. He's doing a lot of talking right now on player cams.
Oh, that's
Any mids coming to mind for you, Kazu? Oh, don't worry, too late.
Too late. What can you do? There's just one thing, like when you have this Primal Beast, because you may like some Mars type hero, but the problem is, like when you second phase this Primal, a lot of these offlaners, they feel like you're just the same hero. Like you have this, then you have some Primal Mars or Primal Tide combo, which might feel awkward. I do like this Ember pick. I think it gives them like a bit more on this, you know, poke, try and like play on range with your two supports. So I think it's decent for their own style.
Alright, well, that kind of ties things together again. Yeah, gives them some tempo to play around, that's for sure. And Monaspa, they are going to finish things up with a Faceless Void. So slowing things down a little bit, giving themselves a little bit of team fight, but definitely a hero they can make space for and give him the game he wants, I feel. So, what are we thinking about these two drafts? How are they going to play it out against each other, especially with this last pick, Faceless Void, into the mix?
Honestly, I'm struggling to see which team really has a key advantage. I think both lineups have points of aggression, and honestly, the team that executes their lineup a little bit better should be able to take it, because it's not like one draft has to win by 20. There's both teams scale, both teams have objective pressure, they have heroes to play around in the early to mid game. It really, I think, boils down to how do they unlock, like Ember and Primal, how do they open up the game? You know, on the flip side, it's like how does Tiny open up the game? So it's more like I'm looking to see what questions are answered, rather than like one looking much better than the other. I actually don't know who I really prefer.
Okay. Cassie?
Fair. T-Governor's answer, you know, not too bad. I would also say that both drafts kind of have what they want themselves. I do think that the Faceless Void isn't really addressed. That's why he was the last pick, because they think he's good. I would kind of agree with them. And I think this Lycan tempo is pretty good. You know, I would enjoy to play this first phase Lycan in this game, which is usually a good sign if you're the Lycan team.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I kind of agree with you that this Lycan still seems kind of unanswered, and now the Void is also a problem, and two problems are greater than one problem sometimes. And I'm going to be going Monaspa. Let's find out what our casters think about this one as we move into this first game of the second series with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nomad, and a lovely panel there. Man, Lycan unanswered after a first phase pick. I don't know if I've seen that one before. That's a little bit crazy. Maybe a little bit of a throwback to TI-10 LGD, the old Lycan Tiny combo. Maybe. What do you think?
I mean, you know I'm down every time that we get the bite out. We don't get to see it very often. We got all these ranged cores. Nobody wants the Lycan bite anymore. You know, they want to stay far away. They don't want to go munching people. So we'll see if we ever get there. I think if Manaspa have their way, though, we're not getting that far.
Okay. So they're going to be looking to play around this fast timing, make a lot of action happen, and, you know, take an early Roche. That type of dynamic is what you're thinking more. And then for Ancient Tribe, get into that, like, little pleb late game on the morph.
Yep, fun old times. You know, I was actually looking at the Lycan games across the DPC because I was curious. I feel like we've seen our fair share of Lycan. I'm a bit of a Lycan hater at times. I find this hero can have some pretty disappointing games. You know, China, they've actually only picked him 4 times. I mean, he won 3 of the games, so they're getting into the Lycan. But like, I think in our region, I think Western Europe was the highest. Also, no wonder Nomad's all about the Mars, by the way, because I don't think we had any Mars. I think he got banned a couple times in our region. I'm not gonna look it up right now, but Mars is like one of the most picked heroes over in China. They still love that guy. They pick him like I forget what it was. It's like 60 times. The same with SA. They both have like 60 series, and then NA has 30, and then everyone else is like 2. Like,
Dude, do you know what it is? It's XXS. Like, literally, that guy plays this hero and just makes it look so good. And I feel like he's playing in scrims, and everybody tries to replicate it, and then it's just XXS doing his things. But regardless,
It's too good.
it's one of those ones that I'd love to see more of. But early wave push in there, MTD. Worth noting again, we did see that switch up that the panel was talking about. So the no longer Melis playing right now for Ancient Tribe.
Yes.
We'll see how he's able to do.
that's right. We got ourselves the Swapperino here. But it does have the offlane Primal Beast. I'd say most offlaners probably like this guy right now. Feels like you tend to have a pretty good lane. Also has the Rubik with him too. One of the best positioned forests in the game right now. But also it's a range support in your melee setup lane. So, and this has been the most popular spam, of course, since Get a Good now.
Oh wait, when did we get
Never
added in?
lane. I don't know. I feel like it must have been recently because it wasn't being spammed that much before, right?
Yeah, I haven't seen almost any of it.
Yeah, no, it's the hot stuff now. Everybody's spamming the Gork line.
Jesus. Well, I don't know what that means. You can never leave lane at 5. I'm not a Gork watcher.
As 5. Oh, he means it's like 5 roll. That's the.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
All right, so
yeah,
he's just flaming his support. Okay, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, down bottom, Spartan getting lifted, getting punched, getting pummeled, and getting killed. So first blood being drawn by the new offlaner. Very, very well done. He gives
Yeah,
himself a well played. Love it.
Was that cute?
And same time up top, there was a bit of a battle, some regen trading here. Salve up on Desire right now. I don't know about you, but I heard Earth Spirit. You know, I wasn't looking at the screen the second. I just hear that lovely noise of him getting drafted, and I just get excited. I mean, we got ourselves a Grandmaster Earth Spirit player. They all are. Versus a Grandmaster Morphling. Definitely some real specialist heroes where having that experience puts it into the next level. Ooh, that snipe on that range creep. Oh, he's so good.
Love to see that. Yeah, down bottom, they're going to be trying to deal with that pressure coming from the Primal Beast, which is kind of interesting because you talk about the Earth Spirit. I was thinking that Desire might end up picking that himself. They decided to instead go for this Earth Spirit, which I think is sort of interesting because he had been looking really good on the position 4 Primal for a while, but instead feeling like they needed some more of that control, probably because you have this Lycan playing out of position 3 where you're sort of lacking some of those stuns.
Yeah, exactly. It used to be back in the day that Earth Spirit was like team fight in a single hero, so I always used to call him, but it's not quite as good anymore. It's down bottom, though. Looks like another one down for Spartan.
Tried to cook you away, but wasn't able to get out of there, and gonna have a TP back up and ready for when he does respawn, but still not a great start down bottom for the Snap.
Keeps leaving the lane.
Yeah, apparently.
He's just going in the jungle, you know?
Yeah, I heard that that's not a great thing to do. I don't know who said that.
I mean, the team's trying to help, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Oh. In the mid lane, another thing that we can kind of keep our eye on is this matchup of the Ember versus the Tiny. And actually, in spite of having that really good base damage on the Tiny, is going to be a little bit behind the Ember here. Of course, does get
Desire
harassed
dead?
a lot. Oh, God.
Okay,
No,
as long as he doesn't double back,
fine.
yeah. I didn't know how greedy he might get.
Well, Spartan trying to get out of there will manage to escape and survive at this time. So can't get that third kill onto Spartan, and in fact, he's just going to salve up. While playing underneath and behind the tower, Little Pleb trying to put the hurt here onto Skylark. But with Earth Spirit gone, this is a ton of XP going straight into the Lycan.
Yeah, it's all pretty safe as well. I mean, they come to farm under the tower as well, because it's not like he's going to punish the Morphling or the CM right now. But hey, it's like him getting some decent starts here. Pretty good last hits at 18. To be fair, though, Lil Pleb is at 28 right now. So, yeah, the total free farm for both the mid and safe laner of Ancient
Is he
Tribe.
dead? Oh, God. He just gets brought down. Dude, that was clean. Super clean. All right. I didn't think he was going down, but one last adaptive strike was barely enough damage. He had stick charges even.
Yeah, and then at the same time, they have to try and keep pulling. LeBron able to freeze the wolf, but he can't get Desire as well. So at least they get the wave back to the tower.
True.
But
Okay,
yeah,
well-
this is this is the hero who's supposed to like set the pace for your lineup. So if your Lycan starts slowing down, that's gonna be a bit of a problem. And they kind of have 2 heroes that can run into that issue in the Tiny as well. So far, Wish is still the most farm person on the team, but of course that Blink Dagger is vital to making things happen, because sometimes Tinies rely on a offlaner that does something at 6. And Lycan can with Helm and ulti, but it's not quite as like easy and instantaneous to do as like Amars, for example.
No, it definitely feels like it's going to be more on Desire needing to sort of set the tempo in this one as this Earth Spirit, finding either a pick off or some type of way to make a good fight happen. They will kick LeBron back a little bit here and trying to get some pressure on. Roll forward, gets him blocked off in the trees. The Wolves beating him down, and LeBron is going to go down. So a nice little play set up by Desire.
Yeah, still survives after as well. Skylark still last sitting.
Yeah.
So they finally get one on the board.
Very nice. And does have the second component of that Helm of the Dominator coming out right now. Oh, Spartan. Yeah, we've seen this story before. Tries to get out of there. Has a cookie. Needs to get to the high ground, but lifted in the midst of that cookie. So Spartan will end up being ran down.
Who's going to spam it? Come on. No, wrong one. Wrong line.
Oh, no.
Come on. I guess that only applies if the carry's dying, because that's the
true.
origin story, I believe. So maybe it's okay. As long as the support's dying and Nande's farming, it's going to be okay.
True. Well, speaking of, Nande taking some damage down here. Tries to go for the onslaught, but wasn't able to connect onto any Faceless Void there. So 6-minute mark has come and gone. Go ahead.
They were trying to do something. Oh no, they missed the scatter blast.
Maybe. Still a chance. Yeah, they got him surrounded. Evan in some trouble. Gets a bash. Lucky bash. Couple more punches, but it won't be enough. And this is the haste rune rotation. He got this at the 6-minute mark, so will kill one. Maybe going to get a second. Don't know if they can get Nande, but yeah, that is a easy rotation. That is very, very nice for them. Dude, if he gets him too, he has 12 stick charges. He also has Time Walk. So yeah, can't bring the kill to Faceless Void.
It's like you see 3 heroes surrounding a support, and you're like, well, surely they're dead. But they had wasted so many spells. So they were just missing. And then Void had already time blocked before as well. So like he couldn't close the gap instantly. And just all those little things adding up to the survival of the Rubik at a really bad turn. It's a 6 kills to 1, a 2k lead, a successful Ember rotation to start things off, and all 3 cores now leading the net worth chart for Ancient Tribe.
Yeah, I mean, this is the turnaround that they were sort of hoping with this changeup that they've had in their roster, trying to stave off elimination. And for Manaspa, I mean, they had such a good start to the season, having just lost a series recently, and now potentially going down a little bit in this game number 1 of this series. Could be a pretty big swing. Avalanche, but the lift to interrupt, and Wish can't get the track down there onto Primal Beast. Well, maybe.
He's got phase boots.
Does have stick charges too, but no, he's out of there. Okay. Don't look now, by the way, but Skylark, he's finished off his helm.
It's go time. He's got himself a little stompy centaur here. There's no mana though on this Tiny, so well, the one might be enough.
Oh, nice. It's enough. Well played. I mean, that needed everything to go right. And they got the silence out from Desire to ensure the kill. So now bringing numbers.
Silences, cookies, Centaur, everything. Absolutely needed for that one.
Interesting. Okay. Well, they tried to bring in the CM to slow down this push. Frostbite obviously great against creeps, but now CM is just going to get caught. LeBron in trouble, dies to Desire. I mean, this is pre-earned, but they're still getting so much done, and the mid tower is gone. So Naspa, in spite of being down, they may make some solid rotations.
It's a classic Lycan move, you know? The lane goes so-so because you're a Lycan. What can you really do? Unless your support somehow just starts like popping off and you're helping to get some kills. You're sort of just bringing creeps to the tower and farming, but then the helm pops up. You know, we've had days of mid Lycan even that would play this exact same way of trying to like instantly make stuff happen with the helm. And now mid again, even with the silence, not gonna be enough this time.
No, can't bring him down. Does ensure the haste rune as Spartan is gonna die down bottom. Or rather, ensures the regen rune for Tiny. And we'll probably see Skylark in the next couple of minutes try to ensure that top tier 1 tower also goes the way of Manaspa.
What's going on with our tomes right now? Dire's already got theirs out. Do they have it out in neither or 6? I think that is the case.
Yeah, I mean, Spartans had a rough game. It's not been easy for them.
I was the same with the Radiant as well. They also used their tome. Okay, so both teams used tome and didn't get 6 on their supports. That's impressive. Busy supports this game, you know?
Oh, yeah. Smoke up, a counter smoke play being made by Manaspa, seeing if they can catch them out. LeBron, MTD, right on top of Skylark, trying to kill. The root is there. Avalanche, toss, stomp, connection, but no follow-up damage. MTD looking okay. Slight dodges the stun and able to remnant out. So the turn coming out now and finding another, somehow Spartan dies in all of that. Here's the last support to show back up. Oh, and good silence to interrupt the pulverize. That's going to make sure that Wish gets out of there.
They bring all their numbers. Skylark barely escapes after the Morphling uses the ulti copy onto the Tiny, but it's still not quite enough damage. It'll just flee through the trees, so... Big rotation, get a kill, kind of even all the way around. I guess the main thing is that Face's Void is still just farming, and we're still just lying in wait for when this Chrono might pop up, because it is a great Void game, obviously, with it being the last pick. Nice combo there from Desire to get the spacing.
Oh, maybe in range, just barely, but the Onslaught for the turn and stolen Avalanche, trying to bring down Wish. Can they kill him off in time? Yes. The Chrono does eventually come out. It's going to take down Heaven, trying to bring down MTD after. I don't think that's going to work. The Remnant, or rather the Chain's going to connect onto Desire, and MTD picks up, actually denies the DD rune with the Wolves.
He has no remnants.
At level 6, MTD trying to dodge it. Slight dodges one of the gloves. The gloves, oh, his aim. Oh, that aim. Oh, that was a little rough.
He got hit up the aim trainer. You know, this guy, he hasn't been hit up CSGO lately, that's for sure.
Jeez.
Hit scan only. That's what it is, you know.
True. They managed to get out of there at the end with Wish, or rather at MTD.
So we've taken one tower in this game, I believe. I feel like only one tower has even really been pressured with that one move mid. And other than that, it's just been kind of everyone hanging out here. Getting some farm on your Morphling. You feel happy about that? Maybe finding a free pick on Desire? Sure, why not? And then bottom, same story with the Faceless Void. Pretty big gap in their net worths, though. Well, Pleb, kind of huge.
It's true. Yeah, he's had a nice little time, and that's in spite of the Midas. Or perhaps because of. Not really sure about that one. But we'll be getting a lot of levels on that Void, if nothing else.
Manaspa, they're just waiting for the blink on Tiny, really. You know, that's when Witch's business is there. And so the odds slightly favoring Ancient Tribe at the moment.
Esportsbet.io favoring what's been going on in this game. And, you know, I can't really blame them that much. I think there is a little bit of a worry still for me of, like, how they deal with this Helm of the Overlord that's coming out for Skylark.
Yes.
I think he's had a really good game.
I have the exact same feeling right now. I think that Desire just, you know, he's got the power in this game. Some good jump-ins, create chaotic fights, lead in with the Overlord. MTD, though.
Pops the ulti. Trying to force them back here. Does have the Hurricane ready to go. Instead, they go immediately. Abba toss onto the creep. It's gone. Wish now can't really do anything. Waiting for the counter initiation to come out from Desire, but won't need to go for it.
It's a very sickly looking wolf.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
He's all green.
Blech. That is a weird one. I didn't know that was one of the things you could copy that gets special.
You know, the more you learn from these Arcana progress. Apparently he's only level 37, so...
Yikes. Nade was like 2 seconds away from having Chrono ready, and now has to pop Chrono, has the cookie, wants to bring down LeBron.
Oh, that's a lot of heroes.
In the midst of it, into Pulverize. Oh, man. That series of events from Manaspa, it's going to be hard to look back at that replay.
But Morphling's dead, so, you know, ups and downs.
How did that happen?
I believe it was Desire into Earth Spirit damage, by the looks of it here. You know, you get the stun, you get the silence. Danada. He's dead.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And that's all before the blink. Now it is there on which it's been delivered, so should make that even easier. Of course, then the Morphling starts to tend to respect a little bit more with the HP pool, but with a tiny and an Earth Spirit and the overwhelming amount of stun, it might not be enough for you to like farm at a decent pace while also staying safe from that burst potential. So hopefully that's going to be something that can get Manaspa a little bit back into this game, because I can just feel Skylark being like, guys, just stop. Like, where's my Homely Overlord? Like, just, all right, here it comes.
Yeah.
Now we can fight.
Yeah, I kind of, I mean, it definitely has been a little bit rough for them in the past couple of minutes here. And just like not perfectly in sync with their timings and their abilities. But now it does feel like it might be that moment when things could start to go a little better for them. The unfortunate problem is that now Late Chrono's down, Kisses are down. They're about to be back up. Maybe they can make something happen around the Earth Spirit and the Blink.
It gets a little bit more tankability here. They get the full wrap all the way around here. The D ward. That's going to let Desire know what's up right now.
Ooh. Hey. Yeah, it gets out of harm's way. Does not want to stick around there that much longer.
Yeah, they're going to dodge until Chrono and Kisses are back up. Kisses are there now, but Chrono not for another 47. So, liking away. And that BKB, though, ooh, that is rough. Primal Beast BKB is going to be a bit of a problem for them, I would say. Not the guy you want to Chrono.
No. No, and maybe you just catch everybody in the Chrono. Oh, okay. That was Chrono stolen. I think Kevin still dies here. Likewise, though, Spartan is going to go down to the Primal
Avalanche.
Beast. And, okay, LeBron just pops ulti, able to
He
run
Shadow
away.
Amulet. Oh, he smoked.
Hell,
Oh, he's
he
so good.
gets out of there. He survives. The chase on the other side. Wish is in trouble. They're dropping one by one. Wish throws out a huge avalanche, but the toss and then the blink away, it won't matter. Wish is going to go down. Okay, Ancient Tribe just completely cooked him there.
It's really funny because I was looking at his Arcana progress and I was thinking, oh, he won't have the green Chrono. So there you go. Proof
Yeah.
that is still functioning. Oh,
Wow.
Okay. Yeah. Did not expect him to live. Very well done. Had the Shadow Amulet, had the smoke, so he's able to get away from those units just trying to chase him down. Quick thinking there to burn that. And unsuccessful rotations here. But hey, you know, they still have their own Chrono. They have a Lycan, Helm of the Overlord. Surely they're looking for Roche pretty soon. The Kisses come back up pretty soon, just a minute away. They can maybe establish some territory up here. Try and fight the Vision battle. They know there's a ward on that pillar. Because they watched Desire do the, they watched LeBron do the de-warding and the warding.
Right. It's just one of those things where, to me at least, it feels so rough. Because there was like, I mean, this move right here, right? They're going on in to just try and secure Roche, and I like this play. But I feel like if they would have just dodged for like 2 minutes, they could have made this happen without being down 3k gold, you know?
Yeah. I mean, this feels very forced, right? Because I feel like they have to do this right now, but they're going to get away with it.
Does look like that is going to happen. Rubik is
Yeah,
incredibly
he
farmed,
has
and
Avalanche.
actually, they managed to find LeBron, so an easy pick off there. Yeah, the Rubik steal, having this ready is really going to prove to be a problem. Even if they chrono somebody, like, you know, Faceless Void's not going to have easy, unrestricted access, just punch people.
Yeah, it really is the new Fisher. I don't know. It feels like such an incredible steal to get when you're playing as Rubik.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Both heroes, both players rather trying to pull the wave over to the side, but it's Nande who is just going to farm up that stack now. Picking up some items along the way, and a Philosopher's Stone gathered for the Ancient Tribe. So that's going to be another nice one for him. Avalanche tries to get away. Not going to happen. Nande, he has Chrono. MTD, he just drops it. I don't think this is enough. Maybe with the roll. Silence tries to bring him down. No. He gets some separation, tries to walk away. LeBron goes down on the other side. It is not enough. Although with the rest of the team coming in, it might be enough now. So they run everybody at him, manage to find the kill onto that Ember. It was Chrono used, but still a nice kill.
Yeah, that was very good confidence, though, honestly, because I would not have thought that was going to work. Like, I thought for sure that guy was going to get away. But they wrapped all the way around. They have the movement speed from the Lycan to keep up. He burns his ulti to ensure it's going to happen. And this is what they need, right? They're trying to get some presence on the map using this Aegis right now. That is the goal. LeBron's going to find Skylark right now without an ulti. He's just hunting him. Team, come on. Get him.
The rest of them coming on in. And yeah, they make enough space. They buy enough time. Skylark goes down. LeBron making the moves for his squad, getting kills while Radiant have Aegis.
That is actually so funny that a level 8 CM just like gets you killed, you know?
Yeah.
She has no items. She's Windlace and Tranquils, but I mean, when you don't have ultis like it and you have this like army in this zoo, you're just like Crystal Novaing and calling for the team.
Easy peasy. Well, Aegis is there, but you can see how strong Ancient Tribe feel, even in spite of that, willing to just step up onto their high ground, take away their Ancients. And, I mean, that's going to be kind of annoying, too, because it means they can't get a Helm of the Overlord hero.
Oh, he's TPing down bottom instead. He's going for it. He will find the Thunderhide. You know, they might be in the knowledge.
They literally are doing that. Oh, that's awesome. No, he takes
like
the
players. They want one thing, and it's disgusting. You know, this is how they are.
Dude, this ward about to expire. It saw Skylark. They had full vision there. Nande off to the side. Chrono 35 seconds away. They just run at and kill Skylark again. BKB already out. Desire silence onto a couple. MTD doesn't have a remnant to get away too easily, so he is going to drop here. As the chase comes out, they take down 3. And Lil Pleb turns on to Wish. He's still sticking around. Let the Primal Beast in the area. They get the onslaught through, trying to kill off Wish. The toss comes out, but Lil Pleb's still living.
5 seconds
Toss
on Chrono.
forward, hoping to do this. Lil Pleb needs to be careful. Primal under control for the moment. And Nande, they're just going to go for the Avatos kill. Waveform's back in.
The Pleb,
Chrono's
dude.
there. They had him ready. Oh my God, dude. That was the perfect fight for Manaspa.
He tried to waveform in and toss out the Primal Beast or something. I'm not sure. I think that's what he was trying to do, but what do you think you were going to die anyway?
Oh.
Why did
That
he
one
go
hurts.
back in?
I mean, he just must not have had the perfect numbers on the Chrono. They like went into that fight thinking like Chrono's down, and then it lasted so long. Oh, that hurts.
Yes, replay. I mean, this was pretty good, right? There's only the 2 heroes left. You're like getting some damage. You're like, okay, this looks okay. And then you start to realize, oh, we don't have the damage. I didn't get a tiny. My bad. Sorry, bro. You're on your own. Bye. But then he just, like, I think he was...
Maybe just trying to get a pick off onto Wish.
But he had no mana. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what his plan was. Maybe he thought he had the Aegis. Maybe he was confused.
That makes sense.
Oh, nuts. I thought that ultimate orb was the Aegis.
And
blurry vision.
I mean, the scary thing now is that it was such a big lead for Ancient Tribe. That type of a swing the other direction suddenly sets up to be like in a really spooky position over the next couple of minutes. Although taking the fight now as the Aegis is expiring and no Chrono, this is like the dream, I think, in a way.
No steal yet. Yeah, no steal yet on Rubik, though. So they're still looking for something good.
Yeah, they send in the Wolves, and that scouts out everything, and now they have to sort of play it a little bit more safe.
All right, what does Heaven need? Like, what's the good steal to just grab before these engagements? I guess it really is just Avalanche, honestly. I will say, I really don't like playing versus Earth Spirit as Rubik, because, like, his spells are just the worst.
Yeah. Well, interesting. Wish. Aghanim Scepter done, too. Yeah, I agree. The Earth Spirit stuff is pretty annoying. I think you can steal Stone Remnant with the Shard, and that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Because then you get, like, some free wards, but pretty bad.
when you're digging deep, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, maybe he gets eggs, you know? Then you can just entomb your allies.
There it is.
Or foes.
And then they just sit there because you don't have any other spells.
Yeah. It's quality stuff here. They're going to trade some pressure on top for some pressure on mid. No one's actually hitting that mid tower, though.
Right.
They're just kind of hitting the jungle. A little bit too afraid of what could happen, I guess, with Chronos and everything.
Yeah.
Will they come home when the wolf hits their door, though?
That's a good point. That's a good question. I think the thing that feels really bad for Ancient Tribe is like when you lose that fight like that into Chrono and then you can't make something happen afterwards. Pretty rough.
Feels like Nixa hasn't had a real chance with his blink on this Primal Beast, you know?
Yeah.
He's like waiting for his moment.
Team? Okay. Tower down to 900 HP. I think they go again with this creep. I mean, why not? Can even throw the frenzy if they want to onto the catapult. Or just take it down. Spartan steps up, spams out the wave, does some good damage. The creep is going to die. Nobody gets the bounty, though.
This Chrono has to be pretty clutch, though, because, like, we have BKB now fresh on Ember. The BKB is still 8 seconds on Primal Beast, yeah. And Morphling also will have a Scotty pretty soon, and that's when, you know, it kind of feels like you need the Chrono to kill him. So, to me, it feels like it's going to come to a point where they sort of need Chrono, or they just have to have Wish, like, be really accurate with the tree volley, or they might be a little bit low on the damage.
Right. Yeah, that's fair. I think that probably anybody that gets Chronoed, though, even if they get BKB off, dies to the tree volley.
Yes.
It's
yeah,
so
100%.
much damage.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that.
God. I hate Tiny Axe playing against it, man. Oh, my God.
It's so
Feeling
funny,
in the
though, when
world.
you're a support and it literally just one-shots you with the crit. Like, they get Daedalus or something.
Yeah, really funny. It's
Dude,
really funny.
I don't know. I've had some games where I can't help but laugh. I'm just like, man, I'm like trying to defend the high ground. This one, you know, giant birch tree just comes flying to my face and I die. Like, well, what can you do, you know? It's...
Wrap around. Looking for a target. They get the ward down immediately. Pulverizes out onto the Faceless Void. Not even gets the time walk off. And then the Chrono onto everybody. Oh, God. And the kisses come landing down. It was so close to perfect. And then it was just really bad. Oh,
that was it?
Man. That hurts. That one hurts, Trent. Jeez. And MTD is just out of mana now. Is he going to get body blocked? Is he dead? Oh, dude, say it ain't so. Remnants to get away. Yeah, and he's out of there.
Would you like to know? It was 51 health. That's how low.
Oh, man. That one feels bad.
That is crazy. That Chrono was pivotal. They need that Chrono, I think, to win that fight. If he dies, like, that's a total rundown. The game's back in their hands. They just gotta make sure they don't lose too much more here, because like they can feel they can still fight, especially without Chrono.
Yeah. Need to be careful. And they get one. Desire goes down, and they're not going to chase for any further. Probably the right decision. Roche is back up, and man, Skylark is close to AC now. What a turnaround for Manaspa.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
God, think about how different that goes if that if Faceless Void dies at the start. It's a completely different game.
Yeah, 100%. There's no way they lose Rax. Probably pick up at least 1 or 2 more kills. And now they're gonna feel pressured to do something about this Roche. Well, what
Take
can
a
you
look
do?
at
And here's
this.
the replay here too. And yeah, oh, you look. We even got the Faceless Void highlighted. Let's just see. Oh, how low can you go? How low? Oh.
Who was missing? Who wasn't there?
And he also only got the steal onto the time walk too.
Yikes.
So, sir,
Did he
in the
have
game,
Fable?
the
Whoa,
game,
MTD?
yeah, he just got tree volley. They tried the Roche.
Yep. Okay. All right. Cookie to break it. Desire gets out. Dude, Ancient Tribe. Oh, it feels bad for Ancient Tribe. They hurl the fireball, the ice firebomb. It hits them. The avalanche, the tree volley, dead again. Finding more and more. LeBron, nowhere left to go for him. And, I mean, I don't even know at this point. Skylark's going to run down the Rubik. He does manage to get out of there. Has the time walk ready. But, yeah, that one feels bad.
Yeah, I'll talk about Rubik not liking being versus Earth Spirit. Morphling, though, kind of hype. Remember when it was bugged before
Yeah.
and you just had unlimited stones? That was awesome.
That's crazy. I don't remember that.
That was a good time. Yeah, you could just throw stones everywhere.
Jeez. Well, Trent, the Golden Glove appears to have paid off in this one for Manaspa. If he didn't have those levels, you know, he would have died in that chrono, or before they
That's
got
right.
the chrono off.
Because you can't buy stats with that gold. Nope.
Nope.
That's crazy.
Definitely not.
That's quality. Quality stuff.
Well, the tier 3 tower and the first Rax has dropped up top and ready to make another push now. Skylark AC done. Wishes disgusting Aghanim Scepter with the Chrysalis is done. Going into the Daedalus next. And I don't know if they even need a Chrono now to make this work. I'm going to be completely real about it.
Just, hit your spells as Tiny. Life's pretty good.
Yeah.
Someone should be planting trees for him, though, you know? Like, Desire,
Oh,
put
true.
that smoke away. Get some ironwood branches out. You guys should be making a forest out here for the siege.
Hyundai has the Chrono ready. Oh, do
Speaking
they
of which-
waste it on LeBron? Oh, silence. He's dead. Yeah, he's mega dead. And now coming in, ready for the Chrono. Oh, that was not what they wanted.
Nope.
Time dilation stolen. Lil Pleb gets a kill. So tries to get ran down. The Glimmer Cape keeping him alive, though, and now they've gone a bit too far. But LeBron, he is going to die. Throw out Gleipnir, control on Nande. He gets out of there. It's the 2-hero stun from the Centaur Conqueror. And I think Manaspa should survive through this. They buy back on one. Oh my God, Wish. The turn. He's gone. He does way too much damage. Tries to find that finish onto the Ember. That's only Aegis down. And now everybody else starting to drop. Lil Pleb gets the waveform away. And another avalanche comes out. Another couple punches. Tries to get out of there. Wish triple kill for the Tiny. Finds himself a rundown on the Ember buyback, and that should probably be the game as Manaspa able to make a come from behind play happen and just pull this one out of there.
You know, there's two ways for Faceless Void to help with the tree volley. He can chrono them, or he can be chased by a bunch of them. And then either way, it's just complete and utter obliteration. As you can see there, the deforestation killing the planet and Ancient Tribe at the same time.
Ooh. Feels rough, man. Hey, buyback. Looking for the toss back. He tosses his own illusion. Wish in some trouble. Cookie out. Glimmer not going to keep him alive. So Lil Pleb not willing to give up yet. 12,000. Is he thinking about going back in there? He's crazy. So they did take down Wish. That's a pretty big kill. 1,500 gold in total handed over, and Lil Pleb was the one that got it.
Helpful after the buyback.
Yeah.
Of course, now if he dies, they're in pretty big trouble. But the game did not end. In fact, they haven't even lost another lane of racks. So
yeah.
Never leave lane on 5.
Jesus.
That's right, Wish.
Oh.
Was that cute?
And yeah, we're at 4% right now. What a turn. Ooh, I love it when you get all those bounty runes after staying on one side of the map for forever.
All right, Ancient Tribe. How do you do this? Probably beats the thing about Ags. There's a lot of lines down bottom here, I believe, from Wish talking about this lane. I think he wants someone else to push this. He's hard to understand.
Yeah.
Attack bottom tier 3. I just don't understand what he wants.
Negative. I think somebody said, hey, we can go on them. Oh, positive. Positive, they can't go on him. Oh, negative. Negative, they can't go on him. Wish is not going to be happy. Wish is not going to be best pleased. Ande running back and forth. Nope, they get 2 kills. Never mind. Wish is happy. Wish is very happy. I thought it was going to be a turn, but it was not, Trent.
He likes to play it safe, you know.
True.
I'm just curious where Wish is going right now.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. The bottom lane.
Yeah.
He really has a lot of issues with these towers. He's very upset by this. Of course, not everyone on your team can, like, 3-shot them. So, you know, they're a little more hesitant to do this.
True.
Man doesn't even walk up to the wave. Yeah, he's just chucking trees.
Some big plays there. 34 minutes in and a 15,000 gold lead. We did not get to see the wolf bite this game, unfortunately. It's instead been a little bit more of just that traditional build from Skylark, which again makes sense. It's been really solid.
Oh wait, hold on though. We have the Morphling Ags.
Ooh.
So, what happens if he becomes Earth Spirit? Can we do? Am I crazy?
He gets it's status resistance for him, but you should get.
You would get the enchant remnant, right?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
I always forget how it works now because they changed a bunch of them.
Morphling and Rubik, man, those heroes are just.
I know.
Silly.
Guess we'll find out.
The other thing, though, is that it's kind of a bad game for it because you don't get the agi from anybody, right? I guess the Faceless Void, so that's going to be one person that you could switch into, and that might be kind of cool, actually. Getting the jump damage from the time lock, but he also has to contend with Howl, which is super annoying against a Morphling. Roll in, misses onto everybody. Lift, pulverize. Sire kicked away. BKB roll out. LeBron Dota popping the ulti, trying to kill off the big creeps. Does manage to, but then gets brought down by Spartan with the snipe. And now the pulverize, or excuse me, the onslaught into the kill on Desire. So a trade
Stolen
of 1
kisses
for 1
as well. Big
Not
spell.
bad.
Lopleb holding the ulti that whole fight as well.
Interesting.
So you're taking that trade.
Maybe.
4%? Maybe. 5% up. Value's going up.
We're seeing it happen. There's a chance now. Although there are creeps in the base hitting that little weird thing in the middle of the tier 4 towers, and one of the tier 4 towers is gone. So that's a little spooky. Yeah, LeBron gonna have to head back and help out against this. Although the catapults are still doing their damage. That is a good chunk of damage onto the tier 4 tower.
It's a tough fight, you know.
One last hit.
Well,
no, Cardi.
I mean, if you're an Aspa, you're just looking for free chrono picks. Ooh, tries to go for the steal here. Has the kisses still? Oh, he was intentionally just popping. Never mind. Because he still has kisses, so there's no way he's trying to steal.
True.
Never leave lane on 5. Never
God.
leave lane on
All right,
5.
that's nice. Like that. We got the Aghanims done on the primal.
He's been working on that for a long time.
It's all the pieces coming together. Roche capable of respawning in 7 seconds. And unfortunately for Ancient Tribe, their tier 4 towers are still being hit. There are creeps in the base, continuing to bring that one down. Gotta pause and think about that for a second now. Trent, do you know what you should never do?
What?
I don't know. Leave lane on 5.
Oh, I did know that.
Yeah, okay, good. I wasn't sure if you were just playing along there or what exactly. But yeah.
No, I was just double checking everything. I'm trying to think of all the morphling interactions that could happen here because you get the upgraded versions, but my source says it's only with the Ags now.
Okay.
Yeah, so like if Lycan has the Ag, or if Earth Spirit has Ags, then you would get the Enchant Remnant. But if he doesn't have the Ags, you don't get it anymore.
But he's probably going to want to switch into the Faceless Void to steal that Agi anyways, right?
Well, I mean, hey, you know, there's things like what if you got Wolf Bite because he had Ags, and then you could Wolf Bite someone. You see what I'm saying here?
Wolf Bite the Ember.
Or the
Wolf
Primal
Bite
Beast.
the Primal Beast. The Beast being bitten by a beast. Lil Pleb. He is disarmed. The cookie, dude, it is alive on no HP. Nande wanted to go there with that morph, but couldn't quite get close enough for it. And Roche a minute away. Wish. BKB down. Okay.
They're feeling very pressured, I feel like, when I was on this fight. I don't know. Like the quick BKBs, like they're trying to force something to happen here.
Yeah. MTD is going to run into Skylark.
Is Skylark just going to get away here?
Yeah, I think so.
Dude, he is lurking.
Dude, getting these wards out, they go in for the chrono. That's not the perfect chrono in the world, but it's pretty good to take down 2. Do have buyback on the CM, control onto Lil Pleb. He manages to jump out of there for the moment. Tries to go back and forth. Waveform in, waveform out. Still a ton of damage onto this poor old Morphling, but he gets the time walk to walk away.
Yeah, the stolen
BKB
stats.
down.
It helped save him in the chrono, too. It delayed the damage in the chrono since he got the morph halfway through the chrono.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Although with 3 dead, it feels pretty good for Manaspa right now. Because this is going to be a Roche for them.
Dire's middle tower is under
As it respawns right as they walk on in. And
Yes.
Yeah.
This is perfect, though. It has eggs. This is good for Morphling.
Okay, all right.
All right. Give it Skylark's running. He's getting it.
He's ready for this one. And yeah, it looks like Lil Pleb is going to try and move over, but the Roche already claimed. Can't get there in time to try and make any type of contest.
All right. Downside, Tiny gets wolf bitten now. Upside. Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Unfortunately, I don't know. There's nothing really that amazing, is it? For the Dire, like to have wolf bite, it's not really the same.
No, it doesn't feel that great.
Although the trample would be really funny. I mean, there is the 25% trample multiplier, and he has the talent.
He could wolf bite himself, right? I think you should be able to. Am I crazy?
I actually have no idea. I don't think so. It's only... No, that can't be right.
Can you self-cast?
Self-cast.
Sure.
It gives you 60% lifesteal.
You just like reach out your arm. Oh, that's good. I like that. I mean, whatever the case is, it just feels like they're not able to take advantage of these timings when Chrono is down. Every time Chrono has been down for the past like 25 minutes, Manaspa's just been free to do whatever they want in this game. And it's not Wish this time, but it is going to be Manaspa pushing down this bottom lane, making the call for it. And now, double Chrono, double the fun.
Yeah, that feels like just all they're waiting for the stamp of approval on this game.
Yeah.
What do we got? Cookie? Good steal. Good steal.
I like it.
They just need some tool, right? You just need an extra spell. You want to cheat it up a little bit here in this fight.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
Constantly cheat. That
Yeah,
seems
that's-
like
Radiant's
that's
the
what they
dream.
need to do.
under attack.
Okay.
Morphling's only almost 25?
Yeah. He's getting there. Wish. He is a wolf.
What is Spartan doing?
He is a wolf. Well, that is LeBron dead. He was getting some vision, and now the Chrono's down. They're going to try and kill off this Rubik. Godlike Nande's second Chrono finds the Primal Beast, and now the Aghanim's little pleb going to die. A triple kill for this Morphling. The buybacks come out in mass, but yeah, that feels bad.
Spartan's a god. You want vision? I'll give you vision. Blink High Ground has a flicker. Blink Force Staff Glimmer. He's like, if I die, I die. Doesn't even die in the end. Ooh, what a
Little
roll.
pleb, BKB out, tries to escape. He's in the tiny form, can't find anybody. Little pleb hoping, looking for anything in this world, but nothing is going to be gained for little pleb.
Just want some
He is going
trees.
to drop. And yeah, GG is called. 34,000 gold lead. I mean, Manaspa, they just playing really, really well.
Yeah, didn't start that well. I think it was like, 1 to 6 kills or something at the beginning, and then they just went mid and took that tower on that big fight with the Lycan Helm. No panic, and a good game to showcase why Lycan can be abused by teams and why he can be a good hero.
Yeah.
Some regions are not picking this hero at all. It's not being seen in the drafts whatsoever. Some regions are seeing it a little bit more. But just this idea of, like, I think when they were going high ground the first time, he was actually like the lowest XP core almost in the game. He was like level like 13 or something, but it didn't even matter because of that pressure he's able to put out because of the Helm the Overlord.
Right, and it sort of speaks to a different style of play that I think is pretty solid. He, as an offlaner, only did 15,000 damage to heroes, but 10,000 damage to structures. Just go hit those buildings, win the game, easy peasy. And on that note, we're going to head on back to the panel who are going to talk more about structural damage and other great things like that. Let's go to them.
Thank you very much, Lyrical and Trent. Yes, indeed, structural damage,
Love it.
Kezu. That's so important.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? I love structural damage. T, you want to tell me more about it?
Yeah, so I think structural damage, it's imperative in this series, because if Ancient Tribe are to lose, they're going to have structural damage to their roster once again, because they're most likely going to be in the bottom 2. So not only does this series killing the Ancient matter, but also for Ancient Tribe, they need to start getting better at defending their structures, both roster-wise and in-game.
Indeed,
Beautiful.
but they say a good defense is a good offense is a good defense or something like that. But you know, there was a window. They won the laning phase pretty hard on the side of Ancient Tribe, but weren't able to really turn into anything else. So why was that, T?
Oh, back to me again. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, so no, I'll take it. It's all good. So yeah, Ancient Tribe. It's like this Primal Beast lane, they got so many kills in it, and I just think after that, when they got picked up to the BKB, well, didn't really connect everyone in the perfect way to get off the kills. And then like Morphling tried to join some fights and wasn't like executing as cleanly as Lil Pleb used to. And then like we just saw the tail end of that highlight in the jungle. They're jumping this void, he lives on 1 HP. So I feel like after Ancient Tribe's like sloppy entry to the mid game, when they tried to clutch things out, they just weren't there together. And I think Manaspa, they claimed this victory based on their ability to play as a team from, you know, minute 12 to the end of the game pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much. Big comeback from them with a nice chrono. Nice chrono, yeah. I mean, I threw the first question to Kezi, but he immediately threw it away. So, you know, I just...
I got punished.
He's not allowed it. That's a good point.
I got punished for handing it to you. God damn it.
You did.
So back
you
to
did.
me, yeah, no worries.
Discipline.
So I actually really liked how Nande... No, joke.
Kezi, talk to me about Nande. What did you really like about Nande?
Let's see. I mean, I think the fact that he realized that he has to carry this game, because I think his team was putting on some pretty heavy feeding in the early game. Like his lane partner, Spartan, I think, was going on some like triple quad feeding in the early game, which can happen, but it shouldn't really. But overall, his item build, once again, I think the way he played, I don't know with how many deaths Nande ended. Yeah, it was just 1, so... I would say that this guy, you know, we've talked about it before. He's pretty good, but Ancient Tribe, they're just a bit sloppy, like in this mid game. I don't think they should have been ahead this far, but they were. So you need to like take that and build it into more. But then eventually I think they just chilled. Then they did a move and they slaughtered that old move. Like they messed up real bad.
Yeah. Do you feel like that kind of lack of cohesion could be something to do with bringing the new player in, that kind of business?
I mean... Oh, damn. Yeah, it could be.
Sorry. Ring. That's
the
the new
bass
player.
player.
That's the new player calling. You know. Yeah. Don't think it's the cohesion problem. No, I think honestly, to be fair, this Primal Beast, he slaughtered the laning phase, and if anything, he should be the one calling for his team to rally around him and to take the fight to the rest of the map. But I feel like maybe he was too scared and wanted to join in with everyone else. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like some of the calls as well in Ancient Tribe just don't feel too good. Like they're going for this second Roshan attempt, and there's just one tree volley which pretty much kills off the Ember. Like there's these small things that Ancient Tribe are doing that just doesn't feel good, and it's hard to pinpoint who's making the calls and whatnot. But yeah, it's a bit awkward.
It is indeed. But going back to Manaspa, who do we feel like is deserving of the MVP, Kezi? Who are you going to award that highest of accolades to?
I mean, I feel like I have 2 options. It's either the one that travels through time, or it's the Stone Man, because he threw a lot of trees, which did a lot of damage. I'll just go with Nande, because I like Faceless Void more as a hero.
Okay, all right, good a reason as any. Let's put Nande on the board as our MVP for this game. Some nice big chronos coming out in this game, and even the ones that weren't that big, he was still able to get in and deal the damage. Whilst the Tiny dealt with the other problems they had, which was towers and damage as well. So, you know, going to work, nice 1-2 combination. I also feel like Desire deserves a little mention as well for just kind of going in and getting the vision. It's a really nice combo with the Faceless Void. I like seeing that one in action, where he could kind of just roll into the fights, not really being too worried, knowing that he's just giving the Void the vision to get off these big chronos too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just a big fan of Nande's performance in this game. Like, there's some Void players who would just overplay their hand. Like, with the early game being so poor, some players be like, okay, I need to join the fight, I need to do this stuff. But you see from his stats, he's just playing a really calm game. XPM through the roof, GPM through the roof. Like, he just chills in bot lane, he buys his Midas, he goes Maelstrom, he moves top. He's just like, you know what? If the kills come to me, I'll take them. And if they misplay, I'll be there. But unless those things don't happen, I'm playing my own little mini game. And I think with Manaspa, you need to do that on a carry, because if you have a carry player that joins in the Manaspa logic, you could be out of the game in 20 minutes because you just fumbled it with some over-aggression. But I think having Nande on the team and finding that balance and his own greed sometimes, having his own playstyle, I like that a lot. So, no, it's cool to see. This was a refreshing game from Manaspa. Previous games, this Void would be deep behind tier 3s and they're just screaming at them. So I like the fact that this is like a calm down game for them at least.
It is, yeah, very, very relaxing Zen game indeed, and that's gonna put them off to a great start in this series for Manaspa as they're able to turn it around and get the win. And don't forget about our sponsor for the Division 2 and Division 1, in fact, for this region, and it is, of course, esports.io. So if you're interested, head over there, and you can get yourself a risk-free bet up to $100 USDT, which is crypto, will be refunded to you if you lose your first bet. So that's pretty nice. If you wanna do that, then if you want more information about it, head over to the Discord. Of course, it's all the information you can get in there, as of course esportbet.io. So check that out if you're interested. And we're gonna be throwing it over to a break, after which we shall be back with a second match of the series. We'll see you in a minute.
They're behind.
I dip.
Can you cancel the same multi or no?
Bravo, Nande. Kill them all, guys.
Oh my god. More.
I silence him straight.
This guy?
Look, Rubik. Oh, he jumped. Take this.
Go never.
Okay, heal a little bit.
Kill him.
Rommel.
Why the fuck you lie? Why you always lie?
Go lost. Shut the fuck up. Go lost.
And welcome back to the Western European DPC. Oh my god, what is...
Got it.
It's a bug on camera.
Take it away.
Jesus, you okay, T? That thing looked enormous.
It was big boy. It was, oh god. I like
not
to be fair
okay.
though. No, I don't really like bugs or creepy crawlies, to be fair. And then my partner just goes, oh, can I show it, please? Can I show it? I'm like, oh god, no.
At least it rang before it came into your house, I guess. That was very polite.
That's true. Please, can I enter the building?
Can I come and catch you?
And now we're gonna just yeet it out the window.
Well, yeah, T's scared, but hopefully Ancient Tribe aren't too scared coming into the second game, especially as the odds actually aren't as bad as perhaps I would have thought coming into the second one. But yeah, Ancient Tribe really need to kind of pull things together with their new offlaner, you know, make it work, start getting some dubs, because it is looking a little bit scary for them. What I want to ask is, how do you think they measure up to Water and Enjoyers and Bold at the moment? Because you can look either way with this team. You can look at the top or you can look at the bottom, I think.
I mean, for me, I would say that Water and Enjoyers are actually the strongest of the three teams. At least I feel like performance-wise, they've shown me like the most strength, and they don't seem as volatile. Whereas like Ancient Tribe and Team Bald, I don't know what I'm gonna get. You know, I might watch, I might get a banger, I might get a slapping where they lose in like 10 minutes. But with Water Enjoyers, they've got a bit more, I don't know, they seem more stable to me.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, let's see how this one goes down as we jump into the draft for game number 2 of Monaspa versus Ancient Tribe. And this time around, we're going to get the Lina and the Broodmother banned out by Ancient Tribe. Monaspa going to get rid of the Batrider and the Train Protector, and now Monaspa will open things up with the Death Prophet. So taking it in a slightly different direction than the first pick Lycan of last game.
So Monaspa with the first with Death Prophet. They've done this quite a lot. They did it against D2 Hustlers. They like to round out this opening with a Primal Beast often, so I wouldn't be surprised if Ancient Tribe cover this with some Tusk or Tiny +1 potentially. Okay, they're going Rubik. Okay, sure. The reason why I was leaning more towards the other options was you want to have a hero that just annoys the Primal Beast, but then again, they might not even respect this hero, and also Monaspa might not even want to pick it. We'll see.
Yeah, they might even want to go in that direction. We shall see indeed. I do like this combo though. I like this quite a lot. I think the Rubik is a great pairing with the Leshrac. You know, the Shard is a very nice little... Look at the tiny mug he's got, a little espresso mug. Adorable. Apologies. The Shard is very nice with Leshrac. It's cool. You can throw him into places, basically turn him into a grenade. I like it. It's Pog.
I mean, I would say Rubik is just a chill hero. You see DP. I feel like Monaspa have played similar matchups because they first picked DP like 8 times already, where they've played it into the Lesh multiple times before. And okay, they're gonna just take a cheeky piece. They've definitely, during these last couple days, they've talked about these summon heroes, that's for sure. You don't just randomly first phase Lycan and then next game you close a phase with Beast. It is a good Beast pick, but it definitely shows that they've talked about these heroes over the last couple days.
I can give you the mind of Spartan if you want, right? Okay, so my experience of DPC Spartan...
you're dead. You died in game. You have to wait 10 seconds. Now you can continue.
I just brought it back. All right, all good. So basically what happens is they always start DPC with Zoo. Then they get beaten and it's like, okay, we can't pick Zoo. We need to actually reinvent ourselves. Then they lose. And then they go, wait a second, what are we good at? Zoo. And this time around, they started the DPC not really playing Zoo, losing. And then they're like, wait a second, what are we doing? And it's always the same point. In any Spartan DPC run with Skylark, there's always going to be that eureka moment where they're like, wait a second, we played Zoo! And yeah, I feel like they've had that moment at least, and here we are. Of course, they've been trying it out throughout the DPC, but this is the most prevalent of examples when it is the Lycans, the Beastmasters, not these DPs and stuff that they're doing, or Enigmas,
kind
or
of
Visage.
Sad. It feels like the moral of this story is that you can never truly change yourself, and you're always destined to be the person who you kind of always were.
What can you do?
That's been the biggest issue. I think Spartan as a player, he's always been very aggressive, and one day he will find himself as a player that can go from aggression to not so aggressive, and that'll be the day Monaspa go to Division 1.
Damn.
Yeah, that easy, huh?
Yeah, to be fair, you know, Dota's a pretty scripted game, so we already know the storylines for this DPC all the way up until TI.
That's
and
true.
yeah, I flicked to the Spartan chapter, and it's like really fun, entertaining player to watch. but will lack that 2% needed to really make it. So
That's true.
yeah,
That's true. I'm very excited for
yeah.
Bold's turnaround run here in the Division 2 as well, where they come in and then manage to make it to the Lima Major on a technicality and win it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I think
gonna that's a
Sumo's
good
playing
story.
for them next season. Yeah.
It's gonna be good fun. All right, let's talk about some of these bans. So Manaspa, they're gonna pick Zoo and then they're gonna ban Zoo. So they don't want any Zoo against their Zoo. Let's calm down, guys. Let's not have an entire menagerie in this game. But no, these two heroes, I guess they can steal Beastmaster's heroes. Is that what they're worried about?
The Ench ban?
The Ench and the Lycan, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Ench is like just a lane encounter, whereas Lycan, I feel like Lycan is a bit more for the DP, kind of the zero hate summons and being ran at. So perhaps they want to be the ones
yeah.
running at the enemies, not the other way around. And I mean, other than that, just seems kind of like a couple of chill bans, a couple of summons, and that's it. Definitely, I mean, they're definitely addressing that Ancient Tribe have a new offlane player and the type of heroes he is playing.
Yeah, Manaspa aren't letting that one go undetected, under the radar. They've done their homework. They're good boys.
I don't know. I'm just looking at Manaspa's opening, and it's just like, it's just your mid and your offlane, isn't it? There's nothing cool about it. It's just this is gonna be our playstyle from the get go. So for Ancient Tribe, I think they need to flex this Lesh to mid. Otherwise, they are going to have an issue where it's like they're trying to do some Lesh carry, which is a very Division 2 thing, running into the overwhelming grouping of a 5-man Manaspa, which they already wanted to do with their first 2 opening picks. So I think this Beast pick, even though it shows 2 cores, it is preventing the flexibility of Leshrac a little bit from second pick.
I mean, I would say that I would definitely prefer the Lesh to go mid. I feel like there's also a very high chance you have some... I'm a bit surprised that they only banned these Zoo heroes and not like any of the prevalent ranged heroes that, first of all, DP hates to play against, but it's similar with like Beast. So like some 18 Drow Ranger could be pretty cool. It would also help your Lesh later. So I hope that now for Manaspa, I have seen him play like this double melee lane last game, which, you know, I understand it can work, but I would also kind of like a range for a bit more. I think for now you should look to help the Beast a little bit and get some of the damage. Because for now, the damage output is kind of awkward. Yeah, never mind. They're just going to do the same thing.
Shaker.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Like with these guys, with these specific players as well, they'll always just go for the stuff. As T was saying, they've always done it. They've always played it. It is just tried and tested throughout the ages. All the way back to Ad Phenom days. What a throwback.
All right. Too soon. So Shaker's actually a pretty cool hero in this scenario. Because like Undying, I mean, it's... Anyways, so Undying's...
Anyways,
I don't know, I'm just vibing. So yeah, Shaker's really good at like resetting lanes. And like Undying always wants to play near you, right? So I think Shaker's a pretty cool idea on that regard. And now it's like you pick Undying Drought, right? This is a lane that's meant to always be holding the wave in front of their tower, chasing down heroes. And now Shaker, all he has to do, double fizz your first wave, grab the second, third wave. You're never going to play this lane properly. So in theory, Ancient Tribe shouldn't really be able to get the kills that this lane needs to thrive. And I'm really looking at LeBron now. Like, is he going to keep the hard camp open? Will he be able to drag their wave to connect the waves? Like, he needs to play a really smart laning phase here. Otherwise, I can see this Shaker unlocking Beastmaster's game through getting passive farm outside of the lane itself.
And, you know, the last game, they did have problems in the laning phase. It didn't go smoothly. That was the one point in the game where it looked like they were going to let it slip out of their hands, but they held it together. Okay, so these lanes looking much easier for Manaspa?
I mean, bottom lane, they need to look to, like, cheat their way through the lane, as T was saying, which I think is not a big problem. You're just gonna, like, pull some waves. The only thing I don't like is that I feel like Beast Earthshaker, they have a bit of trouble throughout the game. Like, they don't really sync up very nicely. They both want to, like, occupy and have a lane at some point. When Beast has Dom, you're like, you're a level 2 Fisher. When you have, like, Overlord, hopefully you have a Blink at that point. So, laning stage should be okay, but I'm a bit more worried that I just kind of like the first 4 picks of Ancient Tribe more, at least as of right now.
Okay, just need to see that big team fight offlaner coming out for Ancient Tribe to really round this out, really get every ingredient in the pot here. Meanwhile, Manaspa, They're moving towards the Nature's Prophet, so this will be their carry pick. Kind of crazy that it got all the way through. This is a very highly contested hero, but not something which Ancient Tribe were worried about, apparently.
It's a pretty PogChamp hero in this game. It's gonna be great to, like, I mean, we know that this team just wants to kind of run at you, so for now it also really fits with the draft. It helps your Beastmaster a lot, it can help your DP a lot. It's super good against Lesh in the game, because you can collapse on the hero, and similar with Drow. So this pick is very good. Now, if you're Ancient Tribe, you kind of want to look for a lane or a lane matchup that hopefully can slow down this Nature's Prophet, because Nande, I think he's set up for a pretty good game.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to think about what that hero.
Damn, son.
Okay.
What?
I mean, okay. So Ancient Tribe, it's like their response wasn't really to win the lane, but just match the idea of Manespra a little bit, because it's like you have Drow, Lesh, and Visage in a vacuum, insane tower pressuring heroes. And on the other side, you have Nature's Prophet, Beastmaster, DP, identical heroes. I just feel like the lanes are slightly. Who are they? I'm worried Undying Drought isn't going to be as popping as you expect it to be. So Beast does well. I expect the Nature's Prophet to just farm all anyways top.
Yeah,
so
Nature should do very well top, I think.
Yeah.
And then the mid lane matchup, what was mid again? It was
DP Lesh.
versus DP Lesh. So again, it's kind of like an even trade. So it feels like whatever team breaks from the lanes first and sets the pace of the game should be in a better spot just to take this one. So I'm leaning Manaspa based on just team play alone.
All right, Kazi, very quick.
I agree with T, but there's something disgusting about Visage, Drow, Lesh, Undying that I
true.
like, and they've got this one. Mix it. This guy is dirty on Visage. They're gonna win. There you go.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. I just don't think it's the hero their draft needed. I want to see some team
you're
fight
wrong.
from them. It doesn't quite do it for me. But we'll throw it over to our casters for this one. Thank God. It is Lyrical and it is Trent.
Thank you so much, Nomad. Damn, man, it's getting spicy on the panel over there. They're getting crazy. That being said, I also think that this freaking Nature's Prophet should never be gotten in the last phase. Like, I keep saying it, and it just keeps happening. I don't know. It's too much.
Is it the summons, or is it like the crazy nuke damage from the ulti? What do you think is just more annoying?
It's just everything. Like, you show up in a lane at like 8 minutes, your tower is gone. They're already playing together with a Beastmaster. There's an exorcism. And then on top of that,
you mean playing with a Leshrac? Oh, you're talking about Nature's Prophecy. I'm talking about Visage, because they're the same.
Oh,
you see?
I see.
Don't underestimate my boy with the summons and the damage.
Oh, was it?
All right,
when did he get the global TP added with Visage?
we don't talk about that. Right?
Sorry, what?
Or the global damage from the nuke.
Yeah.
Or the +5 birds talent. He doesn't have that either. But, they put out an ad, a wanted ad in Ancient Tribe, and it said, wanted, someone who plays Visage. And look what they got. Grandmaster Visage. This is the hero that is popping off right now. You got to have someone who's playing this hero and playing Brood. All right, the majors come up. So everyone's gone back to TI, and they're like, what was that thing that, Tundra did? And they, won. It's like, oh, get a bunch of these, range offlane heroes that are really annoying or summons. So, ta-da! Do those things.
Yeah, I'm not sold, dude. I can't even tell you how much I'm not sold on the Visage. I will say that one of the things that I like a lot is the potential that he has to try and shut down a little bit the lane. Maybe maybe this disruptor NP lane will actually end up running into some issues with the constant nuke down. But panel was saying that they felt like it'd be okay. We'll see how it goes.
It should be pretty good. I mean, Visage has what a little bit of armor, one armor, some treants. That's kind of annoying.
But the more damage he takes, the more damage he does.
It's tactical.
Exactly. I'm gonna tactically feed.
I will say Spartan not gonna have a fun time though. Disruptor versus dual lanes usually pretty sad. This is no exception.
The
pressuring Nande could be tough.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes. And then, of course, the big thing is just how quickly are these lanes going to break down and turn into just an all-out battle of, as we said before, structural damage. That's what they're looking for.
You just knew. You knew this was coming next game.
Yeah.
I don't know where to watch. If it's top because Spartan's going to die, or if it's bottom because I'm just watching the glory of this LeBron Undying versus Beastmaster Earthshaker.
Yeah.
I mean, what a great time that is. That's That was a happy undog.
LeBron's having
This
a good time.
lineup-
Spartan? Very fire.
When you first started playing Dota, did you spend whatever your day job or like university time just theorizing lineups? Because I'm pretty sure I wrote out this Radiant draft 100%. Back when Drow Visage was like broken, I'm like, yeah, this is what my stack should play this in our pubs tonight.
No,
this
I
looks like
played
a
alone.
great. Oh well, okay.
They go down. They take down the Drow and then going to lose the Earthshaker as well. So a trade down bottom, but definitely very happy about that one from an Aspa. Yeah, no, I just played alone. I spammed Storm Spirit mid after I got the place. I was in a dark spot.
Yeah, that actually explains a lot. This is how you became a Grandmaster Darkseer player, huh?
MTD gets caught there by the fissure. So they make the rotations to try and shut down this Leshrac, make his life miserable. Speaking of miserable lives, Spartan having a rough time up top on the Disruptor. Yeah, he is not happy.
Not surprising. NP, fine with the situation. Doesn't really care. I mean, Spartan's kind of taken some of the punishment, obviously. Like, they have to keep nuking him. It's not really worth it, it feels like, for the NP, because he's got his TP. He'll be able to regen, and he can keep his distance a lot better. And Spartan's just on the full-on run home. So he's going to miss it on the boundary run. Heaven will grab that. At the same time, though, MTD, you can see on the run back home, as LeBron continues to have just a grand old time down here. Beastmaster 4 last hits right now. LeBron... The one thing he's missing is just more taunts.
True.
That is, there we go. So I say that he taunts. Perfect.
MTD mid being pulled in there by Wish. And able to get some separation from him. A level ahead because, yeah, DP having a good time against Lesh.
So I just want to check. Before this game gets going, you are going for the Earthshaker team. You're actually throwing your lot in with Earthshaker just because it's Nature's Prophet?
Yeah, Nature's Prophet, Shaker, it's fine. Look at him. Look at him. Look at what he did. He did
Very
that.
poorly timed.
He did that.
But I thought this hero was dead. Look, it's Earthshaker, it's versus Rubik, you know?
Dude.
That's not great.
That's true. But I also think that Rubik just beats everything. The problem is that NP beats it harder. Dude,
I mean, are you ever happy to see this guy in your pub? To see an Earthshaker on your team?
I am. I like playing as Darkseer, but that's sort of a different thing. No, but I know what you mean. The hero definitely feels a lot worse than he had ever felt at various points in time.
And let me be clear, I am a griefer. I will pick Earthshaker because I love Earthshaker. I will play this hero, but I know the problems. Like, I know this guy. He needs his Blink Dagger, or then he has, like, the Shard build, which has kind of fallen off a little bit. I feel like people are kind of back on the Blink more. I don't know. We'll see if he gets his space. That's always the question.
Up top, bringing down Heaven, tries to throw out some Soul Assumptions to buy some space, and it does look like the glimpse back in. That's going to be the death of the Rubik. So they bring him down. Not bad, not bad.
I'm honestly kind of impressed how well MTD's doing, considering every time I look on this lane, it looks like it's a disaster, but he's not that far behind. He's like 400 gold behind, though, I suppose, so probably some of that in regen, even if the last hits are a little bit closer.
LeBron dropping the Tombstone down bottom. The Fissure to buy a little bit of extra space. Skylark, realizing he's going to go down there. And does get killed off. LeBron making the move, making the kills happen.
Very high skill position 5 plays here.
You'll love to see it.
Getting kills is undying versus 2 strike melees. Yes! Keep flexing, LeBron.
Well, in the meantime, a lot of open space for this Nature's Prophet, who has treads completed now. And with level 6 on Wish, definitely need to be keeping our eyes on when these rotations come out. If maybe there's going to be some type of a play towards mid around the Exorcism.
You've got nothing.
He's thinking about it.
That's sort of the story of last game as well. It's just like when Aspa seizing mid when it was their timing.
And there we go. Find MTD, glimpses him back into the mid lane. MTD going to die. Now, they do make the rotation over, and the DD is stolen away by LeBron. He's forced to TP out. But with that first Exo, they're going to get some decent damage here onto this tower, it looks like.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Wish.
Yeah, I don't think anyone else is showing up on this one. So, although Wish, yeah, tanks some for the catapult. Nice. And he gets to go back to full health. Another wave coming through, and you know what? Say that Heaven does grab the wave anyway. So,
Yeah.
not too bad. Desire comes back down bottom. No roar quite yet. Only 5.5. So, ooh, nice silence.
Caught. Grave Chill to try and turn it, but the Sprout is there. Pop the trees, then the body blocks, but the lift. It buys enough space, but not enough to get him away. Spartan now somewhat low, but Evan, does he have enough to kill him off? Dodging the salve, it's not going to be enough to keep him alive, but will instead just kill off Evan. Perfectly balanced hero as they start to take the tower as well. And, well, don't look now, but LeBron, he's also getting in on the action. A triple kill across the map for Nande.
Oh, I mean, if you weren't going to buy a Midas already, like, you know, it's definitely time now.
Oh, yeah.
Right? But, yeah, basically what happened down bottom was that they were trying to bully back Lil Pleb, but it got a little out of hand. Zai went a little bit too deep. The Undying had come back into the lane. They got the kill, but, you know, the TP turn, kill, tower take, that's all 100% fine. Beastmaster and Nature's Prophet, you are going to have a very hard time holding on these towers, and that's before Death Prophet shows up with Exorcism. So we are expecting fast, high tempo action here from Anaspa, and they're already delivering.
Yeah, getting the action done, making the plays happen. And as you mentioned, that golden glove coming out soon for Nande as well. Spartan getting some free time to himself underneath this tower here, and going to start to get towards level 5 at 8 minutes on this Disruptor. That is going to be a problem for them. Of course, the big hero that sort of has been sacrificed in all of this is going to be Desire, playing on the Earthshaker, but he can get that tome for himself later on too.
Yeah, and another thing about having tower pressure is that sometimes it can open up some of these spots for you to farm because you're feeling kind of safe. You know, there's some defenses happening. On the other hand, though, I guess you could also argue that because there's a Nature's Prophet in the game, I feel you get less of like free farm in the game as a support because they'll just jump everywhere. They'll grab stuff. So it might be harder for Desire to find like a bit of a dead lane situation to actually farm his blink.
Well, they are going to show up top, and the rotation coming in from MTD. He doesn't have a full mana pool. And in fact, with the counter gank coming, oh, this could be bad. Exorcism's going to be popped right away, and they find him. Nixa in trouble. He's going to get dropped rather rapidly. The fissure is there. I think everybody's dead. I mean, they find this Lesh. They got him caught. He is in so much trouble. Manaspa just on a tear.
They have aggressive potential, but defensively, it is rough. Like the turnaround, if they don't have an instant like Tombstone drop or something from Ancient Tribe, I don't really know how they fight. Tombstone's also only level 1. He's got the 3 points of decay, which was helping a lot in the laning stage to like obviously get the multiple points of decay because it was such a sweet situation for it. But this is looking rough. They need to make something happen with these birds now.
Yeah. Like you said, level 30 Visage needing to hit into his items. Trying to go in for the mech. And, you know, it makes some sense to have some type of defensive option here. But it's not easy. So 2 tier 1 towers taken, and the jungle going to be pressured. The lane's going to be pressured. And I don't know when you feel safe here as Lil Pleb. You know, this Drow is always going to have to worry about people jumping on him.
I don't know how you play this draft from behind as Ancient Tribe.
Yeah.
Like, they need some miraculous steal and just, like, a straight-up telekinesis kill. Like, they're just going to try and run at Skylark and hope that Lift kills him.
Well, we'll see if it does. If they use that Lift, they don't have that much else to break TP. Skylark heads down south as they come after him. And they've got the Centaur there for the stun. Dude, are they going to fight this? Fissure out. He's thinking about it. Oh, but the Lift, it comes out in time. Roars immediately there. And they're trying to take down this zombie Tombstone. Wish shows up a little bit late. The TP rotation coming in. Nande's there. They overextended, or is this the perfect moment for them? MTD, he's caught, he's killed. Wish with 2.
Oof. Well, I mean, you got 1 kill, but it was desperation. It was a full map rotation pretty much at that point. 3 heroes just running smoked, and then the turnaround still happens. Man, what do? You live in a shoe.
Well, you're going to have...
only has shoes. He's far away from his Bloodstone.
Gonna have some athlete's foot. It's not good at all. Trent, they are really taking it to him here on Manaspa. It's interesting because you could see the way that this draft could have gone the other direction if like it was, you know, Ancient Tribe that sort of got off to a hot start, but those movements coming out so early from Manaspa just kind of cut under him.
Yeah, it feels like Nande's time is just, it's too good. Like, he's closing in on his Maelstrom already. The Javelin's already flying out. Now this Courier's back up and alive. And Desire's Fireman is just fine. He feels safe down here because of the global TP potential. And they're not quite sure where Beastmaster is. And now they see him, so... Oh, maybe they don't see him, actually. They're going Roche. So he's just baiting at this point. Oh, Rubik stole the TP! Aha!
A big
yes!
play. Look at him go. Oh, Desire does go down there. So yeah, the teleport into the kill. Not bad, not bad. Although, Xa in trouble now. Tried to tumble his toy away from that one. And it does not appear to have worked. So won't be able to TP out of there. Spartan can't quite get the glimpse onto the Undying. So the zombie man is going to live. But the birds, they get brought down pretty quick. Yeah, he'll have resummon when he comes back up, but that one hurts.
Yeah, it's toughie. They also planted a ward down bottom directly under a sentry, so hopefully there's not like a TP down bottom for this tower into immediate D ward. That's always pretty depressing.
True.
Skylar just wants to hold top. They're just going to drop the ulti.
Yeah, and LeBron, he's just dead. MTD tries to find one. They will kill this disruptor, it looks like. Spartan hiding away in the trees, but can't get out of there. So a support for a support.
Yeah, and unfortunately there's that D ward, so more gold towards Nande. Oh, actually, sorry, just gold to Desire, as it was his sentry. Nice.
And a ward dropped up on high ground.
Wait, look at little pleb. All right.
my
This is your move, Desire. This is
Down
your time.
low at the Ancients.
Oh, the net!
Dude, they netted him. They netted him. Oh, the creeps get it in on the action.
Desire.net Lee. This guy, it's in the name.
Oh, man. Well, he'll pay the price here, but that one well worth it.
Oh, that's good stuff. Death cost 90. Yeah, whatever, man. It's like, I'll respawn. There'll be a wave somewhere.
Jeez.
Your Drav's not farming. That's all that matters. Drav's still trying to work on the shard gold from when we hit 15 minutes.
Skylark is definitely had the worst time of the cores, but very much made up for by the fact that this NP and this DP are completely out of control right now. And to be honest, like you said, that kill on Desire, he is the top net worth of any of these supports. This Earthshaker having a great time.
Farming it up. Easy peasy. And again, not a whole lot Ancient Tribe can really do about it. Their lineup certainly does better as a group, and they don't have the strength to do that yet. Although they almost have the Bloodstone done, so that'll be their YOLO play more than likely. Okay. And Heaven needs to find a Fisher, ideally. Needs to find something. Plants a ward in that jungle from the low ground, spots where Heaven is, and now Skylar's coming for the potential glimpse back.
Spines him, and well, he wasn't able to steal glimpse. The fissure is down. So moves in, but Static Storm catches on to him immediately, and now will get brought away. Yeah, that one hurts. It decides to actually cancel it, and so instead they kill Spartan. Okay. Wish shows up. He gets stunned there for a moment, recognizing where he was at. LeBron is in after Desire. Is going to get sprouted and ran down here, it looks like. So LeBron is going to die. Can't get the kill onto Desire. In fact, it's Desire that gets the last hit, so he's even further towards his Blink Dagger. And has it done?
It is indeed done. The 16-minute blink with the Tumbler's toy. It's got Law, and there goes the tower. While you're chasing ghosts down bottom.
Yikesy, yikesy. Wow, fine Skylark here. We'll kill off all of his creeps for a moment. Heaven moves into position.
He's trying to bait strike.
Stolen Roar. That's a good way for this to go, but The jump forward and the echo. Holy moly. Still stolen roar, though, and he's going to live through that, it looks like. The boards can't quite kill him off, nor can the Crypt Swarm. So they bait in Desire and have a really good steal on Rubik. Maybe this is where they turn it around.
That was actually incredible because their only play is literally, let's hope they go on our new Bloodstone.
Yeah.
And so he just does the dumbest things. He's just like, I'm just going to keep just putting my face out there, see what they do. They finally roar. He was waiting for a good steal, grabs it. It's a small win, but hey, I gave him a chance to actually use the mech on Visage for once. So that was great.
Yeah, the heal was there. That's what they need to have happen. And, you know, if you look at this lineup, the one downside that you definitely have on Manaspa is not that, like, easy, you know, mech hero that is there to sort of tank up your team. Obviously, they've got all of the auras coming from Beastmaster, but a lot of those are, like, more defensive, with the exception of, like, the, you know, the armor you get from Vlad's or whatever. So maybe that could be the thing that sort of turns this around to Guardian Greaves, although Manaspa in for the Roche.
Is this gonna work?
With
it's only level 1 Tombstone.
with Beastmaster
Kind of a
coming
funny
in.
roaching, isn't it?
Yeah, with Beastmaster
It's like, I have an arcane
here.
rune, so I need to pop this.
Throws out the multi-shot, doing some good damage there. And LeBron ready to come on in and contest this. Static Storm down. Beastmaster creep still in the area, wanting to finish off this Aegis. This would be a huge
they
gift
got
for them.
creeps?
They got LeBron. He's living. Okay, LeBron fine.
They
MTD
still have
in
roar.
the pit. Have to be really careful about how they initiate onto this one. Obviously can't hit Roche when they're outside of the pit, but can do that AoE damage from the
Oh, they're
left
gonna
track
YOLO it
onto
with
him.
Lesh.
And trying to go
Undying
for it.
bonus damage?
I think they just get it. A freebie. Oh my god. But can they
look
take
at
the fight
Skylar.
afterwards? They got to be careful. Desire, he's ready nearby, but no. That is a free Aegis onto the Leshrac.
Dude, what's Skylar doing? They're so spread. They're just like, why is Beastmaster here? He's taking
don't
our
know.
ancients.
I mean, this could be a huge Echo Slam if they take this fight incorrectly. Drops down some vision up onto the high ground. There is a Hawk nearby. MTD scouted. Desire throws out the fissure. Control is there. They can kill him one time. They can definitely get him again. Pulls him back in with that glimpse. The Bloodstone, nothing for him to heal off of. It's all right, Aegis down. Fine. Still waiting. Echo Slam ready. Roar onto
Exodus is back.
DP. Static Storm down, pops the BKB Spirit Siphon and the turn with the Exo, and that is going to be Leshrac dropping. Can they find anybody else after, though? LeBron also dead. So even though they don't get the Aegis, they can try and look for more here. Lil Pleb, Nande nearby each other. They get him there. Connection, controlled. Lil Pleb off to the races. He is going to die. And it looks like everybody might just die. They get the glimpse away onto the Undying. Control is there. DP living through all of this. They have only lost the Beastmaster. Nande, he's in some trouble now, though. With the buyback on MTD, they take him down. And Spartan, the one that manages to get out.
Okay. Do they actually get a goal advantage despite the buybacks? That's what mine says? Yeah, I got the same.
I don't know,
Is that
man.
possible?
That was really weird.
I mean, you're
Entire
essentially
series of events.
Yeah, when you're behind and you manage to win fights like this off buybacks, it's kind of like a Midas. You're like paying for XP. You know, if
Right.
you get back in, and you get those big fights. It's not bad. Considering how poorly that fight looked like it was going for Ancient Tribe, I feel like you'll take that feed from Nande right at the end there. I mean, to be fair, the only reason he was in that bad position was because he was able to set up like 3 kills that way.
True.
So it wasn't a horrible play or anything, but just actually getting a punish on that was huge for them because that was a 7x streak.
Yeah, that is a big one. And just sort of weird play coming out from Manespa there. Sort of like what we saw last game, where almost feeling pressured to make moves, even though they're in a pretty winning position. But nonetheless, Spartan brazenly initiating as the disruptor. We'll get the glimpse pull back into full control. That makes no way out of there for him.
Classic. Just trying to push the mid wave. Dead. Top tower down though.
is under attack.
Will they
Yeah,
be able to take bottom one?
Have you been seeing this damage from low pleb throughout these fights though? Like the multi-shot with the shard?
Yeah.
Man, it is kind of gross. It's like a shotgun at this point as LeBron pushes a little bit too deep here on the wave. I'm sure he's not surprised he died, but it just gets MTD out.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, I mean, if Drow is left unimpeded, it's definitely a huge problem. Oh my god.
Oh.
Wait, what? Wish pops the Exo. Okay.
I mean, it kind of looked like they had a setup on the Lesh, so I get it. But the
Yeah.
smoked up Drow and Rubik, that could have been a pretty bad situation. He only has
True.
Enchant Totem, unfortunately, right now. It looks like he was probably trying to get Fisher.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Are they trying to
Oh,
go
glimpse.
MTD? Oh, just barely off the mark. Stolen glimpse. That's huge against
Yeah, he can get
NP.
Skylark.
Yeah, they can go for more here if they want to. Trying to get into vision, but just out of range for that glimpse. I mean, the other thing is just if NP tries to get into the fight, just glimpse him away.
Yeah, true.
So 9,000 gold lead over the last couple of minutes. So in spite of the buybacks and the one Aegis and all the rest of the weird things that happened in the last 5 minutes, it is still Manaspa coming out ahead.
And they're still going to have some issues there, too, like playing around the Exorcism, obviously, like that fight that that sort of went sideways at the Ancients. You know, the only reason that even got recovered in a way was because the Exorcism was on the Arcane Rune cooldown, and so I think that partially caught our Ancient Tribe off guard. I mean, they obviously probably knew at the time, but then, you know, suddenly you're fighting and it comes back up much sooner than you expected and it gets a little awkward.
Right.
So they'll have to at least pace themselves a little bit for that. As the 9-second BKB and little pleb, and then the hope towards the Force Staff, which is also almost done. So almost has the Hurricane Pike here.
Okay. Yeah, that will definitely make things a little bit easier. And of course, with the level 20 coming up soon on NP, super important to have a way to get out of that sprout. Getting some separation there. We'll see how the next couple of minutes go here for the Ancient Tribe. Can they pull things together? Lil Pleb shows up for a moment there on the top side, running into Nande, but they're just going to spread out the wave again.
I feel like there's a lot of pressure on Heaven. Like, he actually has the opportunity to make some moves here right now with the Glimpse, and I think his steals are going to be very clutch in these engagements. Stealing Fisher to try and help his Leshrac would be huge. Because, like, MTD is going to have to just BKB run in. He might buy Blink next, like you see a lot of the Leshracs do as well, because I think that's just kind of what his team needs. Is he has to be this body up front because he's a Drow and a Visage. He needs to be tankier than a Leshrac necessarily wants to be. He needs to get more targets in there for when he's using his Bloodsteel, or his Bloodstone for the Lifesteal.
Right.
It's very difficult in these situations to be like that. And they have the Telekinesis save, which you already saw from Heaven has been doing a ton. They have the Force Staff coming out here soon as well from LeBron, but it's very touch and go for this Leshrac.
Static Storm down, BKB immediately. They have Blink on everybody. Connects now onto the Rubik. Wish runs in. They get the Roar. That's 2 Blink reveals and immediately on top of Little Pleb with everybody. They blow him up. Take down Heaven. And, I mean, with triple Blink Dagger and then an NP, I feel like if they want to focus Drow, they're going to focus Drow.
Yeah, I feel like Spartan's just going to start saving up now, you know? It's like, oh, I want to be cool. I want to get in here, guys.
True. Yeah, and I mean, I guess that's where Lesh can sort of, as you're talking about, turn that around. But you can see the esportsbet.io odds very much into the favor of Manaspa here, especially after what happened in that last game. They're come from behind victory and now in the lead. 10k gold. Obviously need to wait for the next Roche before things really turn back around.
Oh,
but
look
there's
at
still
that.
a chance.
Look at that, 37%. That is shockingly high. You know, I mean, look at it. No matter how much the gold has moved, it actually has not been fluctuating very favorably towards Manaspa. If you actually look at the graph of Dota Plus, it's very interesting.
Yeah. I guess there is still that worry about Drow becoming, you know, a really hard hero to fight. And if they can get that jump, maybe there's a way things could turn out better. Spartan? Gonna get caught there. The stun and the easy bring down. So Ancient Tribe finding their moments here. They also spot Desire, but did not have vision in the area. That was the Hawk vision.
Yeah, and no blinks or anything either. Try and go hunting.
3 minutes on Roche. Long spawn.
That is obviously one kind of crazy part about this game too, is the fact we're talking about all these blinks and this high mobility in the Dire, and the rating are just like so sedentary.
Yeah.
They have Force Staffs and Hurricane Pikes, but that's it. You know, they just don't move.
True. Yeah, they are, and what that sort of entails too is that you've got a ton of mobility on Manaspa for like getting on top of those heroes, but for Ancient Tribe, they're probably going to be stronger at dealing with that aggression than they would be if they did go for that mobility.
Yeah, in a sense.
Pleb, Force Staff, trying to hold on to that BKB, pops it now. Skylark has Blink, Roar used, control is there, lift, pull away, Little Pleb, fine. Fissure though, Echo drops down, that's not fine. Little Pleb, another Force Staff trying to get away, it's not gonna happen. They have so much chase, so much control. Ixa in the angle there, they can't quite get him, but they will find and bring down Heaven. Another solid fight from Manaspa.
That's tough. That's pretty tough. You know, tried so hard, got so far.
Yeah.
But yeah, that chase down is ridiculous. And that's the things that, you know, you keep seeing this idea of like the sustain comes out, they're healing, soul rips, grieves, keep the draw alive, Force Staff, kite. But it's just such an overwhelming amount of chase. If the fight starts poorly, as MTD hits the BKB, what's in 1 second?
Living. He's the liver. Wish, is he in too far now? Oh my god, LeBron just went in. His team was like, all right, well, it was a bold thought, but not quite gonna work.
Never leave lane. Yeah.
Oh man. You can tell they want to get stuff done, but they just don't have what it takes right now. Drought trying to farm. Ancients being stolen by Skylark. And Roche 40 seconds away. Wowzers. That is really unfortunate. I mean, there is going to be a time in where there's no exorcism at least. And maybe Ancient Tribe could try and like get in there and take Roche during that 40-second window, or take a fight maybe.
They're going to find something a little bit wild right now. I mean, you can still see the respect from Manaspa at the beginning of these fights. Like, they do recognize that Drought does do a dumb amount of damage. Like the way they're like, trying to play around her and engage her from a distance. Keep her chain stunned as well. MTD has upgraded the Boots of Travel, but again, still no like hard initiation at this point in terms of just like up link in and trying to pressure that way. I don't know if that's what he's going to have to do, but I feel like he has to find something a little bit better than what he's got.
I feel like maybe Shard would be a good way to try and make these fights work. I mean, they happen so quickly and there's so much rundown, but at the same time, you know that the like Roche fight is going to be the big one. And well, it might not actually even be a fight. Oh god, they're just taking it. Looks like moving in, he's going to see it gone. Oh, that feels bad. Oh, they kill all the birds. Yeah, yep. Oh no, and now Little Pleb. He's just got to run away. He's got to get the hell out of here. They have to run. Spartan, he's taking some good damage there. The lift on the other side, they get the silence onto the Earthshaker. Trying to run in. MTD playing around this very well. Okay, they find one, but Little Pleb, he just gets ran down. Wish doing too much damage.
Them.
He is doing way too much damage, and MTD is going to drop. They do manage to burn through that Aegis, but everybody else is dying. One by one, they go down. Mixa gonna get caught. The control is there. Desire playing it perfectly. Echo Slam, drop down, triple kill. And that should probably just about do it as they take down everybody.
I mean, Wish just got right in the back line there. I mean, Nature's Prophet also, as you can see, swinging the whole time, doing Nature's Prophet things, so don't want to take away too much for him, but got the Shard from that Roche. Wish jumps to the back line. They sort of spotted where the Drought was based off of the Gust throw, and Wish just hopped right back there.
Yeah.
And just got full power coming out there. And, well, Lyrical, you might be right about Nature's Prophet.
Don't give it to people. I'm gonna be honest. Just don't do it. This hero's way too much. It's like, it's incredibly strong, and it feels like it just gets everything it wants all the time, including killing little pleb. He comes back to life, just gonna die again. They find LeBron. The tombstone is gone, and an Aspa willing to keep the momentum going as they summon trees, take down buildings. The Ents are coming, Trent. God, I love that movie. Man, they got some help from the jungle in this game too. You know, that little net coming out on the little pleb earlier. Desire getting the solo kill.
Yep. I mean, that's all because of Nature's Prophet and the lore, right?
Exactly.
You know? Jungle's helpful. Drow doesn't seem that nice.
No, the Drow are from the underworld. You know,
they're the bad elves or something, right?
They're the cave elves.
Sure.
I think that's
that
what it
sounds
is. Yeah. Wish just.
I mean, I don't discriminate. You know, I played some Elder Scrolls. You know, I've seen how they treat some of the elves. It's not very nice.
That's not as true. Look at these guys.
Look at these bird stuns, though.
Wow. Bird stuns. It's rough, man.
Positives.
True. Gotta find it.
They still have top lane.
You know what else? This Manaspa team, man, they are just doing everything right. Liking what I'm seeing from them.
Nah, it was
They're killing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, NPAC. Dotting their I's, crossing their T's, but one last run out. Coming now from the ancient tribe.
That's Ivy that makes T. You're getting very confused here.
That's true.
Yeah.
Can they do it? LeBron wanting to drop a tombstone up on high ground. They have a blink dagger on the Lesh. They're waiting for their perfect moment. And Static Storm down. BKB catches on to everybody. Stolen Static Storm. Look out now. Maybe a chance for some cool things.
The Aurora Borealis. It's been localized in the mid lane.
With zombies.
Man, I love that one.
Yeah, that's a good one. They have to come back to defend their buildings, though, because they are starting to fall. Well done by Manaspa. This team, you know, they've been doing it through tips. They've been doing it through some all chat every now and then and just some solid play. That's what you love to see.
Yeah, they've actually looked extremely good today. It's like very cleaned up. It feels like they found their game plan. And, well, when you're up by this much, you can do things like that. MTD, though? Maybe?
Keeping them alive. All right. They kill off the big old creep, too. Roar down. Rubik still has Static Storm stolen. If he can get an Aghanim Scepter, that could be the turnaround they're looking for.
I didn't realize the Spartan actually bought Blink. Good lad.
Yeah. We just need it on NP now.
Yep.
That's the
little swift blink action. I don't see why not.
Yeah. Well, the win condition definitely feels like Rubik with this Static Storm stolen, getting Aghanim Scepter. So we'll see if they give him the space to farm that. As Wish. Ooh. Caught. Lifted. BKB turns. Pops EXO. Come fight me. Into everybody. They find Heaven. Down bottom. MTD is going to die. And it looks like Wish is going to live.
Oh, they didn't have to use Echo for that either. I mean, this is a Shadow Blade Shaker.
Yeah. He's getting what he needs.
Dude, did he have a gem on that? How did he know? That Ob's in the perfect spot. It's a nice Obs. Inside that sentry down bottom.
Well, inside their base now. Needing to deal with the danger coming their direction. Oh, they found him. Nixa in trouble. Does go into the stone form, but, well, he's going to be stoned to death when he comes back to life. And that's a good one right there. Easy bring down. Ancient Tribe staying in this one till the bitter end.
Here it comes.
And they get him. They caught. Does immediately TP away after popping the BKB. Okay,
Desires
the
just
buybacks
waiting.
are out. And
waiting
he's
for the
coming
big
back
slam.
in. Come on and jam. Oh, nope. Okay. Triple kill for Nande. They're going to go for more now. There's a chance. He's got no cooldown on his TP. Wish
going to the
finds
back.
one.
Look at this
There's the
Echo.
ultra kill. He's looking for him. Echo out. Connection there. Trying to find himself a rampage. Can they do it? Oh, the stun, the control. Ande in trouble. Turns now, wants to get him. There's the rampage. Little pleb might find a little bit of return damage. Gets 3,000 gold. Suddenly, he has 5K in the bank. Fire rapier. Get him quick. That's all they need in this world. MTD managing to live. He's punching creeps.
Desire?
He needs to hit heroes. MTD's there. Wish chasing, trying to get him, trying to bring him down. Dude, he has so much gold right now on this drow, actually.
Oh!
And in fact, might be able to bring down Wish, might be able to bring down more of them. Hurricane Pike pushback. Dude, wait a minute. Wait 1 minute. The multi-shot, it's enough. Little pleb, the God amongst men, 7,600 gold. Dude, they still have a Rax. They still have a lane. Go buy a rapier. You had 3,700 gold.
All right.
What?
That was quite the fight. They went
so
pretty
much
deep.
damage.
Look at the damage from the Radiant. It's just let back in the trap.
Oh my God. Spartan? MTD's there.
He's getting dataless. He had to think about it. He's like, what do I do?
Yeah, you need to think about, 50 seconds. Can you imagine the instant spawn? Oh, that would have been huge.
Dire are scanning.
All right, so they went a little crazy there. Shaker
little?
dove in a bit much for the big slam. You know, he got baited. It looked really good and juicy, but then he ran out of mana.
Yeah.
He was a little too excited. And it sort of fell apart from there. Big glimpse back there. And into instant stacks are about. I just want one kill and to go forward here.
They'll take it. God, what do they do now, though? I mean, I guess you just win, probably.
Oh, blink.
Can't get him. Little pleb, dataless done. Mixa caught here. Needs to run away. Does get glimpsed back. Goes into stone form. Keeping himself alive. Nande there. They bring it down the Visage. And Fissure connection onto 2. Oh, this is still so hard for them. And yeah, Roche is just going to get taken now. So, Refresher.
It is Refresher, though. I think that's better, because they don't have any eggs, do they? Yeah.
Better for Ancient Tribe.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I don't think it's really...
Oh.
I mean, the Refresher is obviously
Whoa.
nice on Beastmaster, a profit.
Goodbye. That's why you don't buy the Rapier. Does that buyback? Maybe if they can bait them in? MTD, holding on to things. That's Nihilism out. Feared, silence, but the control is there. Trying to bring down Nande. He's got Aegis, but is in a little bit of trouble. But MTD not able to stay on target. They find Skylark, missed on the Fissure. Looking for that second stun, not quite going to be there, but they do take down Skylark, and now going to kill Spartan. They hold on. It was a buyback from Low Pleb, though.
It's like one of those like sniper Medusa high ground holding games.
It is a little bit. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not. I mean, it's still like an NP with 3,400 net worth and like a ton of room to grow. So I'm a little afraid for the long-term sustainability of this for Ancient Tribe, but they've found a way to kind of hold on here.
Hey, they hit 0% a while back, and they're back up to 2%. So
There you
that's
go.
infinite growth right there.
That's true. If they can keep
Things are
this
looking
up,
a lot better.
just need to hold out a couple more minutes. You know, logarithmic stuff is good.
Yeah, in no time they'll be at like 300% chance of winning.
That's true. That's
It
a good
happens
point.
very quickly. Swift Blink is nearly done here. for Drow Ranger as well, and obviously not going to be saving for buyback at this point. At least I don't assume so, with 6.5 minutes left on it.
Yeah. No, they are going to need to hold out for a very long time. Realistically, if like, I could see it being 60-minute items coming out, and then they might have a chance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would agree. I still don't think they'd have much of a chance. It would give them a bit more of a chance. I mean, we got the Nihilism out as well, you know?
Yeah.
We got some pretty funky stuff happening. BKBs are getting a little bit lower. I mean, to be fair, Nanis is still at 7, which I gotta say, kind of impressive, considering how long they have just been dominating this game.
Right. And I mean, I think the real big trouble is going to be that they need to last out this Aegis from NP, and then they're going to need to last another... They're going to need to take the other fight around the Aegis. And I think if they lose that one, the game is probably just over. But
Eggs and Refresher, like, that's going to be tough.
Yeah. But it's one of those weird dynamics where, like, every item that Manaspa gets next doesn't have the same impact as an item that Ancient Tribe is going to get right now. With the exception of, like, Drow. Drow's items aren't super important, I feel like. She's just kind of stacked out at this point with the Swift Link.
I like him sitting high ground with the Aesthetics Gap, too. Speaking of Drow.
Yeah. All right, let's see what they can do here. Gem on Beastmaster. They break the smoke. LeBron, realizing they could be in the area. MTD in the Trickster Cloak. They're trying to stop this slow pushdown coming in. The leash is there. A lot of damage, but the lift and the pullback, and that's BKB used on Skylark. But they are mounting some serious damage onto this tier 3 tower, which is going to fall without that much contention. So they take down that tier 3. Rack's still living. And even if they get megas, I don't think it's the end of the world. Although this would be the end of the world. MTD forced to pop that Nihilism, then decides to run back in, gets the stun onto the NP. So need to be careful about that vision out with the birds from the Beastmaster.
Stun again.
Get some good damage there. Ande down to half HP. Still has the Aegis for 44 seconds.
Rubik, no steals right now. Heaven has lost the Fisher.
Stun, slow down. God, MTD could really stand to use a freaking shard, but needs to save for buyback. He's got it back up in 45 seconds. Not quite the gold yet, though, but the control. Nande there. He's down real low. Turns to fight. Pop Satanic. And is going to regen back up almost to full. Zyre gets the stun now onto Heaven. They pop Exorcism. Still not significant damage done to these structures.
Definitely signaling the push, though, with that. They're going to smoke in the back.
Nihilism out. MTD in the midst of all of them. Bringing down this
One
NP
second.
very
The Aegis is
low.
gone.
Control is there, but the BKB is out. And the stun there onto 2. Little Pleb gets the BKB, able to walk away from him for the moment. Wish gonna run right on top of this Drow. He needs to get out of here. If Little Pleb dies, it's over. There's the pullback. And Little Pleb in trouble, going to be brought down for 2 minutes. And that might finally have done it. As Skylark runs in with the rest of them, LeBron is going to drop. MTD has to do it all alone with Visage at this point and does not have the damage. Nande runs in, they find the double kill, and GG is going to be called.
Oh, they timed it so well. So close to getting the Aegis. But even then, you know, he TP's out, he goes home, and while he's still healing pretty much, they get the kill on Drow. So it wasn't necessarily guaranteed at that point. And Spartan, they played it pretty chill with their advantage. I would say kind of in both games where they probably could have pushed it a bit more, but they just want to ensure they're getting the clean win. And in this case, they, you know, maybe overextend a little bit. Some of those dives right at the end, and that's why we get dragged out a bit. But overall, very strong day here. And geez, what a tricore, man. Nature's Prophet, Beastmaster, and Death Prophet. That is, that's a lot of push.
It's not something to trifle with, and I hope we don't see any Nature's Prophet in the last phase. If you want to get it early, I get that. If you want to give it up and play it against it early, I get that. But like last phase MP, no more for me, please. But let's head on back to the panel. Let them break down the action. Get ready for the last game of the day.
Thank you very much, Lyrical and Trent. Yes, indeed, that is going to sum up the series nicely. And, salute, Ancient Tribe. Nice try, really held on. Had some believers there towards the end. And almost found the cute little point of engagement there in the final fight. But in the end, it was too little, too late. And Monospo were able to take it. Thierry, do you want to talk us through the last kind of few moments of the game, or do you want to start to the beginning? I'm going to leave it open to you.
Ooh, you cheeky devil. No, I'm going to go with the start. I think when we think about both lineups, they both have forms of aggression, ways in which they want to group up and take towers and progress the map. But I actually really like Manaspa's tricore, because as soon as they hit 6, or even just early levels, they want to make these big plays, right? It's like DP with ult, NP with ultimate and TP, you want to break down the map. And Ancient Tribe, their heroes, even though they have pushing aspects, it takes them a little bit more time to actually want to group up and make that play. So I think Manaspa, they had the quicker pushing lineup, they broke the map earlier, and it gave them that kind of cushioning to be aggressive, to be a little bit sloppy, but it doesn't really matter when you already have just destroyed the map and not allowed Ancient Tribe to really dictate any of the play.
Absolutely not. And, sloppy's not necessarily bad, but in this game it did end up dragging things out maybe a bit longer than it should.
It was a harsh word, actually. I take it back. I mean, when you're 2 racks up and you're diving around,
they were vibing.
Yeah, they're vibing. So yeah, let me rephrase it. When you're vibing hard and not sloppy. So I'm actually really sorry, Manaspa. I misspoke. So please, thank you.
See, he's vibing.
Yeah, that's some good vibes. Look at him. That's some chuckling. Yeah. Look at him.
This high ground push here. This is this was the final one, wasn't it? Yeah, so nearly getting it right, but in the end wasn't quite enough. I mean, were you a believer at any point, Kezi? Were you a believer?
I feel like when this Roshan thing happened, where Monasta were like, yo, we've got this arcane rune, let's pop some stuff, and then for some reason there's no summons to tank for the DP, so Wish is like, yo, bros, where the fuck are you at? Like, what's happening? And then
that was actually team comms. That was a listening, by the way. Thanks.
Yeah, honestly, it probably is. Like, it's pretty close to it. And then Ancient Tribe are like, yo, thanks for the ages, guys. I thought that, maybe they could have a comeback there, but then they were like, okay, let's run back into them, and then they just all died. So then I was like, yeah, never mind. Game's still over.
I really want to know the communication. Like, were they like, was it a situation where they're like just too deep into the strategy? Where are they? Are they over here? Let's get some vision down there. And then Roshan has died, and you're like, oh crap. Or was it like, oh, we're not in the pit anymore. We don't have our resources. They have the advantage. We just have to give it up. Like, which do you think it was, Kezi?
I think it was the second one. I think they realized, yo, boys, we messed up. Then they must have known that Roche was like 20% HP. They have Visage, Lash, and the Tombstone is down. If you're not thinking they might be hitting Roche, then your head ain't in the game. So I think it was a conscious choice, I think.
Can I suggest maybe that we have the Drow MVP, or is that not allowed? T, what do you think?
What?
Drow Ranger.
Yeah, the enemy, the losing team gets the MVP.
Can you give us some reasoning?
Can you
here,
elaborate
please?
on this?
Can you elaborate? You can't just no context ask for a 9 kills, 9 deaths, 7 assists Drow that did not a lot of damage. Okay, go on, please give me some context.
Because the guy who's losing was still playing his absolute hardest.
He's playing.
Tried something.
Yo, MVP boys, he's playing.
All right,
I see
Spartan's
myself
MVP as well.
in this
He was playing
9-9
disruptor.
Drow, okay? All right. Sometimes we just see ourselves and other people. The last guy fighting until his throne explodes. Yeah, he's not having the best game. Yeah, he's not winning, but he's trying. All right, fine. Give it to Nande then. Fine. Give it to the Nature's Prophet, the guy with all the.
Man, I have a lot of
Nature's
MVPs this way.
Got loads of money and kills. Let's give it to him.
To be fair, it's I think for flashiness, it's
Hey,
clearly
let's go
Lil Pleb.
production.
There we go.
They're the real ones. They're my
All right.
9-9
please.
carry players, just
no,
like
man.
me.
Take it away again, please. Elaborate to the audience why the losing carry player is the most valuable player to you, please. Once again, whilst we have this beautiful scorecard available to us.
Look, Lil Pleb, he didn't just lose this game, right? Yeah, he lost, whatever. He reminded us all what it means to be a Dota player, to fight until the very last moment, to get that 7k gold and the high ground base defense. Did he do it? No, he didn't. But he tried, and just for a minute, just for a tiny fucking minute, we all believed with him, okay?
There
and
we
for
go.
me, that's MVP worthy, all right?
I'm not sold.
No, I was.
I'm sorry.
I was so close
was a
to
good
being
try.
sold. I was about 1 amen away from joining you there, Nomad. But
amen.
Christ, no.
I didn't throw it in. Yeah, there was also a couple of awkward moments there. Also, there was a Drow dying in the triangle, which I only just remembered, which is unfortunate. But got betrayed by a troll.
Oh
got
wait,
netted, and then
you were
killed
doing the
by
most value
Desire.
pleb award. I just realized it just come across. It was the different MVP. Sorry, yeah, it just clicked. Good job, Nomad.
Good job.
Thanks, guys. Thanks. But anyways, how do we feel about Ancient Tribe's chance of staying in Div 2 now?
I'm a little worried because I think Kezu probably agrees with me here. I think there have been better team performances from Waterrune Enjoyers, and I think Palantimos has been probably the best carry of the losing team so far. And I think he alone might be able to step up his game even more to be able to claw out those wins necessary. Are they still yet to play each other?
They have to play each other. Yeah.
All right. In that case, it's like just winner takes all. So I am leaning more towards Waterrune Enjoys.
I'm all in on Waterrune. My whole savings, everything.
Wowee.
We got $3.99 on the water to win. Let's go.
All right, let's go to our interview. We have Mr. Nande, who's going to jump on the interview for us from the side of Manaspa. Nande, congratulations on another win. How does that feel being able to beat this team?
Thank you, and thank you for having me. Feels wonderful, especially when it's kind of an elimination game for us also, because we are hanging by approximately by like one lose. If we lose, then we don't really have a chance, I think, to go to Division 1. So it feels great to win.
Yeah, so good to hear you guys are still in the mind frame of trying to like push for the top. You guys love playing fast, don't you? Is this like a conscious thing, or is this just how it's comfortable for you guys?
I think it's just Dota. It's like the best way to play Dota is to use your timings and utilize your heroes in the best possible way as soon as possible on the map, so you don't give the enemy as much space and just try to limit them in the game. It's better to limit the enemy in the game than to try to accelerate your own like 50% of the map. You can always play even, but I think if you play faster and you have the pressure on the map, you can always be better than any other team.
Yeah, Nature's Prophet's certainly a very good hero for doing that with. Were you surprised that that got all the way through to the last pick? Why do you think that happened?
I was surprised because we kind of thought they would pick Enigma at first, and then we decided to ban Enigma. It was like one of the scariest heroes for us. And the other heroes it was Viper, one of the heroes that we were kind of afraid of, and I thought they would ban it. They would pick it at 18, and they would ban it so I don't pick the 23 Natures, but somehow they let the Natures throw, and they thought, maybe they thought the Visage closeout was good, but I think Visage is like one of the worst heroes against Natures on the lane. He didn't really have much to do in the game afterwards. He was very underleveled, very underfarmed. So yeah, I was kind of surprised that they let Nature throw, especially with the draft, with the Beastmaster DP heroes that really want to play tempo, and high-level Nature's Prophet can aid you really well in the game, especially when you're laning against Visage. And if you have level 6 at minute 6, it can help your DP a lot, which kind of showed in the game. I had free game. I could do whatever I wanted.
Yeah, so what changes do you think you made from game one? Because obviously game number one, your laning phase didn't do great, but you're able to turn it around really well. This game you were kind of owning from the start. Did you change the draft at all, your gameplay, or was it just merely a case of playing a different game?
I think first game we kind of messed up with the draft a bit. Starting from the first phase, we tried to play the Lycan of the first pick, and then they picked a really good pick, which was Morph. And then it limited us a lot in the draft, I think, later on. And yeah, it kind of made the game harder for us. And afterwards, we thought, we're 3 melee heroes, literally 3 melee cores stuck in a game. What do we do about it? And Spartan went on a suicide mission to just tank every go on the lane. So he tanked everything. They didn't do anything to me on the lane. He was just dying all the time on Stepfire. But I guess enemy thought that's good. But I literally just went for Midas, and I had the free game, even though I shouldn't have. And then, yeah, they didn't really do that much in the mid game, which gave us an advantage. This gameplay from Spartan, I think it made half of the game for us.
Nice, pretty epic stuff from Spartan. Thank you. T Governor, you got a question for Mr. Nande?
Yeah, I do. So you're talking about a lot about aggression for Manaspa. Do you ever feel that potentially you guys become over-aggressive, trying to overplay your hand in situations, and then it puts you in difficult positions to win games that if you were a little bit more relaxed in, you could be winning?
Yeah, definitely. You can look at the most of the teams, even in the Division 1 and the best teams in the world also, they usually like to play safer. They like to play more structured. But structured gameplay gives you stability. It gives you stability in most of the cases. But sometimes risking stuff and being more over aggressive can also lead to the game like being won right there in that moment. So I think aggression is very good that we have, but I think we just need to learn a bit to not overcommit that much. But it's also hard to stabilize everything. You know, when you're playing fast and you're trying to maximize your value on the map, making one mistake, it can be really hard on your team. But I think it can be also very rewarding if you play this style. So I don't think we need to change the style. I think it's perfect, but we just need to like work on it and we need to make it more stable.
Yeah, for sure. No, I fully agree. You shouldn't change it. It's about stability that you're mentioning. So it's good to see that you have that kind of understanding. It's kind of how we see it as well. It's like the games that you're winning, great. Games that you lose, it's like got a bit carried away there, boss. But it's still fun to watch. Going on to, you're an all chat kind of guy. You started off the DPC all chatting a lot, but you didn't do a lot this game. I'm just wondering, are you trying to not make any enemies now, or are you like what's the situation with the all chat game? Are you just focusing on the game and that aggression that you were mentioning?
Yeah, the all chatting is, usually it's related to something that happened in the past or happened in the pub, and you just have something to say to the other guy. And I don't really have anything to prove, especially to LeBron, which is a very dear friend. So he helped us in a lot of ways. Also, when we used to play in Brame some time ago on the qualifiers, so nothing really to blame him in. It's just positivity only. And all chat that I said in the end, I think I told LeBron, good luck, brother, or GG, brother. I told him. Yeah, it's Beton Serbi.
Okay, nice. All right, nice. Now, at least now we know that your all chat comes from a place of previous anguish rather than... Okay, so I'll keep an eye out who you got beef with in the future.
Revenge.
Cheers, mate. Right, Kezu? Oh, okay, all right. Well, good luck with your pursuit of revenge, I guess.
Is that your motivation to become a pro? Is just to beat the people who you've got beef with in pubs?
I think that's a motivation for every player, kind of in Dota. You play pubs, you have a beef with someone, and then you play against this same guy in a competitive game, and you just want to prove even more that he was wrong, and you want to beat him in some aspect. So I think it's a motivation. Nothing really bad involved in it. It's just more motivation just more motivation to the game.
Absolutely. All right, Kezi, you got a question?
I certainly do. Hello, sir. Congrats on the win. I feel that in the last series you guys had a DP first pick. I mean, you guys have done it many times, but in the last series against D2 Hustlers, I didn't really like the way you guys set up the hero for success, as opposed to in this game now. It was the game where you guys had Morphling and Legion. I think you guys swapped up the draft a lot today, where you're actually looking more for most heroes to be able to enable your mid player and just play the DPS game. You want to play fast. Do you think, did you guys change it up on purpose, or what? I mean, first of all, what did you think about the morph pick in the previous series?
Okay, so I think the draft was not really that important, especially against D2 Hustlers. I mean, there was nothing really wrong with the draft. It was just that we picked Morphling, and I don't remember exactly what I played against on lane, but I remember that I was minute 9 or 9.5. I had Dragonless, Power Tets, and Sticks, so I was extremely strong. And then I just died on the top tower defense, and it was miscommunication because I could have delayed for eternity that tower. I could have never pushed it, but I just played it in a very bad way. That situation, in the worst way I could have played it, I think. So that kind of resulted in the game being a bit weird. But afterwards, I had the timing around minutes 15.5 to 16 that we took ages, and we could have basically ended the game right there. But we made some mistakes, we didn't communicate well, and I mean, it's more part of a communication and the map movement rather than the draft involved.
Okay, that's fair. And then lastly, I mean, people have talked about it in similar ways. You guys like to go a lot. Is there ever anyone that tells you guys to puts balance into the life of the team? Maybe guys, no, this is one step too much, or in a fight to chill and be okay, this was enough of a chase. Or is that a no-go? Is the word no banned?
If it's Spartan, I'm going board. Just say I'm joking.
Yeah, I think it's wish. I mean, it's definitely wish.
There we go.
We're playing, even this game, for example, we're playing. I'm teleporting behind. I'm I want to go rampage. Let me kill people. And he's no, guys, hit the towers, please. I'm tired of this. Please hit the towers. This happens every time. I think it's definitely wish.
Okay, that's fair. Thanks.
Begging for the games. Yeah, actually, we saw that in game number 1, right? What was the communication there when he was talking about the bottom lane and he was drawing on the map and he was pinging the bottom towers in game number 1, and he on his tiny he ran down there whilst all of you guys were trying to take a fight mid. What was he actually saying to you guys?
I mean, he usually wants us to connect well to each other, so this kind of happened. I know the weird moment happened that me and Spartans forced something, didn't wait for him, and so on. So it's just miscommunication, and then he's just a bit frustrated, I guess, because this happens in the game. Like, especially with Tiny, that if you cannot use your Tiny, which is like his strongest timings are minute 7, like minute 8, and you cannot really utilize these timings well, then it's weird for him to play. So I guess that was it. He was just explaining like how he wants to connect, and we didn't listen to him. We ignored him fully, and then he went a bit silent.
Nice.
I feel like we're like a therapy session right now. You know, you're really getting out the opinions, and then you'll go back to the team, and you'll have to talk to Wish about it. It's a wholesome interview.
All right, final question. Let's spice things up a little bit. If it did come down to it, where you had to play a tiebreaker to get into Division 1, which team would you want to play against?
I think that did two Hustlers, because against Laredo we have really played. We have won them in the past also, and recently we have won them. Alliance, I think, is the same. We have won them in this DPC already, so it's just D2 Hustlers. I think we lost 4 series to them with the score of like 2-0 all the time. So we just want to like overcome this obstacle, you know.
Damn. Chad Energy, you want to beat the team which you haven't beaten in a tiebreaker. I respect that a lot. Nano, thank you so much for coming to talk to us, and best of luck in the rest of the DPC.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Cool. See you.
Thank you.
Awesome
Nice,
stuff,
yeah.
man. Yeah, gives. I love the players which just talk, which just tell you like the answers to the questions you ask, but in such detail as well. It was great.
I'm so conflicted because like originally when he did the all chat, I thought it was from a place of him just wanting a meme, and now like I found out it's a place of like bringing up the pubs to the pro.
Dude,
Yeah,
it's always pubs. That's why I
It's
always
always-
ask.
yeah.
And then his teammates are like, oh, it's just in good fun. You ask him and he's like, yeah, you know,
Yeah,
I
pubs.
hate this guy in my pub game, or like he all chatted me. It's like, it's always the same, man. It's always the same.
I mean, at least the takeaway from the meme side of it, it's good to see that he has an understanding of them being an aggressive team, but they need to like tone it down. Because like when we're watching them, it's like they're cool, they're fun, but they're just like a little bit too sloppy in scenarios. And he spoke about communication a lot in that interview. And clearly that's something that they're trying to maybe work on, or something they're lacking. Because in the heat of the moment, if you are just saying go, 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 and you're not filtering out the needed communication, it can get a bit chaotic. And this is the type of team with their playstyle, one bad call can break your game. If you're playing for one Aegis to push and win the game off it, you're done, right? So I think it's cool to see that they understand their weaknesses. It's just, can they actually put in the correct practice to fix it? And then they can actually show us this good playstyle in true form.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this team has got a bright future ahead of them, but you know, because I got asked a tough question: will they be able to sort it out in time to make it into Division 1?
I feel like. Yeah, I
Do you
don't
want me to-
have a good answer for this, my
Kezu,
man.
I can help you with some context for
Okay,
your
okay.
answer. Right. So they have one series left to play.
They
play
need
up
to win, and
against-
someone else needs to lose, right? Or what's the dealio
Yeah.
with this?
So they're going to play up against Team Board.
Yeah, that's a.
And then
they
D2
can win that.
Hustlers and Urdu still need to play each other, forcing one of the teams to go 5-2. So minimum, there will be a one-place tiebreak if this team Manaspa beat Team Board, which you
Okay.
would assume they can do, right? So tiebreakers feel pretty locked in.
There
for
might
this
also
one.
be Alliance in that tiebreaker because they.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's kind of likely if they get to this tiebreaker situation. I believe they're probably one of my favorites to take that one. If they
I like
get
it.
there, we'll see.
Yeah.
Just need to give some context, and then Kezu gives you the bangers.
There you go. Just give me the context, baby.
Give him a nice
worries, honey.
slow ball, and he'll return it every time. Alrighty. Well, as you did see there, our next game coming up is going to be Alliance versus the Water Rune Enjoyers in that matchup there, which is pretty important. You know, Alliance, they need the dub. Water Rune Enjoyers would also really not like to be relegated, so they need a dub as well. Are they going to find it? Well, you guys will have to wait, because that game is coming up in about half an hour. So sit tight, go grab a hot drink, and we'll see you for the next series of the day from today. Or for now at least, we're saying goodbye, and I'll be handing over to the Snare for the next game. So adios from me, and enjoy Alliance versus Water Rune Enjoyers.
Visage is there. Guys, he list, no TP. He TP'd out and castled. Rubik, he gets shot. Go, 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 guys.
Alright. So bored, guys. What are these players? Oh, holy.
Play like this. I'm not gonna play.
You Welcome one and all. We return to some Division 2 action here in the Western European DPC, and tonight we witness Alliance taking on the Waterrune Enjoyers as our final series of the evening and sort of wrapping up, getting closer towards the end of the tour itself. My name is Snare and I'm joined by the T-Gang, T-Panda and T-Gov, the homies in the background. And T-Panda, you know, it's going to be Waterrune Enjoyers. It's pretty much still an extension of your birthday, because there's a very high likelihood we're going to get some Enigma on the cards for you.
Get that hydration out there for sure after that birthday celebration. But yeah, closing out at the end of the day, Alliance, a win for them, keeps them in the race for the tiebreakers. Waterrune Enjoyers fighting for survival in Division 2. So I think this is an interesting series in the sense of the stakes they're actually quite high considering this is the start of the last week.
Yep, especially because, like you was mentioning there, if Alliance end up losing a game, Div 1 dreams are pretty much over. And Tiga, for a team like Alliance, they pretty much have to get Div 1 to justify why the roster formed, right? Staying in Div 2, meeting Puppy next season here, not going to be good enough. You need to be able to get to Div 1 and stay there. Because we have seen Alliance do this dance in the past. But let's talk about it. How much do you think the pressure is weighing on them? The fact that they know that, guys, literally no mistakes are allowed from now until the end of the tour.
I mean, the pressure's probably there, but I'd like to think with the experience of some of the players on the team, they're able to kind of soothe out those issues. And also, most teams nowadays, they just think about, they play in the moment, right? And they don't really like to think too far ahead. A lot of interviews with these players, like, we don't care about 2 weeks down the line, we're just doing this one series. So I'd love to think that if you are trying to truly be a Div 1 contender, you're not getting in your own head about the need to beat Ivy but not lose to this team but then get to a tiebreak, then we have to you know, like, I really hope that none of that's happening right now in this team.
Yeah, gotta keep your eye on the ball, just keep your head down, focus on the games ahead of you. Speaking of the game that's ahead of us, you saw those odds there, T-Panda, 3.91 going up against the Waterrune Enjoyers. Now personally I do think Alliance is gonna win, but you know, come on man, now that's a bit harsh, that's a bit too far. We have Palantimos. This guy, despite losing so many games, he's looked pretty decent on the carry role. Don't they just need that one victory to spark them on the way to success? They beat Team Bold, still the fastest game that we've had so far in the division. They found themselves suffering the fewest deaths. Do you think it's really that bad that Alliance is that much outmatching them at this point?
In a sense, yes, because if we look at the teams from Division 1 that we witnessed a couple weeks ago, the story between which of the teams that grow the most come together the better, because you've seen like fresh roster reveals, you've got like 3 new players, 2 new players, but in this sense, how well does the team actually mesh together with them already being out there, completely new opponents to play against? It feels like Waterrune Enjoyers is the team that has maybe progressed the least out of the teams that have the potential to actually show and grow. So Alliance has had a rocky start, but instantly turned the course around, start to rack up some victories, and they've been on a solid run. I really like where Alliance is right now. And in terms of putting these two teams face to face against each other, so I feel like Alliance is the scarier one.
Let's talk about the game itself, actually, because one of the reasons why Alliance has been so scary is the S4 Centaur, and it's sort of been the centerpiece of a lot of their drafting that enables them to do well. In this last bedroom tournament, third party outside of the DPC, Tiga, they went up against Team Spirit, and they found themselves losing the series in large measure because Spirit was willing to just steal away Centaur. They're like, well, we take this hero from you in the draft, suddenly we have your most powerful asset. Should that be the template going up against this Alliance roster right now? Steal away S4 Centaur and then have an easy time to victory.
I mean, honestly, I feel like you could potentially just ban it out instead. I don't think Alliance have looked too strong of a Broodmother team in the couple games that they have shown us. So I think if there is a key like cornerstone to their drafting, normally teams ban it out, right? But then again, there's like 6 or 7 meta heroes that everyone thinks about. So then throwing a center on top, trying to convince the team to do it, it might be a bit difficult. But I'm honestly of the approach: ban Centaur against Alliance +1, and then you'll probably have a pretty good draft against them.
Yeah, Alliance is definitely one of those teams that it took them a little bit of time to sort of figure out their rhythm. Initially, they were the team that's picking the most diverse set of heroes. As time has been going on, they've been narrowing that pool slowly but surely, getting to where they are now. And speaking of actually narrowing their pool, Waterrune Enjoyers have been expanding their pool, Panda, day in, day out, just trying to figure out what sticks. Early on, they were just sticking to this Yon techies pretty much no matter what. But now they're like, well, one of the more open teams. It's sort of hard to decipher exactly what they're going to do in these games, especially because it hasn't always worked out for them. So they've try to implement a lot of different strategies coming into this. What do you anticipate them going for in this game, given that for them it's also sort of a do or die situation? You can't afford to lose this series lest you find yourself in relegation territory.
I mean, the heroes that they've really found success with is like the Keeper of Life, for example. If they will go for these the Coddle picks for Stoikov, which has worked out nicely, is that something that Alliance has already preemptively scouted that we don't want to play against the Coddle lineup, or if we find ourselves a workaround for it. They've also had quite good success with the Phoenix and, of course, the Clockwork, which is a pretty solid first phaser, which is seen through a lot of these lineups where you want to have that early kind of exit from the laning stage and be able to play the aggressive style Dota, which Waterman enjoys they definitely can do with the players that they have on the roster. They're able to establish themselves a solid kind of pillar which they can then continue building on. You know, like it's building a wall. You know, you put a brick, you can't just put the brick there. You got to have something around it. So when it comes to Alliance, easy. The Centaur's already taken away from them as the draft is kicked off, but it doesn't really feel like it's going to be too much of an issue for them. Alliance has a lot of ways to go around it. And I think Arthur, who's been talking about these strats for Alliance and building up those ideas, has been doing a great job with pushing them forward.
All right, let's see here. Water Enjoyers, they're going to be the ones that have first pick overall in the draft, so let's see where they lead with this. They go for the Death Prophet to lead things off. Very good hero, also stealing away from S4's pool, and that seems to be the key to victory. This S4 Centaur already been banned out. What's left here that he's played? Because they've also tended to first phase his hero. He's played this, he's played Enigma, Magnus, Broodmother, Brewmaster, as well as the Doom. Do any of those leap out to you as successful options to go for in the first phase?
Not really. I think Beastmaster +1 could be an option. Like Beast Rubik looks pretty comfortable against Death Prophet. I think a lot of the time against DP, you want to either mirror her play or be able to rebuttal her early aggression, and Raw is like the key component to that. So yeah, I wouldn't be too opposed to maybe a Beastmaster +1 opening. One other thing as well is like Treant still in the pool, so some Tree Shadow Fiend looks pretty good. You then prevent the DP flexibility. You can control the draft by deciding if Shadow Fiend goes safe lane or mid. Normally, when Alliance have played it, they have just put it mid for Chwen. So yeah, I feel like Tree Shadow Fiend or Beast Rubik sounds okay. And instead they're going to go for option number 3, which is Clockwork plus something.
They like doing this whenever they just pick a hero that's flexible on multiple of their cores, or their multiple supports rather. So often it's going to be Tree, Rubik, Clockwork, heroes that both Ponlo and Hans can do play. So I like this. It also gives them the allowance to go for Clockwork Leshrak, which they've done quite a few times at this point. But Rubik, man, how is Rubik still ignored? I imagine Auto Enjoyers should probably want Tree here, given that there is no Rubik to steal the Overgrowth either, and it's just so good with the Death Prophet. And yep, there's the Chwen Leshrak. Hello, buddy. Seeing you again.
It's a banger hero. I mean, the last time they played DPC, game 2 against Bald, it was just a Leshrak show. It was like 24 pick, nothing really counted him. He ran through the map, destroyed everything. It was insane performance. So I feel like after that game alone, if other teams are first picking it, Alliance in the back of the mind is like, guys, why aren't we just first phasing this hero more?
I'm kind of curious about Waterrun Enjoyers now that they went for the DP. They first phased Enigmas, Clockworks. Those are like their go-to heroes. Then they also have the Rubik. I think they have 3 picks in the first phase for that, so the option's there. But they are going to take a different type of route for this one. This is the first time they've picked Tusk in the first phase. So allowing that extra flex with this Death Prophet, like Waterrun Enjoys, they have the smallest hero pool, but they haven't really flexed this Tusk at all. That's going to be straight up mid for Stoikov, and it looks like Blink is going to be pulling off the DP, and we know Blink is kind of... He's got good games, and he's got very rocky games on Death Prophet in the offlane.
Yeah. They really see it as an option, and they could flex it, but it's unlikely. At least it's something for them to consider and think about. I just like them having something to get around and play with, right? This Death Prophet Ultimate, it's not like when they play Enigma and it's like, well, there's no good options for a black hole. You can at least make things happen. Says, group up, y'all, let's go make something happen with these ghosts. So they have the pick out of phase on the side of Alliance here. Which support are we getting here, Tika? You've called a lot of them in the past, so which one is going to pair the best with the Clockwork Leshrak opener?
Gotta think for a second. So Clockwork Leshrak normally, so Clock has normally been their 5, so there'd be some 4 position. I mean, Snapfire, always good. I feel like anytime I see Death Prophet, I'll always be calling for Snapfire. anytime DP walks up to tower at 6, she normally doesn't have... She might have like a casual cloak, but yeah, normally when you go Wraith Band and Mech, you don't really do too good against the magic damage. So yeah, I think Snapfire is always insanely good against that. And on the same vein then, I think Shadow Demon's still pretty good, especially against the aggression. You throw down that Demonic Purge, you kind of kite them out a bit, you save from the single target jump of Tusk. So yeah, I'm probably leaning towards like SD and Snapfire, like my big two for Alliance to add to their roster.
Snapfire seems nice, some good old team fight. Always fun to see when they have heroes like Clockwork as well. Warzone enjoyers, let's see here. I still want a hero that can move middle and like to help out the Tusk and or DP, whoever it is. One of the options that we have seen from them, we've seen them play heroes like the Earth Spirit in the 4 position. It didn't necessarily work out all that well for them. They've played Hoodwink, they've played Techies. What do you want to see here, my East Dota aficionado? If you were in Eastern Europe right now, where would this be going, Panda?
This is kind of weird in a sense because it feels like Waterrun enjoyers, they're just gonna go for a double support pick, and Alliance, they are basically looking for maybe another answer for the Death Prophet, potentially already setting themselves up for the last phase. If they really want to go for like extra damage to fight them early, I don't think I would say no to an Earth Spirit for Yond. Maybe something like, is the Treant Protector still in the pool, but Treant doesn't feel like a great combo necessarily with the Earth Spirit. At least you have like ways of controlling the fights. This is a decent Disruptor game, which I would definitely not say no to. I feel like Disruptor could work. Maybe they want to bring out, if Alliance is setting up this... You said the Slash was going for mid, so... And potentially adding up with an Agi Core, maybe an Elder Titan from Yon, for example. It's like Techies, Earth Spirit, and Elder Titan is what I'm thinking for Yon. And for Mary, probably Disruptor.
Why don't they just go Tree Rubik? If this was Southeast Asia, they'd go for Ricky Marana, but thank God we're in a civilized region, so we're not going to have any of that madness.
Rubik feels a bit difficult in a sense of going against Clockwork and the Leshrac. It's very positioning based, why the Rubik has also been very good at throwing spells from a good range and having control over the fights. Now it just feels like they just run at you so fast that Rubik is going to have a lot of difficulties with either protecting the Water Rune side of the draft, so Alliance is just going to take it themselves.
Okay, so Clockwork Rubik going to be a bit flexible between the two, but most likely this is going to be Ponlo Rubik. Or what's the answer here for Warzone enjoyers? The more and more I'm seeing this drop from the side of Alliance. Oh god. I don't want to see techies, just no techies. Disruptor I'm completely fine with, but just not any techies, please. But I do think I would like a silence. Something else to buttress this DP as well. So Disruptor does fit the bill for that. They go for a Phoenix. Well, okay.
Something I've been doing a lot. I was thinking Phoenix for them. It's like you when Alliance want to group up and take the fight to you, you have to assume Tusk will have a decent farming game at least. And then on top of that, if you throw down like the Sunray, the eggs, it prevents Leshrac from being as kind of confident. It's really good as well to put Leshrac into an awkward position where it's like if you jump DP, if you get siphons off, you can't real kill her. If you jump Tusk, he can snowball blink away. You jump Phoenix, he can egg. So now it's like, as long as you go toe for toe on momentum or pacing in the game, you have ways to play out that Leshrac aggression. Of course, there's always scenarios where you fumble your early game and Leshrac just obliterates you and runs through you, right? And just doesn't care about these spells. But it's cool to see Water Runes do that. And now this is where flexibility comes in. Because I would love to see this keeper like mid for Stoikov. Put that Tusk for deep in the off lane, and let's get some pressure on the map and just try and choke out Alliance here, especially with such an early Leshrac pick.
Yeah, I'm actually happy that they went for the Coddle, which we discussed earlier, that this Stoikov Coddle would be really good, and Alliance didn't target it at all with the second phase bans. Not necessarily a ban-worthy hero either, so I feel like Waterrun enjoyers are building themselves up for a very strong, like, early mid game, pre-BKB timers basically, so they can fight in and out against Leshrac. With just a Bloodstone, doesn't feel like it's going to be necessarily too detrimental to battle against, because you have a lot of burst damage. It will force the Leshrac to always consider where to go, what time, how deep can you actually extend, are we looking for safe pickoffs, and bringing up the Fury, and at least you have that extra +1.
Yeah. So it's a nice Nature's Prophet pick in regards to the amount of pressure Water Runes will be wanting to present. Now that they've shown the DP is most likely in the offlane, You pick up Nature's Prophet, insane counter to DP. You always have the treants to body for you. You just always can A-click and play kind of in front of the wave so DP doesn't get to you, especially if that's a Clockwork in that lane as well. Clockwork and Nature's Prophet should, in theory, slaughter this Death Prophet lane. It shouldn't give it any real justice to play it. And now it's like, Keeper Light has to do insane mid. Of course, he'll always farm, but it's more like when he gets the inevitable items, he needs to connect with his heroes to unlock their games, because I'm already seeing some very good lanes for Alliance, at least in the side lanes.
I'm seeing a lot of pressure on the Tusk as well. You were mentioning now that he has to be able to move around the map and make things happen. Besides him, I don't see that much reach for this Nature's Prophet at the edge of the fight, and they have multiple ways to protect him between the Clockwork and Rubik. This feels scary. What's left for Palantimo's here, T-Panda, that's going to allow him to get into the fight very quickly to assist this Tusk in either finding and killing the Nature's Prophet? Are we stuck just picking Spectre in this situation?
I mean, Spectre's an option. I was also thinking, like, maybe on the sidelines, the Slark's still okay. And then there's the Razor, which he likes to play a lot as well. But do they really want to go for the Razor necessarily this game? Because they kind of have a hero that, if they go for the Razor, they have an easy core to connect with and fight early, take down objectives, and look for pressure that way. But I also feel like a Razor is not the carry you want to go for. But it's Division 2. I think anything can happen. They still got the TB in the pool. They could go for the Slark. Okay, TB's gone. Never mind.
Let's see here. They have 23 pick. What's your read on the situation here, Tigov? What do they need to plug still on the side of Water Rune Enjoyers, and which hero do you believe does it the best?
For Water Rune, at least, Razor honestly doesn't feel too bad just for the playstyle of Water Runes, but they've often picked it due to a Naga. Like, the 2 times they've played it has been only because of that hero. So maybe that's just one kind of matchup they like playing, and it's less about the hero, but more for that one scenario. And then if you kind of disconnect from that a little bit, I think you kind of want a carry that can potentially buy, Skadi Manta, because you need to have some Dispel against the Furion. You also need Skadi against Leshrac down the line. You assume that your DP, if in a good game, can go Shivas. So now you're already dealing with like the Leshrac. But to scale against Nature's Prophet, I've often really enjoyed heroes that in the fight, as soon as they see Nature's Prophet, they have that reposition, right? It's why you mentioned Spectre earlier. It's why Slark's also up there, but it's outpaced normally. So I think Morphling's okay. I honestly, for Water Runes, I'd be really excited to see them play Razor, just because it leans into how they've been playing. It's super aggressive early. You can itemize for the moment, and you kind of just become another layer of frontline for your Kotal and heroes to propel themselves into the fight. But again, it's more the quirky pick. It's not too meta, as we've seen.
Yeah, I was thinking about the Doom as well for Alliance, that if they go Razor, they just pick the Doom. So now it feels like it's more and more going to the Razor direction for Water Rune Enjoyers. But if they do end up picking up the Razor for themselves, S4 kind of leaves him with the Brewmaster out of the heroes that he has played. Everything else is literally either picked or banned. CK. Oh.
Okay.
So it's a very volatile pick, just because of the fact that you have the Leshrac, of course. But in a game that you're dictating the pace, you can buy Mage Slayer. You have ways to initiate the fight, and then you bring your illusions in after the Leshrac kind of understood his position. But it very much is a way of Water Rune just setting the pace. Like, this Kotal will have a good time. Our CK will join the fight with Armlet +1. We will be in your face with Roshan and tag team. So I like the fact that they're trying to be aggressive, but this is a draft that can just fall flat instantly with bad lanes. And yeah, you throw a Tidehunter into the mix. I think Alliance's side lanes, honestly, and I don't say this often, their side lanes should be unlosable. That's how good these side lanes.
Unlosable.
Like, when you have Clock Nature's Prophet against DP, you have Rubik Tidehunter against CK. Like, I don't know, I feel like these side lanes should win 10 out of 10 times. So yeah, I really just like the side lane draft from Alliance, and yeah.
All right, so clearly Tiga is a much. You're definitely going to tell me that Alliance wins game number 1, because you always says win all the lanes, easy win the game. So T-Panda, you tell me right now, on the side of the Water Rune Enjoyers, what do you think the CK really helps them accomplish, and how do they win game number 1 utilizing Palantimos on this hero?
Oh, is it harsh to say it doesn't? Because it feels like the CK picks that I've seen out of late just haven't delivered a single time. But if they can make it work with the Coddle, if we talk about that exit from the laning stage, the pressure coming out from there, that is their timing, their window, their key to victory, the win condition. It has to be coming out of the laning stage into a strong 15 minute exit where CK has won his lane. But I totally agree with T. Like these side lanes are so hard to win. There's a lot on the shoulders of Stoikov.
A lot on the shoulders of Stoikov, a lot on the shoulders of the pony that needs to be ridden around on the Keeper of the Light. Let's see if they can make it work, or if Alliance will keep their winning streak going and get closer and closer to Div 1. To find out, we send it over to our illustrious duo. We have Lyrical, we have Trent. Gentlemen, make it exciting and bring us a banger for game number 1.
Thank you so much, Snared. We'll try our very best to make sure that happens. Trent, they're talking about Stoikov. He needs to get a lot done. It's worth noting when we saw them after the drafts were done, after Ty got picked, he was sort of holding his head like this a little bit. I don't know what that means, but maybe a little bit spooky.
Okay. All right. Generally not a good sign. I know what my favorite saying in that panel was: unlosable side lanes. And surely nothing bad could happen from that, right?
No, nobody's ever cursed a team at all to a horrible position, but maybe it'll happen.
Not a caster.
That's a panel member. Surely it's fine.
Oh, true. You're right. Maybe it's like a reverse curse.
I mean, they curse people too, to be honest. But they will have probably a little bit of a different look this time around, I would imagine. Alliance, S4 playing on this Tidehunter. You can see the esportsbet.io odds still very much into the favor of Alliance. It seems as if those lanes, if they do go well, it's the same recipe for success that we've been seeing before, of this Nature's Prophet, rotates in, helps out his Lesh. This hero is just still such a menace.
All right, so we're bothered by this hero.
Yeah.
Okay, he's been a menace. What do we do? How do we deal with this hero in this game, Lyrical? What would you do in this game if you're Waterrun enjoyers?
I mean, I just GG out. I'm done. I don't know.
All right, right answer.
No, I think probably trying to bring a lot of pressure onto him early. Maybe you can do that with the Tusk or something. He can be the one that's moving around, making a lot of action happen.
I like that. Yep. I think Tusk and CK have an important role to play in that regard in this game. Like, we're looking for snowballs, we're looking for chaos bolts and reality rifts, and focusing them down. And his BKB shouldn't be like full safety this game too, which I think is also pretty important, because a lot of Nature's Prophet sort of lean on that as a crutch at a certain point in the game, where it's like, aha, the BKB has arrived, and now I will stand and right click.
Yeah, and as the game goes later and later too, you're going to have other answers to it beyond just the Walrus Punch, Exorcism, Supernova. You're going to have Palantimos' level 20, Reality Rift Piercing Spell Immunity. That's going to be another thing that they can look for there. And to be fair, also, if we thought about the way that Waterrun enjoyers have looked the best, oftentimes it's been playing around Palantimos' hero, getting a lot done in the late stages. I think back to his Terrorblade performance at various points. But this is looking to be another one. Stoikov already kind of getting the business early from Chuan.
It is, of course, Stoikov as well with his mid-coddle, which I know at one point was the only map they had won.
Right.
I remember. And then I think they immediately lost the game after with it. But nonetheless, did get a win with that coddle already. So hoping to up them to 4 wins after taking the 2-1 over Team Bald.
A little bit of a battery assault there, trying to slow down Jan Hanskin. Now body blocking the creeps. Eventually it does draw aggro, but I think that little body block meant that he couldn't get it back behind the tower meeting the creep wave, so instead it meets in front, which is kind of a nice little change. Like, taking some damage here from Hanskin and keeping that pressure on this DP.
Yeah, as expected, pretty solid lane so far. DP not enjoying herself there with 2 lasses, but she's got this wave to work with. Hopefully, she can steal some of these from Hanskin, as Charlie's keeping his distance here as well. From Jan and the Tusk.
I've never actually seen that, where the support body blocks the wave so it can't meet behind the tower. That was kind of a neat little move. As S4, in this second wave too, it's going to meet here again. So probably Charlie's going to come on over and try and contest this other pull that happens as, well, in trouble. Jan, again, caught by Hanskin, and this one is going to be a ton of damage out. This Clockwork is doing so much, and in fact, Jan, he's in trouble. He's getting chased down by this NP that Blink is all the way over here. I mean, he has another mango. He's got mana. Battery Assault. Is he just dead?
Nah, I think the Siphon saves him.
That's still really frustrating to play against. Holy moly.
I mean, he's just having the time of his life right now.
He can't even last it because it's under tier 2 now. Dude.
Oh, we got one. Nice.
That is very frustrating.
Good Crypt Swarm. Good Crypt Swarm. All right.
Unlosable lanes.
Unlosable. I mean, it's looking that way, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lane going strong. Top lane, you know, he's the leader on the board there. S4 as Ponlo's over here harassing Mary and grabbing a courier. Okay, just had tangos. Good. Yeah, I was kind of hoping for the Monkey King. I'm not gonna lie. I was like looking through like my Mage Slayer heroes, and you're like, well, they don't really want to play Slark. Hanskin finally go. Oh wait, not getting punished. Nice.
Tango running too.
But I was like, you know what? Is it finally time for a good Monkey King game? You know, we had Phoenix Egg. Could actually, like, work with Wukongs. But the Wukongs, whenever Monkey King comes out, I feel like Wukongs, you just can't stick anyone in it lately. So CK is just, like, the safe option for your Mage Slayer gamers.
True. Is a little bit slower to come online, but still really strong if it gets there. Man, Charlie down bottom is just really taking it to this DP. 16 and 10 denies. And obviously some of those are, you know, the treants, but there's been a lot of lane creeps too.
Oh, we got that one with the fat. She got the big roll on that DP right click, thankfully.
Immediately got the range creep denied in front of her, though, unfortunately, as Ponlo playing around with Mary. But down bottom, there's more danger. The snowball is going to keep him alive for a little bit. Didn't pull the DP inside of it. And in fact, oh, wait, Shards? Gets his DP killed? Yond? Body block? No. Oh, God. Yikes. That was unfortunate.
Yes, I think in his mind he's trying to separate the two, obviously.
Down bottom, Mary is in trouble. Jan barely able to walk away from that one. He got caught again, but will manage to escape. Holy moly.
And, well, we've only been looking at side lanes. Continue to look at side lanes. Don't bother looking away. But mid has just been, you know, pretty much nothing. You got Coddle starting to work on the jungle. Do we have any early camp blocks? I don't see any here from the Radiant. That is a little bit different. We've been seeing a lot of teams whenever the Coddle is there on that dire side coming, trying to get a block. There's one right there. Thank you very much.
No.
Okay, we got that one at least. But, yeah, able to stack up some good old camps for the Coddle.
Much needed. He wants to try and stay ahead, and that is at least one lane that's going pretty well for Water and Enjoyers. Stoikov needing to get off to that hot start and trying to get into his boots of travel as quickly as possible. Does get one deny there by Chun. Well done. Mary picks up the bounty rune, and lanes breaking down a little bit as Ponlo and Mary are making the move around. Does get a good ward down in this area for Ponlo. 12 blink. Caught. There's a lot of trees there. And now Hanskin able to isolate that Death Prophet. Comes inside for a hug. Might just end up coming into some trouble too for Jan. Sprout's there. Does have a Tango left to eat his way out. But yeah, this bottom lane is a catastrophe.
That's actually his last one too. So the Sprout is a decent control option now, as long as there's no snowball as well.
Wow. I mean, the CS looks pretty even if you're taking a look between the DP and the NP. Obviously, a lot more denies, but the net worth is telling an entirely different story. And then also, of course, the levels being a pretty significant advantage. As Chun again chasing Stoikov. Thought about the TP in from the NP there. Doesn't go for it. Palantimos underneath the tower. S4 keeping that pressure onto him. Ponlo's going to be stunned, but they are still constantly in the face. And now, this is the value of having this Ring of Health this early. And might just kill Palantimos. Fadebolt in trouble.
So greedy.
Dropping down, sticking around. They do manage to kill off Ponlo, but Palantimos is going to go down. And they have Ravage.
All right.
They're ready. They didn't need to do that, Death, but that's how it went down.
There's a small window here mid where his Quelling Blade is in the stash and he used his last Tango. Will they punish? They have wards. That would be so hype if they managed to catch Stoikov right now. But they're coming down bottom instead. She went 2 points in
Ravage
the Edict.
up top, dead. Mary goes down, and well, yeah, back behind the tower. They thought about diving on. I mean, yeah, they're pressuring here after they kill off that pesky Phoenix. Jeez.
When the Flare scouts out the attempted TP, I believe, from Palantimos. I assume is who that was. But gets canceled.
Wow. Game looking good for Alliance. 5-1, a 3,000 gold lead. They have really righted the ship here and are looking solid.
Yeah, it turns out it was actually all 3 lanes that were going to go very well. Obviously, the Coddle and Lesh are basically even. It's all about now what you can do out of the mid lane with the Coddle. Seeing that early aggression, trying to get that urn into the Spirit Vessel, and just trying to utilize your teammates' disables typically to get crazy damage out of this level for Illuminate. And he's in a pretty good spot for it, right? I mean, he's got CK stun set up, and he's got a Tusk, so there'll be heroes on both sides of the map to try and pair with. But tough targets. You know, S4 on the Tide. Very difficult to move in and do anything about him when he already has a hood.
Yeah, Tide is definitely just going to be sitting comfortably in this lane, as Tide Hunters often do, and presenting an immovable object. Man, that Wrath of Nature is a lot of damage. And of course, if they ever want to, it's a really easy move to just, you know, make the rotation mid once this top tower is down and Ravage is back up again. I don't know if they can stop pressure mid.
I mean, just look at this, though. S4 is getting the tower for free. Palantimos is resorting to farming the stacks in the jungle that were preferably for your Coddle. But, I mean, obviously, Daniel and hard carry is not bad. It's just Coddle farms him so fast. He wants to take that into immediate action. CK is going to be a lot slower utilizing this to actually advance the interests of your team. And down bottom, these two are just volleying.
Yeah.
Blink and yawn.
It does not stop. And this game has been very, very rough. That is actually the first death of the Tusk. DP's been brought down twice. But it's so much pressure on that map, and it feels like they're constantly having to just ferry out, regen everything. Palantimos?
Easily my MVP, though, is Hanskin so far. So he's playing incredibly well.
Pull back. They're going to try and punish Ponlo here, and they will do just that. So the hood on S4 means they can't go on him, but can take out his buddy in the Rubik very easily.
They have a snowball here as well if they want to go down in the river. I mean, he still has ulti going, but the tumbler is so like, haha.
He's out.
Great item.
Chuan now getting close to the Bloodstone. How much away is he? Well, about a little over 1,000 until he has that one completed. Man, early movements and laning stage working out well for Alliance with a 4,000 gold lead now.
Skip.
Yeah, he's just chilling, dude. That's a sick play.
It is only annoying if they manage to actually save this tower, but they're not even trying. They're just trading mid.
Yeah. That's too easy. They don't even need to bring in the Tide Hunter for that. If they wanted to, they could TP him bottom on S4. If they want to defend this, it doesn't look like it.
I think because they don't have like a traditional hard carry, it doesn't feel as important to save this early. Like if you had, you know, someone who feels like they can't jungle that early and you really wanted to like create this space and keep trying to force fights down here, I could sort of see that, but like who cares? We got Leshrac, Nature's Prophet. It's so whatever. We're going to go push objectives. We don't need this space on the map.
Well, level 6 for Mary, trying to farm stuff up. We'll run into Ponlo and the Lesh. Can't quite get the lift there. Only the level 1 in telekinesis. And, okay, stolen dive. Pulls it back now for the lift. Pops the egg. S4 says, fine, guys, let's go. That's not going to work. And now Ponlo dead again. They have a chance for a turn here with the Ravage if they want to use it. Still hanging on to that pipe. Pops it now. Chuen still living. Ravage connects now onto 2. But do they have enough to take this fight? Palantimos very low. Palantimos going to die. Charlie made the TP rotation in. Wasn't quite in position to catch anybody, though. And S4 just being a watermelon to try and be a bulwark in front of them. Weird series of events. But still into the favor of Alliance.
Yeah, it seemed like a pretty good setup, honestly. I thought that could have gone significantly better for Water and Jordan's. Like, if you look, but those teams did actually almost the exact same amount of damage. It was 5,633 for Alliance, 5,638. 5 more damage from Water Enjoyers, and they lose that fight.
Cardi going away, but going in, Hanskin. The snowball, it is enough with the battery assault tick to take down Jan. So Hanskin continues to make his presence felt here. Will drop low, and the freaking infused raindrop, enough to keep him alive. Blink now turned upon. They have to slow down. Oh, that'll teach you to come after my clockwork. And he, well, of course, just digs up the salve.
Yeah. Yeah. Tranquil's turn on. Salve comes out of the ground.
Dude,
he pops Mango Bay on the AirPods, and he's just right back in, you know?
He is having a really, really good season. I feel like, I don't know, something leveled up with Hanskin. He's been playing really well.
He's like, what if I don't play Chenner Edge?
Yeah.
What is this Clockwork hero?
He's going to run into Palantimos here. 8 seconds left on the hook shot, and they're going to find him. In trouble, going to get caught. Another kill into their favor. Hook shot in, finds one more. Stoikov in trouble. Dude, Hanskin is freaking slain right now. Stun comes out. Chuan is there. They get him.
Dude, he has stolen level 4 Chakra, and he can just cast it on the Lesh and the Clockwork. Those are 2 gross heroes to give Chakra to.
That's nuts.
And Tide actually is really good as well with the Anchor Smash. Bam, bam. Get the double tap going.
Dude, 2-0-7 on this Clockwork out of 12 kills. And guess what? He's going to be involved in another. Link is in trouble. Going to drop. They are everywhere right now. Alliance absolutely slaying 14 minutes in.
They just don't go backwards. They're not going to the other side of the river. They're just staying on this side. They're planting wards like they're flags. They're taking some territory here.
S4 runs into Palantimos in the jungle, forces back the CK. He TP'd out to try and farm that jungle and doesn't have anywhere to go.
This is a really good like micro example of when Tide feels really broken. Because Tide's not actually doing anything crazy with like Ravages, but he has taken that jungle.
Can they take down this Lesh though? Ponlo moves into position. They get the kill. John a little bit too far forward. He gets punished heavy. Alliance
That's
were in
pretty
position to help him.
Yeah, it's basically just a slight mistake in terms of positioning of Ponlo and Hanskin in relation to where I feel like Chuan expected them to be or thought their range of initiation was. Like, he might have just been thinking, like, you know, I want to flex my Bloodstone, so then you guys hook shot in, you follow up, we're going to wipe this fight. But just a little bit too brave in that situation.
Does give a little bit of life back for the Water and Enjoyers, because that was... Like, if you don't get that kill onto Lesh, the game is completely snowballed away.
Dude, look at this angle on his hook shot.
Finds 2. Cogs, snowball save, but that just sets up for Chuan to be able to catch and do so much damage. Yeah, that wasn't going to be good enough. They pull back another Mary. Doesn't get to pop the Supernova. Was so close to getting it off. I think he dies anyways, regardless.
I wonder if Hanskin knows that this is like the best game of his career, or if he feels that way right now. Because, like, honest to God, he's single-handedly like winning this whole game. Because like S4 is just 100% actually not surprised.
Yeah.
S4 is just being a Tide Hunter. He's like controlling space on the map. Because his team's ahead, the enemy can't just like run into him, or there's enough time for a turnaround play. So they're forced into all these terrible spots on the map. And Hanskin's in like the best situation of a hero. Like Clockwork, this range of initiation. He's hitting every hookshot. His angles are amazing. The plays he's making without hookshot are great.
Right. Well, and I think, like, again, starting even from the laning stage, like, T was saying that the lanes were going to be good, but the like, initial not getting the pull-off back behind the tower, I think, destroyed Death Prophet and Tusk's lane. Like, the fact that they couldn't pull it back behind the tower and last hits were being contested from the get-go, everything from there just felt so bad. And I think that's normally how teams have sort of like caught back up, is by enabling those pulls behind the tower. And he just did a really good job of shutting that down.
Yeah, he made it look so easy too. Like, just it seemed like simple to him. He's like, oh, you just body block here. Oh, you just, you know, do cogs here and it doesn't work. Duh. Don't you guys know this?
Oh, Charlie.
There is.
No pressure. Oh, that's a TP in from Chuan. I was like, Who is trying to die right now on Waterfront Enjoyers?
Oh, well, Hanskin, he wants to know who wants to die. He's on the hunt.
There is a ward here, though. That should keep Mary safe. Let's see if this one gets taken away or not. But in the meantime, up top, the tier 3 tower gets a couple little hits onto it before Coddle comes on in and stops this.
Hanskin will get punished here. At least, well, you know, they'll begin to be punished, but then teammates show up, and there's a chance Alliance are just thinking to themselves, like, what's the risk factor of Roche right now? Like, can we lose that fight? Because it is kind of scary. There's 4 staff on Coddle. He's got the Spirit Vessel. He's the big AoE damage. There are a lot of things that can go wrong in those situations. There's an egg. There's not really that much advantage to them roaching right now.
That's true. But at the same time, they could just do it if they want to, probably. Arcane Rune. Yeah, and they're going to say, all right, let's do it. Cleaning it up. Time to go to work.
I mean, look at S4. Like, they had a good sense of exactly where Waterfront Enjoyers were. They sort of swept through the top. They took the outpost. They know they can't come from that angle. They saw them gathered over there. So, yeah, this is a very safe way to do Roche.
Yeah. They might go on S4 here. Walrus Punch. He has Greaves. He has Pipe. He does not appear to care about anything.
He's swimming upstream. He's a salmon.
Oh, God. And, I mean, Waterfront Enjoyers, I don't know what you do at this point. I don't know how you try and deal with this.
You know what? You might have had it right at the start of the game.
Yeah, kind of feels that way.
Just GG out.
Game is looking tough. And for Alliance, they have done everything right at each stage of this game, it feels like, with the exception of that one death on the Lesh over in the Dire Ancients. It's been moving from point A to point B, and now point C might just be high ground. Oh, the Midas.
Yeah, that's a recovery Midas if I've ever seen one.
That was on the Death Prophet, in case you were wondering.
Yep. Hey, you know what? That little 15 talent, it's really good.
Yeah.
Only one way to get there.
Only one. Oh no! And when it moved into his backpack, now he has to wait. Oh, don't kill it. Rage creep! Don't kill it. All right, now he's fine. Can you imagine? Oh, he gets the item immediately. There you go.
That tactics. That last item was so pesky. He bought a Midas.
That's right. Oh no! Like now in trouble. Chuan chasing. Meanwhile, there's also
Fishman.
A battle. He's okay. Houndskin. Hook shots in. Okay. Turns to try and kill off the egg. Will he go down? Yes, the pipe keeping Hanskin alive. Stolen Sunray. 2 are dead now. Oh man, man. Maybe a chance. Okay, they burn the Aegis. Leshrac went a bit too far in again. So they managed to hold on. Sort of.
They're still in the game.
True. Ponlo has Sunray. That's pretty nifty. Look at him helping out his buddy. It's like, dude, I got tranquils.
Just firing off that death ray.
That's right. God, that is actually going to destroy CK. It's
pretty good.
He keeps it. Well, Alliance very much in control of this game, and the hopes and dreams for Waterfront Enjoyers feels like they're relying upon the BKB on Palantimos. The well, they need Spirit
Midas
Vessel charges.
On Blink.
I was gonna get there. I was making my way there.
It's a little lower the tier list.
Oh, Mary? Nope. Charlie gets him. The plus side, at least, from the Midas Sonic is that he is going to have level 12 now. So level 2 ulti on DP.
I love Huntsman's Veil, by the way.
Yeah.
He's working on it for a while, but great item in these situations when you're kind of snowballing. Didn't really feel like he needed the 4-step instantly, even though it is like one of those busted items on Clockwork. arguably he could have just rushed Ags.
Yeah.
But Veil's pretty good this game. Just help
True.
juice up some of their magic damage.
Um,
Sorry. Spell damage. My bad.
Spell
You know,
damage,
we're in the
there you
new
go.
era.
That's
I know.
right. How dare you?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
How dare
You know,
you?
when they changed that, my Sven build didn't work that well though.
Dire are
Okay.
scanning.
Yeah,
Why?
because the cleave was a spell. I don't know. I thought it would be really good.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see. That makes sense.
Works
now.
better when he's your ally though.
True. Yeah. You can just throw it out there. They're gonna bully Yond again. It's like, please, just let me live. Let me be a hero. And Tusk's gonna TP out, so he won't get caught. While the rest of Alliance try and put the clamps on this game. Only one tower taken on the side of Waterrune Enjoyers, as this draft has just been all Alliance for the past couple of minutes here. Blink Dagger done on S4. And BKB on the Lesh, I think I said that earlier. Hook shot. Connection and kill. Stoikov down, and yeah, Alliance are ready to go high ground. Oh, Blink. He's in trouble. Oh, Snowball just pulls them in closer. The mech goes out. Jan going to die. This game been rough for the enjoyers of Water Runes, and they drop the Supernova. Will manage to hold their high ground for the moment off the buyback from the Tusk.
And of course, this is a game that you're losing versus Nature's Prophet and Clockwork too, who both have abilities to like keep the lanes pushed.
Yeah.
Globally, Clock can just do random flares, which always helps. And of course, Nature's Prophet the best in the game at it. So
Palantimos, Cogs push back. The rest of the team there. Pops the BKB, wants to go in.
Ow.
Damage is out, but the Ravage connects onto the rest of Clockwork, just hiding away in the trees. Hanskin will go down, but Charlie gets the triple. They take down the rest of the team. Palantimos does manage to get the TP out. So 2 cores left alive as Water Rune Enjoyers struggling to come up with answers. Palantimos, that's no BKB for him. Ponlo doesn't have lift. Can't get him.
Man, these Ravages though. S4.
Yeah.
It just makes it look so easy.
I'll just say he could have blinked Greaves to try and save Hanskin, but you know, the Ravage might have been a decent play.
Yeah, I don't know. He decided to like kill the enemy or something.
Kind of weird.
Maybe have a team meeting after about, you know, saving each other first after this game.
Exactly.
Dire's top tower is
The
under
true teammate way. Ooh, and he's going for Shard next. Tidehunter Shard, so cool.
I feel like everyone kind of wanted this as a shard when they first announced shards. It was like, I want like a little mini, I just want like another stun, a little mini Ravage on Tide, but everyone's like, I'll be too broken. But you know what? Here we are.
Yeah. Oh, Mary. S4 is ready to jump. Do they want to go in for this? No. Gets the Diord. All right, so that keeps the Phoenix alive. But yeah, 18.
I can't wait for him to blink and blink Tendrils of the Deep. Just
Get
rolls
him.
off the tongue, you know. Oh, he's hasting that courier.
That's a BKB, a 4 staff, gets away. Palantimos.
Here it comes.
Gotta be
The
careful.
Tendrils.
The Tendrils. They're not going for it. The Tendies. That's what I'm going to call them from now on.
Yeah, attendees it is. It is said.
Mary. Well, they get the D-ward again. And will they try and find one? Oh, no. Mr. Midas Man in some trouble here. Doesn't even get to pop the Greaves.
Oh, the pop kill with the flare. Very nice.
Yeah, very well played. Charlie appreciate it.
Tips of, yeah, nice. Oh, here it comes. Oh, come on, S4. Give me some tendies.
Get the
Hit him with the tendies.
out. The tendies. They're coming. Oh, a good little Ravage to start. The tendies to follow. And then they pop the Supernova. Charlie is taking some damage here. Needs to sprout himself, get out of harm's way, or just stand there like a crazy person and live through it all because they had the Sunray. Too strong. Second round attendees, not even needed. And that is going to be a tier 3 tower taken. Alliance killing it here in this game. Charlie giving the tip over to Yond. Oh, man.
And Hanskin snagging another kill. I mean, this guy is out of control.
He's doing it. Feeling very good about themselves at this moment off the back of a well thought out draft and just exceptional play. Alliance gonna claim a second set of racks here. GG's called.
And there it is. Alliance, they have one choice after their first 2 series. Win the rest.
They gotta
Hashtag Alliance sweep. The fans are rising up. They're crawling out of the graves. S4 among them, coming back from the dead.
You see, he do his little like his little hang loose symbol right there. That was pretty good there. Damn, Hanskin definitely coming out on top in that one. And yeah, like you said, they gotta win out. They gotta win everything. They gotta do it if they want to make it up to Div 1. And if they keep playing like this, I feel like they've turned a corner with their drafts. They're looking really solid.
Yeah, gotta say, get the brooms out, fans. Sweeping time.
Who do they have to play still? Ivy, I think, is their other matchup, if I'm not mistaken.
Sweet. It's like curling. Hurry hard. That's what they're trying to do.
Okay. Well, we'll see if they can do that. I mean, you're Canadian, so I feel like there's a sort of an affinity that you have with the very northern-most folks. Is that a thing? Maybe not. All right, we're going to head on back to the panel. Let's then break down the action from game number 1.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And game number 1 indeed was a very strong game for the side of Alliance. And they continue the sweep. They continue to get closer and closer towards Div 1. And we heard from the panel there, Tigov, or rather we heard from the casters, Lyrical and Trent, the new Alliance hype man. This game, yeah, Alliance just looked clean from start to finish. Talk to me about this, right? You mentioned that these are going to be a 10 out of 10 draft, but you've also mentioned that Alliance isn't necessarily the best laning phase team. This game, how would you rate their laning phase overall, even if it's on a weighted average, given how good the draft was?
Okay. Honestly, this was Alliance's best game in the DPC, in my opinion. From start to finish, they played incredibly well. They entered lanes with a clear understanding of what their opponents would need to do to survive them. They had, of course, advantageous matchups in both side lanes, and you know they just crushed it. And it's refreshing to say, because I think Alliance has been a team that is hot and cold, trying to find themselves as a team. But with this draft and how awesome it was, I'm happy that they got to actually present how good the heroes were, and they did just crush this game. It was, yeah, I didn't actually see Water Rune Enjoyers do kind of anything in this game, and that's testament to Alliance's aggression.
That's something that we were a bit worried about in the drafting phase, Depender. We saw this Water Rune Enjoyers draft, and it's like, well, the only hero that can make things happen is sort of this Tusk, and that's contingent on him getting this Blink Dagger, being able to make moves across the map. That never really ended up happening. Is there something they could have done differently for Water Rune Enjoyers in the mid game with their play, maybe itemize differently, maybe give priority towards Yon to finish that Blink to allow them to actually play proactive Dota this game?
The draft kind of spoke for itself. Like the ideas that they could have maybe gone for were looking for potentially a different carry than the CK, that they would have actually had the core they can connect with early on to start fighting, because they would lose control of the top half of the map very early. Even with defensive warding to show where the tide would potentially be, Water Rune Enjoyers could have looked for a fight, for example, protect that tier 1 tower, stack up, try to take him down, but it also risks that Alliance will stack up with numbers. You don't have the vision. You don't know if the Tidehunter is also going to be there to provide that extra team fight oomph. And then, you know, it just causes Alliance to get even further away, because when you're balling up together, they're going to be splitting the map, farming more efficiently, getting further and further away in net worth. So they just had the issues that they weren't able to stretch extended fights because they were very item dependent, and they didn't have these easy gap closers in this draft.
Yeah, I mean, as a testament to how hard this game was in terms of itemization, Blink was forced to go back for a Hand of Midas. 23 times this item has been picked up on Death Prophet in the past. This is the 8th slowest one that has happened, so not the easiest set of circumstances. However, Tigo, you know who made this game look a lot easier for Alliance? Their MVP, who we saw laughing at the very end, then we saw Hanskin Clock.
Yep.
Talk to us about what he was able to accomplish in this game that made it the early game that much easier for Alliance to play.
I mean, they mentioned it in the cast, but of course, you know, there's this lane manipulation that Water Runes need to do to survive that lane, but Clock's already there. He's body blocking, he's bullying them, he's preventing them from getting those clean pulls off. And then on top of that, last time he played Clockwork, at least in the DPC, it didn't feel too good on the hook shots. Let's put it that way. Yeah, it was a rough game, but this was night and day difference. He had like a what is it, some 90% plus hook accuracy probably by the end of this game. Insanely active on the map, and that is the benefit, right? When you have this Fury into DP matchup, you can leave him alone after 6-7 minutes. You just run around the map, do things, and he pretty much just did anything he wanted. Goes to Lesh, gets a kill. Goes to Tide, gets a kill. Goes somewhere else, Fury and TP's in, gets a kill. It was just a great game, and he knew that his team was ahead. And when you know your team has this insane lead, playing clock feels amazing, because any hook shot you connect on, you know some boy's going to be behind you, just really doing the killing blow. So yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah, really good stuff coming out from Hansen. We've seen him have some blockbuster performances before in heroes like his Disruptor, but his Clockwork certainly stepped up and leveled up today and allowed Alliance to grab the game number 1 victory over Water and Enjoyers. It is still game 1, so there's still an opportunity for Water and Enjoyers to not just turn around the series, but to turn around the odds against them, because there was a bit of disrespect, 3.91 odds earlier on. Right now, I'm sure it's going to be shifted even further against them at this point in time. And those odds, of course, are brought to you by esportsbet.io, our sponsor and our partner here for the DPC. And one of the cool things that we are doing with esportsbet.io is throughout the course of this DPC run in Western Europe and in NA, your first $100 is floated and covered by esportsbet.io. So in the event that you lose that bet, it gets recovered in the form of 100 worth of USDT. So get involved. Make sure that you are aware that this first bet is a little bit less risky than it would be otherwise. More information can, of course, be discovered in the Discord, and the information on the Discord is in the description of our Twitch channel down below. So with that in the books, game number 1 done and dusted. Alliance well on track to keep sweeping the division after their initial losses. But of course, Water and Enjoyers, they brought us surprises in the past, so we're hoping that they can bring us one to push us to a deciding game number 3. Don't go anywhere. The conclusion of this night of DPC action will be with you in just a moment. Myself, Snare, T-Gum, and T-Panda will be right back, so we'll see you soon.
I'm killing task, I'm killing task.
I'll go there. You're fine, you're fine.
That's mine. This is mine. Where comes, guys? Very good, very good. Chase. Daddy C?
No more daddy.
No daddy?
No
Daddy C.
No
daddy.
Unlucky.
welcome back one and all here to the Western European region of the DPC. We continue with this day of action in our third and final week to wrap up the tour, and we have Alliance taking on the side of Waterloo Enjoyers. Game number one, very, very strong showing for the side of Alliance, and we hoping that Waterloo Enjoyers have gone back to the drawing board. It turns out, T-Panda, that even if you ban the Alliance Centaur, it's not enough. S4 has other things in his arsenal. He hasn't pulled out the Tidehunter just yet in the DPC. That's going to make Waterloo Enjoyers a little bit fearful, right? Knowing that there's no one-stop solution to just ban this and guarantee victory up against the side of Alliance.
Yeah, there's a reason I put my jacket on, because I feel like those water runes are kind of frozen right now and probably shocked from that first game, but if anything tells about history, game 2 shouldn't be as much lopsided as game 1, right? Right, guys? Right? I mean,
I feel like so Water Rune's draft have been exceptional when they see perfect matchups, right? And I think this CK pick was one of the worst picks they've had in the DPC, because like they're banning Doom for picking CK. It's like, if you're picking CK, why do you care about Doom? If you pick CK, you should care about Tide, but then like you forget about Tide exists, you just respect S4 Doom. And so I think like just the end of their draft was not the strongest in regards to processing all the information at one time, I feel. And that's not going to help you as you're trying to survive your Division 2 run.
I mean, if they have been drafting so well up until this point, what do you think happened that made everything just fall off the rails, especially towards the end of the draft, given that up until that point, things were sort of according to what we've already seen from them?
You want me to go for that one, boss?
Yeah, go for it, yeah.
I mean, I feel like sometimes in draft, you can get fixated on what you're trying to achieve. And then when you forget about, like, just counters, right? It honestly happens sometimes. Like, it's like, oh, CK's a boss pick. I love playing CK into Furion. I can buy Mage Slayer for Leshrac. It's not great, but I can deal with it, you know? You get so fixated on this idea, and then, but you think of the idea after your bans, right? Because it's like, you ban Doom, they ban Drow, and it's like, oh shit, we kind of wanted Drow. CK's really good though. And then, yeah, in the moment, you can get carried away. If you have small reserve time, I can't remember actually how much reserve time they had left, but in those moments where it's like high pressure, low reserve time, comfort picks come into play as well. Sometimes, yeah, it just boils down. And I think it normally happens to the teams that are inexperienced and aren't as obviously conditioned as the likes of, you know, Alliance out at boot camp, who's, you know, doing everything every day together. So it can happen, and yeah, it's unfortunate it did happen, but they will happily not be picking CK on 23 ever again when an offlaner still needs to be picked and Tide is available, I feel.
One of those conditions, you know, we'll hopefully never have to see CK. It feels like TCAV is channeling the spirit of fear here, T-Panda. We heard a lot about how CK can be lackluster in some of these games. But to his credit, though, Palantimos normally is the shining light on the side of the Warzone Enjoyers. In this game, we didn't necessarily see him enabled to be able to play the game. For me, I'm also looking at the support cost and the offlane, because for Blink, it's another time that we've seen the Blink Death Prophet hasn't necessarily looked all that great. Should they just pick something a little bit more active for Blink to ensure that no matter what, they have some backup to allow Palantimos to actually play Dota and not just leave him on an island where he has to 1v9 the whole game?
I mean, that's a tough question because, you know, DP is an active hero. Like, that's what we'd love to see from the hero. It is a very, very run at you, very active, very capable of brawling, great with the Spirit Siphons early on as well, so the hero has the inbuilt sustain / damage. But with Blink's hero pool, I feel like we haven't really seen that good Death Prophet game from him coming out from the offlane. So potentially, if they do get themselves a chance for, say, a Zoo hero, for example, in the first phase, yeah, that could already be a much better answer or an idea. But they just have a lot of things that they need to reinforce outside of the picks that come from the first phase, which is the laning stage. How can they shut down, say, Hansken and Ponlo? How do they get these pesky supports out of their feet? Is there some way they can maneuver differently in the lane? Can they work around with the lane tranquility a bit better? We saw Blink was actually farming under the tier 2 tower to get himself that early experience, because the Clockwork was constantly just bullying them from getting that hard camp, like T was talking about earlier on, how well Hans can actually play that lane. So I think the Death Prophet is still a good idea, but maybe there's a better option in Blink's hero pool.
All right,
let's talk about hit me, bro.
I got a question, boss. Are Waterrune Enjoy's second pick for this game? Do you know that? Do you have the information yet?
Yes, they are. They are.
All right, perfect.
They are second pick.
All right, it's because Waterrune Enjoyers, they got 3 game wins in the DPC thus far, and all 3 games have been when they are second pick. Because I would like to think everything we've been saying now normally, when you're second pick, everything we just said is thrown away, right? Because you get to see 4 heroes, you pick one, you see 5 heroes, you pick your last hero, right? It's why second pick is so favored, and it helps some of the weaker drafting teams to get through the draft. And I'd like to say that this second game should be competitive. It should be close. It shouldn't be an alliance walkover, just because of the fact that Water Runes on second, they get the Palantimos heroes. They kind of get the cheat codes, right? And it helps a lot. So I feel, if you are watching at home, lads, this shouldn't be a swift one. It should at least be, how long was the first one? 27? This one should at least be 32.
At least 32.
Yeah.
All right. I can get behind this. One thing that I want to actually see in this particular game, though, Panda, every time I've seen Alliance do very, very well, is when they're on the front foot and forcing things to happen on the map. I don't think it's a mistake that all their best games come with like Hanskin / Pondo on Clockwork, somebody else on Disruptor, Chue and Leshrak, these kind of heroes that just force things to happen on the map. Is there any kind of drafting pattern that you would like to see Water Runes employ that would help them to stop the Alliance aggression, even if they don't necessarily counter the aggression, just to make it harder for Alliance to play the style of Dota that's been successful for them over these last few weeks?
I mean, Alliance has done a lot of prep, so I think if you go for flex picks, that's one option. If you go for multiple flex picks, flex picks, yes, that could also be an option to go for, but it all comes down against to the basic idea. Are we going for something that is out of our hands? Is this no longer an ease of execution type of draft? Or is it too far for us to actually understand what we want from this draft? Because you have multiple ways to approach, and you might end up thinking too many scenarios, like he was talking about that last phase picking, like you get caught with your own thoughts and then you end up out drafting yourself through your own actions. So there's the potential for going for like maybe 2 flex picks in the first phase, and just looking for the better laning matchups for yourselves. And it also comes from player comfort, right? Like you want to get a comfort pick that the player is still very, very happy to play with. Is there a hero that multiple players play in the team that they can throw around?
I mean, that's usually for them been Death Prophet. They haven't had that much versatility in their drafts, but not Death Prophet, sorry. Death Prophet as well as the Treant Protector. We've already seen them utilize DP, not to the greatest success. Personally, I would have maybe paired it with the Treant Protector. That might have helped a bit, but given how Game 1 shook out, maybe not all that much. This just makes drafting so difficult, JT. When you already know that half your really good heroes you brought out, it hasn't worked out for you, do you just say, given that if they lose this game, there's a very high likelihood that they're staring down the barrel of at least a relegation tiebreaker scrap for your last potential normal game, do you just throw anything at the wall and say, all right, boys, play comfort, it's fine, don't worry about the grand strategic vision. Before we have this draft coming up, which will be there in a second, do you just do what's been working, what's been easy for you for your last potential game of the DPC?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like, there's 2 options, right? So Panda went for option A, which is like flexibility. But for me, when a team's playing so poorly, putting it bluntly, I feel like flexibility is honestly your biggest, competitor as well, because you try and be creative, you try and do all these things. It's like you're just not good enough to be able to do that. And I feel like for Water Runes, they just need to stabilize themselves, because their gameplay is already a little bit volatile. So why make that volatility bleed into the draft as well? Like, we've seen them have success on Enigma. We've seen them have insane success on Keeper Light mid. Like, even in this game, it was doing well. But the side lanes were so poor, it was so hard to get into the game. So I feel like, if anything, I want to see Keeper Light in this game with Water Rune Enjoyers. I want to see them not draft themselves into a hole where it's these insane lane matchups, but they're second pick, so that shouldn't happen this time around. And so that's kind of my key takeaway, is like, lean on the heroes that you've had success with, and just make sure you have a key game plan. With Palantimos, having his carry pick with the, oh yeah boys, I'm playing the Terrorblade, I'm playing this Razor, don't worry, I'm going to hit that farm and you follow me. Because when they do that, they look like a good team, they look like a mid-pack team, but yeah, it's so hard to replicate that because they just haven't found that kind of flow when they're first pick.
Yeah, and also the last series that they played, already going all the way back to like February 10th with the Bold series, game 1, they have like the fewest deaths of a team in a match with 4 deaths. They also in game 2 have the most deaths of a team in a match with 54 deaths. So this is how like broadly Water Rune Enjoyers can go. They can have pristine game, not so many, but when they do, they play it really well. But the majority sadly slides into the other direction. So they go for the Treant Protector, even with the Rubik already onto the field. This does kind of limitate maybe a couple picks on the side of Alliance, but they don't really worry too much about, hey, we can just go with magical damage here. We have a lot of heroes that can have mixed damage. And this is a hero that when we've talked about, like, is there a hero we want to see? I actually wanted them to play this Enigma despite the Rubik being on the field. I think this is one of their better heroes.
Also, quickly though, I just want to say, BNC on screen though, he looks a little bit defeated right now. And he is such a wholesome guy, such a sweet old guy, that I really do hope, like, we're kind of being biased here, but with no real, like, competitive, like, weighting, I just do hope he actually is able to win a game here. Because, like, every time he talks, like, when he has interviews, he's always been, like, very realistic in his position in the DPC, in his team and stuff. But it's like, after that first game, it's easy to beat yourself up. And I'm kind of getting that vibe here, just to how he's kind of carrying himself. Normally, he's a little bit more, you know, uplifted. So I do hope, honestly, that they're able to recover from that first game and give us a good performance in the second one. Because, again, yeah, he's a really good lad.
I mean, the time we've seen him play the best is when he's on Enigma. So if there's ever going to be a game where they level up that performance, it's going to be this one. I also like the fact that Alliance have keyed on to what's been working for What Everyone Enjoys. In that series they won against Team Bold, a lot of their work came from the clockwork across all 3 games. Yeah. So just steal away that, ban it out, don't allow that particular tool. I am kind of... It's a bit of an awkward place to be in the draft, I imagine here, Panda, because as much as you want the Enigma, Tree Leshrac would have been so good given what's left in the pool, but, you know, you do what you got to do. You got to pick up this Enigma. What else do you see being paired with this Tree that can make it feel a bit more broken? Something that can go forward and make things happen for Waterrunes?
That's the joy of having second pick in this draft, because they can go 18th carry, and they can consider going for the last pick mid hero for themselves, so plenty of options. Still don't want to lock necessarily anything in. Looking at like heroes that haven't necessarily got the highest win rates with an offlane Enigma, you don't want to look for heroes like the Arc Warden. Lone Druid can be a bit iffy. I don't think if Palantimos even wants to bust it out versus the Naga, no, probably they're going to be the bestest idea. But you can look for heroes like the Terrorblade. Terrorblade still has a pretty decent matchup. Nature's Prophet, which is your classic Maelstrom carrier to destroy the illusions as well. That could work out. But now that they have the Enigma, they also can't go for Underlord, or I don't think they even want the Necrophos either into their draft, because those just don't fare too well against this Naga. But I also wonder, do they flex this Naga as a potential support pick for Alliance? Because that would also be like a page out of their strat book where you would maybe play 5 Naga just to hold it in the draft early to bait a couple picks out.
Yeah, so right now Naga is normally played in the 4 role. Ponlo hasn't played it in his pubs. And I think Alliance have to ban Razor here. Like, Water Runes have shown that they are an insane Razor versus Naga team. You can already see that they're protecting this Naga with a high amount of core-to-core bans. So it does give me a bit of a feeling that it's just a carry pick. Because, you know, Leshrac, Pudge, insane at dealing with illusions. So again, I feel like if Alliance don't ban Razor here, they must have concocted some, like, we'll pick this insane offlane duo or some, like, mid that will shut down this Razor in the early game so we don't care. But the way that Palantimos plays this Razor, it is insane. And I feel like Alliance should show them the respect here. Like, not banning this just feels like you're giving them a free carry pick.
Let's see if they do indeed get rid of the Razor. What other heroes we still have for Palantimos that could match up well against this Naga Siren?
I mean, they also have to worry about the bat for Stark in the second phase, which is also something Alliance is probably thinking about right now.
Let's see, they're really trying to limit their options. I imagine they actually leave both in the pool, both Bat as well as the Razor. They take out the Drow Ranger. Drow, that's very intriguing to me that they chose to ban Drow instead of any of these other heroes. What do you boys think about this here, Panda?
T, go ahead, you had an idea.
Oh, it's fine. I was just going to say, it's just a really solid laner. Like, Tree Drow is like, you know, super clean. Drow also, you think it's pretty weak against these illusion heroes, but the mid-game timing is so potent. You can, you play on Shard, you just play on Aegis and you're fine. So, yeah, I think it's more just a respect thing, but I still feel that Alliance have maybe not fully respected the carry pool of Palantimos here. But if they pick 2 heroes here that counter Razor, then sure. They had it in mind the entire time, but I am on the edge of my seat, literally scared for Alliance that Razor will be coming in. Maybe I'm too fixated on it, but my God, it's too good.
Yeah, it definitely looks like this could be a very good Razor game. I agree on that. They still have a couple options, though. If Alliance now decide to divert into a direction where they're able to have something to go alongside with the Naga song. This is hypothetically thinking about Waterrune enjoyers, the way that they get the best out of the Lynx Enigma is mobility. And having mobility, you talk about the Razor type carries, the ones that are strong, bulky, fast, and pretty hard to touch. So if you have a core that is able to run rampant, that makes the Enigma's game so much better. It makes the Treant's game so much easier because you have so much more nimbleness and more extra mobility coming from your team. You can feel the movement alive. You have like a team of Usain Bolts just running around and just crushing everyone out from your way. And that makes Rubik's game hard. That makes Naga's game very, very difficult. So they want to slow that down. They want to look for something that kind of holds everything. You look for another AoE stun potentially for Alliance. But if you go for the support sector, Disruptor still feels pretty decent here. If they don't want to go for that route, okay, they go for the Mirana instead and have a classic. You've got Web and Arrow. You have a good lane trader, a lot of damage, and there's the early pressure. So they don't want to let Waterrune Enjoyers get to a place where they're feeling very comfortable.
Yeah, this is a nice Ember pick. You know, Chuen, he loves playing Ember Spirit, super aggressive player, but also Waterrune. Their first 3 picks in conjunction aren't too great together. In the fact that, like, it's an overgrowth, an egg, and a black hole. Outside of that, you rely on the expertise of the laning phase of these heroes, but they don't make moves around the map. They don't really try and break the game early on. They just kind of, like, slowly transition throughout all points of the game. It's like, we can probably win a fight at some point, or you run into us. So I think that is where Alliance reads that. They pick up super mobile picks in the second phase. Mirana running around with the Starstorm and Arrow. Ember getting to utilize that Mirana as well in the jungle. So the two of them now, if they ever isolate a hero, can force out some of these big spells from Waterrunes defensively. So yeah, I actually really like Alliance's second phase to a very bulky looking first phase.
Yeah, it's a surprising amount of burst damage as well, right? Because before this, they had the issue of having to deal with Enigma, Tree, Phoenix. Enigma presumably built into the auras. Phoenix and Tree, natural amounts of heal. Nobody on the team buys Shivas, nobody buys Spirit Vessel. So I will admit I was actually a little bit worried about their ability to kill heroes before the Mirana Ember. So this does help a lot. I agree with you, T, that this does somewhat save their draft. But Waterrune Enjoyers doubling down, going still in for this young tank ability. The bulky DK comes out. If Fear was here, T-Panda, he'd be hating life right now, seeing a DK pick. Where do you think this hero is going? Because the last couple of times we've seen this hero, it hasn't been going mid. It's been going into the safe lane. Is this a Palantimos DK?
No. It's gonna be Stoikov DK. He already played it against Manaspa. Didn't win with the game though, but it's very, very likely it's mid because you need experience on this hero. Like that's what you want from your early pusher basically, and the frontline presence. Not necessarily super item dependent. And when I say that, DK does love a good amount of luxury items. He does so much more with the experience that he gains. If you play this as a carry, which we've seen, I think West Europe Div 1 used to play this, right? I think Skitter was one of the players who used to play DK carry. It's an option, but I'd like to see it mid rather.
Okay, so Alliance, they banned out Morphling and Ursa, so they didn't really care about this Razor at all, which is fair. Maybe Waterrunes have a different plan for today, but for S4's pick, they can go for... It's pretty bad into both Phoenix and Enigma, but just some casual mag to potentially rebuttal some Razor safe lane. You empower Ember, you play on a very long, drawn-out fight. There's also Doom still in the pool, but I think your lane will probably be a little bit weak there, and you could concede a little bit too much. It's quite a difficult pick. Also, I guess you could just go for the casual Brewmaster. It's like there's like 3 S4 heroes available right now, so it depends on what type of playstyle they want, but I could see Brew for disruption, I could see some Mag for enabling, or just some Doom for Doom, casual. Actually. Yeah, like there's actually 3 decent options. Sure, they go for the Doom, but yeah, they had plenty of options really, and they decided to go for more of a scaling lineup here. And there's the Razor. Yes! Finally. Bro, I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time begging for this, you know?
Waiting the whole draft. Like, where is this Razor going to come out?
And it's like...
All right, so...
You know what? I'm actually going to be slightly upset. I'm happy. I really want Waterrunes to win the game because I feel like BNC, he looked pretty sad. And I don't like seeing Dota players sad. You know, Dota's meant to be a game of joy and, you know, bringing people together. But... The fact that Alliance didn't ban this Razor at any point in the draft when they picked Naga, and it's been Waterrune's only go-to recipe for success in the DPC, either they don't care about the Razor, they don't respect the Razor, or they just didn't know this happened. But it's like, oh, I don't know. I kind of want Waterrunes to win now, just to like show us how good Razor against Naga is.
Okay, so we have a Waterrune Enjoyer in the form of T-Gov. Makes sense because that's a hot cup of tea. T-Panda, what you got for me? Looking at this Alliance draft, they round things off with the S4 Doom. This makes life a little bit difficult for this Enigma. There's multiple ways to deal with this black hole. What do Alliance need to do in order to guarantee the sweep here in Game 2?
Well, they basically got 3 heroes that counter 3 heroes on the other side, and this could just be a game where Naga is uncontested. Like he can, but also, I think one of the main points to think about here: Naga can get a lot of farm, yes, but is it going to be deadweight farm? Is it a Naga game where he doesn't actually have a lot of benefit through the items that you've built? You actually get to hit your targets. Are you going to be worried about the big AoE fights that going to be breaking loose at some point in the game? Alliance, it's not an easy approach for them. Their draft has its flaws, but it has a lot of strengths in it for sure. But I hate to go against Enigma, which is like I want to see Blink have a good game. I want to see Enigma win a game so I can rejoice.
Personally, I want 2 things in life. I want a Game 3, and I want to see Naga Siren lose Dota. So hopefully, both of these events happen simultaneously as we go into game number 2 with Trent and Lyrical on the casting death. Gentlemen, take it away. Please let this Illusion hero lose a game of Dota.
Wow, well, thank you so much, Snare. A little bit of hatred coming out on the panel for the old fish lady. Trent, how are you feeling about it? Do you I guess to be fair, I think you've got 2 heroes here that just like to AFK farm a little bit, both the Naga Siren and the Doom. So I can kind of see where they're coming from it.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. But, the other 3 heroes, though, I mean, Barana, Rubik, Ember, that's a pretty, it's a tiresome trio. That's what it is.
True.
I'm tired of seeing it. You get the Slight into to the Bolas, into the Arrow. It's really strong. They run out of the map. They can do a lot of stuff as 3 heroes. So that part's a little frightening.
Yeah, that's fair. And don't worry, you're not missing anything. There was a pause at the start of this game. DK disconnected. I think he's just like, guys, I don't want to play. I'm done with this one. Probably not, but we are going to be into the game now. Stukov playing on that Dragon Knight and already starts the game with the tip. You're going to have a good time, Charlie, or not according to me. It's a possibility.
You're in deep now.
Boom.
Nailed him. Got him.
I get concerned when I see the Naga Sirens putting their voice lines on. They've been playing the Naga in pubs.
Ooh.
You don't like seeing it.
That's true. Yeah, I'm with you.
The same applies to tree players, though. And Yond, famous tree here. He's platinum. He's doing tree things right now, going for a real deep wraparound ward, perhaps at least.
Either that or he just wants to be amongst his brethren. One or the other. Yeah, there's the one.
Courier ward.
Well played. They might spot him, though, with this ward laid down. When he comes out of the trees, that could be a little bit of a giveaway. We'll see if they ping it out.
Although they'll probably sentry the in between the tower one. They probably won't sentry that spot as well, Like, they'll probably sentry the one by the pole camp, like, assuming that he warded back there, maybe.
Yeah, they see him now. Yeah, the pings come out. They think it's right by the tower, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Another classic one.
Palantimos. Uh-oh. Ponlo, does he skill? He doesn't want to take telekinesis here. Okay, he does. They need to get this kill, and they will get it. Chuan takes it, so that is going to be a rough laning stage for Ponlo, at least for the first wave.
I was going to jinx you, but I didn't really want to solo cast. I don't think that's a win,
No, that's fair.
So that's no good. We have powerful double quelling blades up here. Wow. Versus the Treant. He hates to see it. He's a sad tree.
It's already punching him a bunch, though. But yeah, the quelling blade's coming out now. Haven't seen anything yet. There's a courier coming out already for the Naga Siren, and we'll see if they can get any snipes there. It doesn't look like it early, though. As we take a look at all 3 of these lanes, anything that you're anticipating being a particularly tough matchup for these guys?
No, I think like the Phoenix sort of offsets a lot of the advantages of a Razor in lane because you don't really have any good ways to set up for like Link into some sort of like significant amount of damage. Think about like Razor and like Tusk or something, We used to like some cheeky lanes like that. I think it'll just be trading back and forth. Jeez, look at Hanskin though. Oof. That was a lot of punches. Hanskin should not have as good of a time laning. I mean, he's playing the 5 Mirana. That picks up a little bit later, but in the laning stage, you don't tend to see that much success on this hero.
No, particularly against the tree. You're seeing why as soon as he throws out any of those leech seeds, can start just trading like crazy. And Hanskin did already take the 1 point in the Starstorm. So also can't really do any sort of jungling farming that we sometimes see from him. But does get some good trades there.
S4 just got the heartbeat creep. The
Oh,
chain
God.
lightning. He ran over there and he starts zapping away on Mary. And I know you guys don't get to see this because you were, you guys have the different spectator thing at the start of the match. But S4 has been commended 7 times in his last 15 games. So
wow.
He's looking good.
Well, he is given a beating over there to Mary. You can see S4 does get the link off. Only level 1, so 34 damage differential. And the big problem is that this Chain Lightning only costs 50. As Rubik taking a lot of right clicks there and some of the burn damage. But looks like they're going to be fine.
But the Razor level, it only maxes out at 80 right now. How's that fair? How does his max out at 140?
I don't know. It's a little weird, isn't it?
That seems a little imbalanced right now. Got to get some levels in that skill.
I wonder, and I think, yeah, S4 is probably going to go straight in for those arcane boots if he can get it. It's going to be so
the old
nice for
zip
him.
zap.
Yeah, why not? Also, could even get the mangoes passed over from Ponlo, to be honest. It's such good value.
I will say, I know he's boring in some regards, but DK is going to be one of my favorite heroes to cast professionally in mid. Because look at him right now. These stupid Dragon Tail stuns into denies. He has 14 denies.
Yeah, that's crazy. He's having a really good time. I mean, Chuan is not
so
having
annoying.
a very good time at all. He's like underneath this tower trying to pull the creep wave over into the side and like just cut the wave because he doesn't want to have to deal with this. And it makes sense. It's super annoying to deal with as the Ember. 8-2.
That is
real bad.
wild. This is like one of Chuan's best heroes. Like,
Yeah.
This is like what he's known for. So I imagine he's getting real irritated right about now.
Dude. Oh, that's painful.
Oh, it's so good. Why is it this fun when when you play Dragon Knight? It doesn't look this enjoyable. Maybe my key is just I need to work on denies and it'll be more
Yeah.
fun.
There you go. That's the key
Revel
to
in
it.
the misery of others.
True. Well, that's what you want to be doing in Dota no matter what. But that is definitely going to be a big win for them and something that they can sort of rely upon out of the laning stage. A very farmed DK who also is kind of helping to shut down this Ember a little bit. As everybody getting low, Hanskin jumps forward. Doesn't have any more leap charges. And in fact, with Jan punching him, he's going to get some pretty good harassment out there onto the Mirana.
Oof.
Dude,
Yeah,
is he
she's
dead.
dead.
Hanskin tries to get away. Oh, Malphus. One more punch. Getting in
One
range.
more
There
time.
it is. Easy peasy for Yond.
Oh, hit him with the leave me alone. You tell him, Yon.
That's a
Get
good
him
one.
with the voice line.
Well, one rough lane, but they have the arcanes now for S4, so he is going to be able to, if he survives this harassment, just dole out a ton of pressure onto Palantimos, most likely. Although Palantimos does have a Styx already, so that's at least a nice little win. As Ponlo does eventually get ran down underneath the tower, he denies himself to come back to lane quickly.
Yep. Get back in. Keep up that pressure with that chain lightning. And yeah, Hanskin again. Not the bully this time.
No.
Hey, I guess if he's punching you, he's not punching Charlie, but Charlie isn't too bothered by this happening. 30 last hits, doing all right. Yeah, it's too bad that Soikov's going to have such an XP advantage. He just hit 6, but look, like, what are his supports this game? He has a Phoenix and a tree. They are not rotating mid. It was the EG special. It worked for a really long time. You Overgrowth, you Egg. But they never really ganked mid very well.
No, it's true. And I guess at least Soikov is going to be able to get some pretty good pressure onto the tower with that level 6 and, you know, forcing back Chuan a little bit. Can maybe even get a couple extra pot shots there onto the tower. I wouldn't hate him going for a Midas this game, to be honest, on Dragon Knight. I think that he needs to scale.
Yeah, I was actually thinking the same thing. I would be very down. It is a quality game for it. I mean, to be fair, you also have a Razor and an Enigma, so maybe there's a chance that you wanted like every bit of value that you can early. As Palantimos gets run down under the tower.
Damn. That Chain Lightning, it's too strong. Does way too much damage. Mary gets the return kill with a little bit of help from Jan. And as Stoikov's mid-tower push ends, it was a pretty successful amount of damage onto that tier 1.
So between 3 chain lightnings and 5 ticks of the Scorched Earth, he took 500 magic damage. And like currently there's now there's living armor. He just got the 4th level. There wasn't any living armor before. And it doesn't even matter, you know?
Yeah.
Feels like it's just that armor is not going to help you enough with how much he's just spamming these zaps down here.
Has to just go into that casual ring of health to try and survive in this lane, deal with it, along with the sticks. So yeah, super annoying to play against this S4 Doom with the chain lightning creep. And he's going into the Midas also. So this feels like it might be one of those farm up type of games, although Stoikov did go in for the boots and has the treads queued up.
He might go Blink Midas, like the standard sort of build.
Right. Oh, up top, Charlie getting some pressure onto him, and Blink yawned. But this Enigma, 35 and 13, has been able to do a pretty good job up here on the top lane of trying to deny out some of that XP from this Naga Siren. Jan punching Hanskin again, forcing him back.
I'm sensing a double kill down bottom if Chuan gets a good power rune.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're both going to die down bottom. I think S4 is going to get 6, and they're just going to run down Mary and Palantimos. Unless, like, they're going to have to make some sort of a play, I feel.
Up top, Jan, he goes down, so they get one up on the top side instead. Now, he does have a haste rune on Chuan, but the problem is with this DK in your lane, it does so much damage. Hanskin almost goes down there. 14 HP is all he survives on. And yeah, ready with the haste, but a little bit scary to make a move until he clears out this entire creep wave.
I mean, your tower's gone anyway, so
That's true.
What's keeping you here?
That's fair.
He is a little low on resources, though, unfortunately.
DK now 2 levels ahead of him. Charlie under the tower, getting dove, heals, barely alive. That regen was there. Chuan making the move. He has a haste, but doesn't decide to go. Instead is just going to use this to farm up, I guess, and go back for the creep wave.
Gotta say, bottom was looking pretty successful, but not gonna happen. And instead, Stoikov is making the move as the DK ulti, and with all this pressure from the Islands already, I have a hard chance believing they're gonna be able to defend this. This is gonna be a 2-tower advantage already for Waterrune Enjoyers.
Waterrune Enjoyers trying to push this to a game 3, and well, Mary does go down, but if they can manage to even this one up, try and put a stop to this alliance spree, could put a little bit of a hurt in their chances of moving up to Div 1. But yeah, moves on in, tries to steal away some of those creeps. Still farming out the entire enemy jungle.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Got his bracer. Oh, thank you, Arcane Ring. Perfect. I'll keep him nice and juiced up here.
True.
Still have Blink nearby with the black hole in case something breaks out as well. Chuan is hoping for something that's not a regen rune. Don't think that's the one he wanted. I mean, knew it wouldn't be a haste, but I can sense him itching to do something. Like, you know, you're lowest on the map as an Ember. They don't have great stuns to punish you if you get out there. You kind of have a bit of a window right now, but soon Jan's going to be 6, and that's one more thing to worry about.
Yeah. He wants to try and maybe pressure this tower if he can. I mean, there's just not much that's easy to do, it feels like.
Famous tower pusher, Ember Spirit, you know, it's just he's getting it done. Yeah.
Well, he is now in between the tier 1 and tier 2 with the regen rune sitting pretty. No Blink Dagger yet for Stoikov, but does throw out the Breathe Fire. And
Imagine.
Dude. Okay.
I kind of wish he got Black Hole there, not gonna lie. That would have been pretty hype. But it's tough to get that early damage from Enigma these days.
Yeah. Stoikov's so big. 1500 HP just about. That's on Agi treads. And just keeps denying creeps right in his face.
Nay.
Dude. His 33 denies on this freaking DK.
You know, he may be a Dragonite, but he still sounds like he's got a horse. It's all right.
Well,
Mary's just holding bottom.
and for all of the trouble that we've talked about for the Ember, like the difference between the top net worth in the game and him is like what, 1,300 or something. Like it's not going terribly. It's still a very even game, in spite of being 2 towers down.
Yeah, it's certainly not a disaster. It is weird that we haven't seen the Mirana and the Ember link up at all yet, though. It's just been so much pressure lane-wise that they kind of feel compelled to deal with the creeps first.
Mm-hmm.
But speaking of the devil, Hanskin's here, so we'll see if they want to set it up. All right.
Arrow goes out. Good damage. Bringing him low. Stoikov going to drop, so just steps a little bit too far forward, and the kill comes to them.
What a combo. You know, you take their net worth, put them together, and they're more powerful than the Dragon Knight. You know,
True.
that's teamwork, guys.
Makes the dream work. Mary?
Ooh, look at this fire. Hanskin, he's got 3. Oh, I thought he was going for those Eidolons.
I thought that Doom might have just went on to Phoenix there. He probably could have soloed him. Does have a Midas ready. And yeah, just Midas, the old walk away. Joanne holding this mid lane. Do have Black Hole. Drops it right away. Okay. Stun, follow-up. Is it enough for the kill? Slight, Remnant away. Is he living? The Malefice, it's not enough damage. Jeez. All right. That's a thing.
That was pretty close, though. That was kind of scary. I respect it. It is a good way to buy more time, though, for Charlie right now. Just keep on farming. S4 has Doom up again as well, alongside the Hadouken. So, go for a hunt with Palmo.
I feel like he needs to kick out this Phoenix. Like, Phoenix is level 8 right now. This bird has gotten so much out of just being able to sit in this lane.
I mean, that's kind of on Juan, though. Like,
yeah, I
feel
guess.
like, you know, like, what's S4 supposed to do? I feel like this reminds me of that Brood game where, like, they had the Brood on S4, and he was like, hey, guys, they're, like, not giving up bottom. I'm just dying. Do you remember that? And it's like,
Nah.
you're kind of expecting someone to, like, come play with the Brood, and, like, no one did, and they just kept killing him, and it's like, is this how Brood's supposed to work? Like, I kind of feel like Doom wants to flex that Doom every once in a while, but they don't have anything, and it could be they just feel comfortable in this situation saying that, like, you know, they're getting theirs, but I'm getting mine too, and
Right.
maybe that'll
Yes,
work
that's
out.
true. Yeah, I would love to see. I mean, if they just keep on giving all this space over to Mary, it could be a Midas game for the Phoenix too. Just get Midas on everybody, you know?
Yeah.
S4, blink, stun, laser beam, bringing him down to death. Is it going to be enough? S4 does look to be dying, and now Ponlo, he stuck around a bit too long and is going to get ran down too. So they find the Rubik, will kill the Rubik. And just like that, Water Rune Enjoyers look to take another tier 1 tower. We might be
I
in
don't
for the
know.
long haul, Trent.
It feels very disconnected. It just feels a little odd. Some ways.
True. Charlie spams out the illusions. That's Manta done now on this Naga Siren and trying to kill off Eidolons as soon as they spawn. Doing not a terrible job of it. Like, really running into issues. And, I mean, maybe that's part of the issue, too, is
Ow.
that they do have this Naga that is just...
Jeez.
It is becoming a problem.
Can you relax, man? What the?
Yeah. Mike had some pretty rough damage being dealt into him there.
It's crazy. Well, Charlie is considering the Orchid next as well. Very good game for it for some of these heroes. Especially because Mary did go right into the shard, so not an early Lotus like sometimes see Palantimos. Oh, misses the bolas.
And
Misses
not
the
gonna
arrow.
connect on the arrow. The heal, it's there. And Palantimos, he's going to be fine. And in fact, it might be Alliance that are in some trouble. Or they just walk away. That's fine too.
Yeah, no dust on Soikov here, so he's not comfortable chasing. Oh,
Jump
there we
in.
go.
Stun. The egg down. Alliance, they're in a lot of trouble. S4 tries to solo this egg. That is not going to work, sir. The Midas did not give enough attack speed. But it was close. We just farming.
Yond is just up top like, what's going on in this game, guys? He's got a shard. Did he ever overgrowth? I'm like trying to picture one.
Yeah, he got one down bottom to kill S4.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yond. He's running.
The Bates? Bateskies?
Get out of there, and he's fine. Stoikov does kill Hanskin. So another kill online.
Can you believe Ponlo would just sell his Mirana for Dragon Tail? Because that's what just happened. He's like, yo, come on. DK's gonna jump you. You'll live. I just need Dragon Tail. It's fine.
It's fair. Seems like a fair trade. Not that much else is happening in this game. I'm just saying, I think this Phoenix is going to be a serious problem. Level 10 already, like off to a super hot start. Been given everything, and now they're getting Midases on their heroes too.
Alrighty, and as expected, I guess. Bring on the build.
See if they can do it. Stoikov taking this tier 1 tower down at bottom. Will it go for a deny? It looks like they're just gonna leave that one to be denied. Playing around some good vision here. Those sentries just out of range. Yeah, Stoikov will back away. While Mary just back to doing what Mary does best, holding the wave and getting levels.
Remember, there is Dragon Tail, though. So that is a pretty good way to set up here.
Oh. All right, yeah, just doom him.
It was a scouting arrow. He was checking behind the trees. Never mind.
True.
Hanskin's a genius. He's our Game 1 MVP. He gets slack.
All right. Stoikov's moving in. He also has a Dragon Trail. Mr. Trent. Ooh. Tree sows for a second.
I mean, their push is truly abysmal. So, like, if they bring any heroes, Alliance just like not worth. Back to gold.
Yeah. Well, one of the best items that they could possibly get in this game has been picked up.
Another Midas?
Well, both of the tree and the Rubik have a Philosopher's Stone.
Oh, yes.
So that's a big one.
Radiant's middle tower
Yond?
is under attack.
Not quite getting there.
No.
Is there anyone who doesn't have Shard? I think everyone on Radiant. Oh, no, right. DK doesn't have Shard yet.
No.
Everyone else on Radiant has Shard. And Dire, we have no Shards. So, Wandering Enjoyer is our team Shard.
Tower down. Blink is done for the Doom. Is this the window where Alliance want to start making moves? I feel like they're probably just happy to keep letting Charlie farm. Sort of feels like a PvE type game. As you can take a look at the esportsbet.io odds, still heavily favoring Alliance, although it has come down a little bit from the beginning of the game.
They're waiting for that one song into Orchid, see how things are going to play out, you know?
Yeah. That's fair. Yeah, it could go either way. Palantimos popped ulti just to farm it up yet again. Does have a good portion of his way towards the BKB. And it feels like he's going to need to be able to survive when that eventual fight does come. And maybe it's coming right now. They have the smoke up with 3.
You know, Phoenix players, they never miss a tome. That thing, frame 1, he bought that thing 20 minutes, under 1 second, tome was bought. You look at this Dire team, still no tome bought.
They have it. Laser beam shoots out and immediately dives away as soon as he sees S4. Chuan has the Invis rune ready. And do they want to make a defense here?
I'd like to see Mary buy a plate mail as well for Lotus, but looks like there's a fight coming now.
Mary shows up. They do have Doom ready. S4 ready to jump at a moment's notice with that War Stomp. Alethis out onto Illusions. But Mary just sitting behind the tower, and with tree armor going, they're feeling comfy. Maybe mid lane is where they're looking for Palantimos. Can't get him.
Lone catapult. Feeling very brave.
He needs to get in range. He's so close to telekinesis range, but not quite there. And yeah, just gonna fade bolt and push the wave in again. Another smoke for a fight.
Man, I would really love to see a second Lotus, though. I feel like Lotus like crushes Alliance right now. It feels so good.
I
Like,
would
puts pressure on
he
the
does
Doom.
do it. Oh, Mary, you should have gone Midas. Please.
Is he getting one too? Oh, nice.
he
Because
won't
Blink's
play
already
now.
working on one as well.
Yeah. Mid. They're trying to defend their tower now. Ponlo back
There is a
behind.
sentry.
Stoikov's there. Got him caught. The stun is out. But massive amounts of damage there. And Greaves had already been popped. Supernova down, though. This could be the difference maker. They get the stun onto Doom, but the song... They have Black Hole ready. Ponlo on the other side, though, doesn't have a steal, but does have the Dragon Tail. Stun on a Blink. The arrow going to be intercepted by the tree. And the Orchid already out now onto the Enigma. Control is there. The tree is going to go down.
Ponlo.
And Ponlo makes the move to take down Link. He is going to start to burn. And Mary nearby is in trouble and eventually going to fall. But a 5-for-1, that's about as good as it gets for Alliance.
Yeah, they bided their time and they found a great fight there. Oh man, the setup looked decent too, right? You had tree prepped near the tower, in the trees. There was a sentry down from Alliance, so I think they might have spotted him in there a couple times moving around, but they didn't quite get the egg overgrowth combo like on top of them. They got a little bit off to the side in the fight, and obviously losing the DK and the Razor at the start of the fight it can't happen. There's no way you're going to win the fight if those two go down that fast.
Yeah, I mean, you can take a look another here at the replay of this, and I mean, the stun, all of that damage out from Rubik, and then, of course, the Star Storm just absolutely melted them. It was actually Mirana that did the most damage in that fight.
Yeah, that arrow.
Pretty freaking good.
And look at this. Look at the way Charlie splits up his illusions. He sends some after Enigma here. So Blink just gets like chased down the whole time by Ponlo plus a couple of illusions. And so while all the illusions are doing work on Yon, they're also just shredding through the Enigma as he's controlled under the tower.
Painful. Yeah, so Alliance getting everything done that they need and taking pretty much the perfect fight there. Hanskin's getting in towards it. Ponlo very happy with himself.
Yeah.
Feeling good about the way the game's going. Remnant finds one. And Yond easily going to be dispatched there by the combo.
That's a heart. Hold up.
Yeah, that's tough. Palantimos just going to get
panic.
netted.
Don't
and
panic.
Orchided. Illusions being sent out. Trying to bait a BKB usage while on the other side, Stoikov going to drop DK. No answer for that one. And Song?
Arrow?
Long range
Maybe?
arrow? No. They do have Doom ready,
Oh my
but they
God.
just lift him. Okay. He got melted. Dude, the damage is crazy. Arrow now instead on a Mary. They have a creep punching him, but nobody else going to show up to that. No need to put themselves in harm's way. Can just keep farming up on this Alliance roster.
Oh my God. Wait, where did that damage even come from? Like, I know it's just Naga's illusions and everything, but man, he is just vanishing.
Yeah, they need,
that is terrifying.
They need armor. They need armor real bad.
They need EKBs. They need magic immunity. They need to find damage. I think they need everything that this game has.
And you know the way to do that is with gold. You know how to get gold, Trent?
Oh, snap. No. A Midas.
There
Yes.
it is. That's
Figured
the
it out.
answer. That's the true answer, at least.
Stoikov's is broken, though.
Yeah,
Yeah. It's not working well.
it's okay. He's just saving it up. Builds
look
over
at that
time.
Juicy wave.
Well done.
Yeah.
There it is. Octarine core completed on the Doom with a 12k gold lead. The game very much going the way they were hoping it would.
All right. But.
Lay it on
DK,
me.
BKB is done.
Okay.
It's coming on out. You know, Razor, you might think, oh, he didn't get to use his BKB. No, he's just saving as many valuable charges as he can. All right. So now he'll have his 8-second, 9-second for DK. Roche is still up. First Roche.
And we
No
did
song for
see
4
another
seconds.
Div 2 game where beat on everybody, but It's an overgrowth onto a ton. Song to try and turn it, and it's going to turn it pretty well. Stoikov is doomed here. Palantimo still in his BKB. Waiting for their moment. Blink in the area, has Black Hole ready, drops it on to nobody. Stoikov will live. With Rubik dead, can they go for any more? Well, it doesn't really look like it matters that much. Yawn, the turn, the root is there. Chun holding on again. Now the turn from S4. They find themselves, Blink, he was out of the fight for a while. Now gets run down by all these illusions, but Stoikov, he moves back in. Wanting to find a target. S4 makes his way out of there. The stun comes out. The control trying to kill off S4. Is it going to be enough? It will. So 3 die in the end for Alliance, and that was the fight they were hoping for.
The wombo combo. Egg and Supernova was nasty. Like, the song's going and you stun the entire enemy team. That's the dream. There's no reset at that point. That was with the shard, I think, before the fight started, right? So, like, the heal is even going off and it's still not enough.
Right. And without the black hole really being used on anything, it worked out super well for them.
It was safety. It's okay. It just cleared the illusions.
True.
Or else I actually think Stoikov might have died if he didn't black hole there. And then Stoikov ended up getting 2 more kills. He helped kill Hanskin and S4 at the end.
True.
So it's probably worth it.
Well, 11 to 14, 9,000 gold
Mary.
lead now, struck down a little bit. Mary needs to be careful. Won't get caught by Alliance.
Yeah, all it takes is that Orchid and he's just dead, right? And like if he's mid-dive like that, you're coming back. And that's with the gem too.
And as bad as those last couple of fights before that looked
he's dead.
Yeah. Yeah. That was a quick one. As bad as those other fights did look, losing that gem hurts.
He loses the gem. We need vision top jump.
Yeah, it's rough. There is at least like we've seen how good this Aghanim Scepter can be on the DK eventually, and he's getting towards it. But losing this Aegis, they need to come and contest this. I feel like no black hole though. With Phoenix dead, it's so hard. Yeah, they're not going to be able to get there.
Nope.
Tough game.
Yeah, when you're behind, you need those perfect fights to keep on going. It can't just be like one miraculous fight there with the overgrowth and everything. And that pick was exactly what they needed. It was like kind of risky, I guess, to be walking there as Hanskin, but Ponlo takes a slight chance on the blink forward, catches the guaranteed kill. Oh, no, another.
Yeah. That one is a very nice little play by S4. Was hoping to find somebody pushing out those side lanes and found just that in the Enigma, who has not really been able to have that great of a game. Stoikov right nearby Yond and Mary. Charlie's there. They have overgrowth afterwards to try and turn this one. Egg can get out in a second if they want to try and make it happen. They have the song. Stoikov still sitting right on top of Charlie. Can they chase down any more of these heroes? It doesn't really look like it. So they kill the Rubik. Enigma coming back to life in 10 seconds.
I'm really impressed by how Chuan's played this game on the Ember. Like, he's the third core. He's only a playmaker. But despite being in that role, he didn't, like, panic in the early game. Because, I mean, I was a little concerned for him. Because he just, he wasn't able to make moves across the map. It kind of felt like they should be linking up with the Doom. They're losing all their towers. But they had confidence that once they were connected with the appropriate items of the Naga Siren, and they just all fought mid together, that they'd be able to win that fight. And now he's gone back for the Lincoln Sphere as well, which he's also throwing down on Charlie, keeping him safe. And just recognizing that, I just got to get a couple stuns out and team's going to carry.
True. Mid lane, this one is pretty rough as they find and kill off Palantimos. Quick TP away. Mary gets out. Stoikov going to TP away as well. Does have Aghanim Scepter done, but they find this Enigma yet again. Almost got clipped there by the arrow, but the creep actually saving his life. Now, they do have Black Hole ready, but against Doom, against Rubik, it's really hard to make that play.
Just play the anime music, all right? Black Hole, Egg, Overgrowth. I mean, look at Blink. Look at him.
Whoa.
He's dancing.
Ponlo, he needs to be careful with his positioning, too. Almost got caught there. Blinked pretty aggressively. But yeah, agreed.
Agreed to play the anime music?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what's needed.
Sure. Yeah.
Pulling one. Arrow. Dodges. Lotus. Mary. Fine. The Sunray. Find a little bit of extra space for himself on this Phoenix. And immediately is able to back out of there.
Wow, what is S4 doing down here? Just like gaming here? Winning?
Pretty much.
Taking objectives? Quick, hurry, get them! They immediately 4-0 smoke.
And back behind the tower they go.
Oh, don't fall for the illusion. There's no way, right? They know.
They're sitting pretty.
Oh,
They
yeah.
know. This would be a big pick off if they could find somebody. Jan.
Jan's trying.
He's still smoked. All right. a lot of
Everyone
weird
panic
blinks.
blinks.
Everybody blinks. They find him.
Yo, he got the rope though.
Tree in trouble. Stun. They find one. It's onto the Mirana. Valentimos pops that BKB. Charlie running in right away. Jan, Blink, they're nearby. They have that black hole ready if they want to go on him. Need to be careful of Ponlo's positioning, but the song is already there. Stunned for the moment. Tree waiting. He's got Blink ready. Mary on the other side. Alliance need to be careful about how they play this one. The overgrowth
the
is
black
there.
hole?
They have him caught in trouble. Can they throw it out in time? They don't even
He doesn't
need
even
it.
want it.
They take the kill with the supernova. Now Blink does still have black hole ready. Ponlo over to the side, ready to try and turn this one, but immediately gets lifted. Ponlo there for the turnaround with the 3 heroes caught in the black hole. Picture perfect. He was ready. Unreal. And Waterrune enjoyers, a sense of desperation around that play. They get punished big time, and well, trying to chase in, they find themselves more. Mary's gonna die. Stoikov tries to get the Blink out. Blink is not able to escape either. 4 dead. Alliance. Keep it moving.
Oh, not again.
Stoikov. He's going to
Oh,
get
he's
all the way
waving
back
at
into
him.
the fountain. Is Charlie really chasing him all the way here? Arrow comes out in the end, and they find and kill the Dragon Knight. No escape, even into the base. Oh, my goodness. Alliance. They came to play.
It's just true despair at that point. Very well set up from Alliance. No panic as the Naga Siren's going down. They just get the good spacing. Ponlo, excellent positioning during that fight. And he made it look really easy, honestly. It's like, yeah, casual. Take the black hole. And now he's just hiding in their base. Waiting.
True.
Lurking.
Ready for another Blink stun if he needs to. Yeah, that was picture perfect. And having the, no BKB on Enigma, having to go for these other items to try and help out the squad doesn't mean that his ability to come and contest that's a little bit limited. Stun there, finds the Enigma yet again. Chuan right on top of him. Does have Greaves when he comes back to life, but was not ever going to be unstunned. As 3 go down again, and the continued domination coming out from Alliance. They find these heroes, get the pickoffs, take objectives. Cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, like I said, trending internationally, Alliance sweep.
Oh, yeah?
It's a real, it's a global phenomenon.
Well, they find another round of heroes here. Stoikov trying to get away, but will be lifted, will be killed. Valentimos can only look on in abject horror as GG is going to be called. The Waterrune enjoyers this time are brought down. Alliance keeping the streak and the hopes alive of Tier 1. Division 1.
Oh, yeah. Look at that satisfaction. This is what some of us were expecting at the start. Wondering how Alliance was going to do in this division. Had high hopes, but they had a really, really tough opener. We talked about that in the first couple of days. It's just like, it looks rough. It's Manaspa and Urdu Thunders, and obviously they've shown to be very good teams. So that's pretty rough to throw your roster into, especially when you have an established brand behind you, and so there's quite a bit of pressure on you. But just like the janitors at Valve Alliance, they're invested here, and they got the brooms too, and they're sweeping. Okay,
all right.
They're sweeping.
I get it now. I was trying to figure out where you're going with the janitor play, but yeah, sweeping, trying to sweep to keep those Division 1 hopes alive. Well, an impressive showing from Alliance, 2-0ing, another continued day of just all 2-0s. Let's hear the panel break down all the action from today and close out the show.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And indeed, we have another 2-0, 6 games in a row, all of them sweeps. And now we have a situation where Alliance, they continue their dominance being shown after their first 2 opening series. This game, T-Gov, you know, we had hope. We had a little bit of copium in our veins. And this one, we saw the Palantimos Razor. We have the Blink Enigma. It's all supposed to come together perfectly, but it just didn't. It kind of felt like you were mentioning, Sura, when you're looking at the draft, where Blink and the boys, it didn't seem in the best mental space. And you could feel that when they were playing the game, that they just felt off, didn't it?
Yeah, I thought, from what everyone enjoys, maybe if this was a better day, then maybe we have to find the win with this draft. Like, I honestly really enjoyed what they kind of constructed in this game too. But for Alliance, at like 21, 22 minutes, they completely broke the game. They do this wraparound behind the tier 1. They catch the Razor off guard who doesn't get the BKB off. They kill off the DK. And from that point, DK doesn't have BKB, still 2,000 gold away. The whole kind of passive nature of Border Room's draft, where they were somewhat punishing Alliance's early game, because like you can't hit towers. We have Tree Phoenix. This Phoenix is like insanely farmed, but that one play from Alliance broke the map, and they continue to play so aggressive that we never really got to see the beauty of like DK Manta Ags versus the Naga, the Razor versus Naga. That never came online. So it was testament to Alliance playing patiently, finding that one opportunity, and then completely choking them out of the game.
Yep.
Yeah, and,
they weren't
and
really able to do
following from that particular play that happened, there's actually a clip that I wanted to go through, was this particular fight here. So let's pause it right there. Basically, what's going on right now is if you look at the minimap, where is Blink on the Enigma? He's still in the triangle. He's nowhere to actually participate in this fight. They just lost the previous one. They have to win this one. And if we roll this fight, you can unpause now. As you can see, the overgrowth lands on 4 heroes. Chuan, he's holding on the side, basically just throwing in slates. We've got good lockdown, good damage coming out, but the song kind of halts for a second. We get the Enigma finally into the fight. Ember notices him coming. He just jumps out instantly. So you could look at, does Chuan want to go in for the finishing blow? It kind of might have saved the DK's life, but that Enigma Black Hole just ends up hitting illusions. It looks like a zoning ulti. It looks like he's just whiffed it completely. And then Alliance just kind of, they can still hold their ground pretty well here, despite Palantimos dishing out a bit of extra damage. They still bring in the extra numbers. Stoikov gets a second round in, and they couldn't get the cores down. If Water Rune Enjoyers were to win this fight, it could have somehow maybe balanced this game a bit together in their favor. Maybe a little bit, but because they lost that previous fight, it was very hard that they can actually pull through and get themselves a continuation from that.
After losing a fight a couple of times throughout this game, here's for me where they end up losing the game in its entirety. And regrettably, it comes on the back of this Enigma. We mentioned it in the draft that this is a very hard Enigma game. You're playing into Naga, you're playing into Doom, but crucially, you're playing into the Rubik. And unfortunately here, Tika, he ended up going for the itemization of this heal strat, which we expected, but man, did you need BKB/Lincolns to try and protect you in this game.
Yeah, it was a rough one. I think it's kind of heartbreaking if you're a Water Runes fan, because you see like the top fight, it's like the idea of, what if that was 5-6 minutes earlier? What if we dictated this fight with our BKB timing? What if Alliance didn't jump us at this mid-tier 1? And then you have this fight, which is just a Hail Mary, if anything, you know? You're throwing bodies in, you're hoping to take the fight, but at this point, with the look at the net worth on the left-hand side, it is insanely high. And sure, maybe and all this and buts, but I think for Water Runes, with this type of lineup, they'll be kicking themselves to this mid-tier 1 fight. They'll be kicking themselves that they could have punished Alliance in a fight around the Roshan pit. But again, it was like a little bit too late anyways. After that fight, they just lose Roshan. So yeah, it's rough for Water Rune, but for Alliance, it's like they are the disciplined team. I think this wasn't their strongest of drafts, but they still executed it and understood its weaknesses so that they were able to push through and get that clean 2-0. I think if this was an Alliance in the first week of DPC, we're probably going to a game 3. So it is really just a testament to their kind of the step up or improvement story that they're making from each series. And yeah, I think Chuan going 11-0-9. I think this is the poor guy, right? All right, so he enters mid lane against this DK who has like 30-40 denies by the end of like laning phase, early mid game, right? Like that would piss off some major players in the mid lane. But no, he holds strong. He doesn't care. He then connects with the Rubik Mirana. He makes the necessary plays. And yeah, I will still happily sing this guy's praises to the end of time for this current iteration of Alliance, because I think he is their star player through and through.
For me, T-Panda, where I really knew that Chuan is a special kind of lad in this particular situation. Yes, we have a little bit more kill involvement on Hanskin, but there's one play that Chuan made, right? He comes middle. he gets Black Hole, right? So they reveal a Black Hole, they reveal a DK with Dragon Form who just purchased the Blink Dagger at that point in time. He's 100% supposed to die and signal the oncoming push from the War2 Enjoyers. But that he does instead, baits all these spells and just gets out. He's chilled now. Doesn't have to worry about anything. And the itemization he went for here, Lincoln Sphere, after getting the Gleipnir with the Manta style as well. This requires a lot of confidence to be able to play correctly and ensure that you're not caught out with all of these spells. So great performance coming in from Tren. But I'm not going to ask you about this here, T-Panda, because we have him on the line. Tren, good sir, let me know if you can hear me. First of all, congratulations on the victory. Can you talk to us about something, right? Because you had your first 3 series on the side of Alliance be up against the teams that are at the top of the leaderboard. Do you think if it started off with the lesser teams and then built up, would you have had maybe different results up against Ooredoo Thunders and Monaspa?
Yeah, because the first trio opponent is the strongest opponent in the group, I would say, and it's because it is our first official together as a team, so we are still adjusting to each other at the moment. That's why first week we didn't perform as expected, I would say.
Talk to us actually about adjustments in general, right? This is your first time playing outside of Asia. Before you played with some Southeast Asian teams, you played in China as well in the past. What's the difference like in a professional environment within Europe versus some of the other teams you've been a part of?
Western Europe playstyle, I would say, is very unique. They see games differently in a lot of ways. And I'm really happy I end up playing in Western Europe. The difference I would say is last time, I think China, it used to be more static. Yeah. Hello. Can you hear me?
Having more dynamic though is a good thing. Yeah, no, we can still hear. It's all good. Tiga, we've got the man on the line right now. You've been a big fan of Chuen pretty much from day one. What do you make of, in your description, the star player of Alliance? Do you have anything to ask of him?
All right, don't make me blush. I'm saying the good things when he's not here, I'll be more grounded. First of all, I have a really important question, and I need your honest answer, okay? Last night, you played Aghanim's Labyrinth with S4, Hanskin, and Ponlo. Who was to blame for you not being able to successfully defeat Aghanim's in your Labyrinth run?
I would say Ponlo. He always play the important hero, and then he always fits. He always like, oh guys, I'm dead. Like, he always causes the game. I would say it's him.
Okay. Sure, fair enough. So Ponlo to blame. I guess I won't lie, mate. I didn't really have a second question. I was just so fixated on Aghanim's Labyrinth. So how does it feel like? I mean, in pubs, like when you're playing these pubs in Europe, I feel like you're always just destroying. Like you're like 10-0 KDAs and stuff. Like how does it feel like just returning to kind of not returning, but just playing European pubs? Well, what's the feeling like in that?
Very interesting fact. When I played the Europub, I noticed like everyone like has their level 30 level hero on some random hero like Undying, Lich. Yeah, like feels really amazing server to play in. It's like they play a lot of different hero. Yeah.
Cool, nice. So you're observing, nice, fair enough. I might think of a better question down the line. I'll send it off to T-Panda.
Yeah, all right. Congrats on your victory here. I actually wanted to talk to you about your coach, Arthur. So Arthur, do you actually know him from prior to the Alliance team?
I don't know him in person before Team Alliance. This is my first time knowing after joining Alliance. Before I joined Alliance, I know him as a caster in Southeast Asia. Yeah, that's all I know.
All right. So basically, along the sides of that, how much has Arthur influenced drafting and maybe some of your hero picks? Do you still have full freedom and full ideas of what heroes you want to play, or have you learned something new or some new perspectives from him?
I would say Arthur is a very good reminder. Like he always reminds us what we forget, what we should prioritize on. Yeah, he's always there to to make sure we don't make mistake on draft wise. Yeah, and yeah, I have a lot of freedom like in terms of hero wise. I get to choose what to play like, after I see the draft. I can play what I feel like playing.
All right, that's great to hear. And I have one more question. Talking about this Southeast Asia plus Sweden axle that you guys have. There's a lot of different cultures that you've brought into the team from individual players. Do you feel like you guys have meshed and molded together very fast? Or do you feel like you're still building the team chemistry as you go from series to series?
First, I would say like I'm really glad that we played the Bedboom tournament recently. Like it builds up our chemistry like more and more. From the only bootcamp, I think we wouldn't have improved by just having bootcamp. So like get to play side tournament, it increases our chemistry along the way. Yeah.
All right, thanks.
All right, I do have a real question. So after your TI run with Fnatic, you took quite a large break. And I apologize if you've already answered this before, maybe in other interviews and stuff, but what was the main reason for you going on such a large break after that TI? And then also after that, like what made you want to return to the competitive scene? Yeah.
About the break, I would say it's because I had some family issue also.
Oh, okay.
To deal with. And secondly, I really want to play a team outside of Southeast Asia also. So I've been looking for opportunity to play overseas. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Thank you for the honest answer. And yeah, I'm happy to see you back because it was a joy to watch you back then, and it's great to see you back again now.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, great to have you back playing. Speaking of playing, you were mentioning just now that you're still getting more of the team chemistry together, and especially playing some of these third-party tournaments helps with that regard. Let's assume that your team has the maximum amount of chemistry. Let's say you win Div 2 as well, and you wind yourself up in Division 1, playing up against some of the best teams in Europe. Can you give us an idea of how strong you think Alliance is overall relative to the teams that are doing the best in Europe right now?
We still have a lot to learn in the moment, of course. But I think right now we are able to compete with some of the Europe top team. I believe. I believe we can.
Damn, all right. I like that kind of confidence. The final thing, though, before we let you go and get back to practicing so that you can beat those top teams, the major is starting in pretty much just a week right now. We're very close towards having some of the 18 best teams in the world competing against each other. Can you tell us which mid lane matchup you're looking forward to the most? Which two players that you can't wait to see go head-to-head in the mid lane?
Let's say Queen and GPK. I always having headache playing them even in pub. So I wanna see what I can do in the official match against them. Yeah.
Okay. We're looking forward to seeing that mid lane matchup play out. And if you win Div 2, obviously you'll be playing up against Quinn in the future and hopefully against GPK at a major. So Truan, thank you so much for your time. Good luck, have fun, and you have one more series left. If you win that series, you're probably forcing tiebreakers. So we hope that you end up getting that W so that we can have even more Div 2 Dota. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank
Congrats.
All right, that is Chuen, mid player for the side of Alliance, the star player, as it were. Looking very relaxed, very calm and confident. And honestly, T-Panda, one of the things that I really agreed with him when he said, right, is had they started playing their most difficult opponents at the end of the run, I'm not sure they would have actually suffered the 2 losses that they've already come across right now. Because it's a very difficult way to start your tour, right? D2 Hustlers they beat, they lose to Ooredoo Thunders, they lose to Manaspa. But if you look at the leaderboard right now, those are still the 3 teams at the very top. So makes sense that they had a bit of a difficult showing at the beginning. But they've looked hella clean ever since then.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could put it that way, but in the end, I feel like you have hot streaks and cold streaks. Who knows if Alliance's hot streak was at the start, and then they figured out that's not working, and they shifted to something different. Like, who knows if that is the case as well. But no, I mean, I see a point there that they were able to get the 3-map series off of Manaspa, and then the other qualifier team beats, and I was like, where are we, guys? Like, what's going on? Qualifier teams are beating us right now, and we're supposed to be like the Division 2 stay up, go up team. So they've definitely shown a lot of perseverance and longevity, I think, is the word we're looking for here as well, because it's a very very quick burst of games, and then they also play a second tournament on the side, so it's a lot of Dota. But they've also been waiting for this to kick off. Like, they've been looking at teams, scrimming at teams during January, and then just rampaging their through Dota inside an entire month. We're only halfway into the month as well. They've just been playing a lot of Dotes, and they look good. No, I mean, no cap. Like, Alliance is potentially a contender here.
Yeah, potentially a contender, and at this point in time, they've gotten themselves another 2-0 win over the Waterrune Enjoyers. It's been a bit of a difficult tour for the most part, but they've been making it more and more successful game in, game out. For the Waterrune Enjoyers here at TGov, they have to start making some very, very deep considerations right now. We're staring down the barrel of being in elimination territory. We have to worry about not tiebreakers to get into Div 1, but tiebreakers just to stay in Div 2. What's the primary takeaway you want them to have from the series? How can they utilize those lost to Alliance to improve down the line?
It's as simple as their fate is still in their hands. As you see here on the leaderboard, they're sitting one win, 4 losses. They need to play up against Ancient Tribe, who are going to be that 1-5 team. If they lose that, then most likely Waterrunes will be leaving us from Division 2. But if they beat Ancient Tribe, you'd like to think that should set up potentially some tiebreakers down the line, because of course Waterrunes. Actually, no, wait, that would just be knocking. Wait, hold on, yeah, hold on, wait, they could just play that series. What am I saying? That series is so important. Beat Ancient Tribe, survive. Lose, don't survive. I thought tiebreakers might have some scenario there, but that's if Ancient Tribe are able to win. But no, scratch that. Go on, Waterrunes. All you gotta do is win one series. You literally beat the team below you, and you get to survive this division. It's not complicated that I thought it was. It's just win the series, lads.
Well, hold on. There's still a scenario where they end up not being able to stay in the division. Team Bald Reborn could find the resurgence, come with some wins up against Ooredoo Thunders as well as Manaspa, and then that could complicate the story. But yeah, you're completely right for the most part. Provided they get the W over Ancient Tribe, that's it. They can just relax, they can chill. That's a scary place to be, though, because you know that if you mess up even that single time, suddenly you don't even have anybody else to blame. It's pretty much all on you. On the other side, though, T-Panda, their opponents for this evening, Alliance, they found themselves advancing in the leaderboard. So did Manaspa and Ooredoo Thunders from earlier on in the day. So now that we are done with this first day of the third week, 3 days remain of game days. It's looking like Ooredoo Thunders, it's unlikely they're going to find themselves dropping more series because they have some of the easier opponents going down the line. We only have one really big, like, blockbuster series that could really determine everything. Have there been any surprises for you so far in what the leaderboard looks like? Or is this, like, mostly according to plan?
Everything except Ancient Tribe being absolute trash so far. So that was the team I had as number 4. But maybe as a number 5, but I did not see them at number 6 or number 7 right now, because that is a bit abysmal. They have so many things to work on. But outside of that, Hustlers, Manaspa, Ooredoo Thunders, those were my top 3, currently in the top 4, and then added up with this new fresh alliance. So I guess no upsets outside of Ancient Tribe for me.
You want a quick hot take, guys, to close out the evening?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm actually scared for European Division 2. Because normally we have one team who's like legit hot shit and they beat everyone, right? And they go to Division 1 and they give us hope. But because there's 4 teams taking games off each other and there's not that one team dominating from 0 to 0 the entire, 0 to the end the entire time, I'm a little bit worried that whoever does actually qualify from this division won't be that like strong, you know, that contender straight off the bat. It might be a team that like jumps straight back down again, because I've not seen it from anyone. So I'm a bit worried for Division 2. All right, I'm just saying it. I'm saying it now.
There's another way.
2 months time.
There's another way to look at this, right? There's another way to look at this, right? It could be the case that, as you say, we have this one dominant squad, but usually that one dominant squad gets immediately bounced back, right? But now, because they faced adversity on the way to the top, they'll know not to slack off, not to become complacent, take the competition as seriously as humanly possible. So they might be a little bit stronger when they get there, T. You know, competition improves it. It's one of those things about pressure. Yeah, you know.
If there's a bit of chakra magic I can rub in, last year at the first tour, it was Entity who went up to Division 1, stayed in Division 1, went into 9th to 12th place in TI. So
there we go.
So
Div
what?
2 straight to TI.
Yeah, whoever wins this tour goes to TI. Okay, so it's all right.
Guaranteed, confirmed. Yeah.
Christ. Okay.
That's just how it rolls. You know, we still haven't determined who's going to be winning the tour just yet, because we still have some more games to go. And of course, we still have 3 days left here in Division 2 for the Western European side. And on Friday, when we continue and have our third last day here in Div 2, here are some incredibly important series. This Ivy versus Team Bald Reborn type of matchup at the beginning of the day, it might not seem like much, but this really can determine whether or not Team Bald Reborn has the opportunity to be a bit of a spoiler team to both Waterine Enjoyers and Ancient Tribe. And like Tika was mentioning earlier here, Panda, for Waterine Enjoyers versus Ancient Tribe, whoever loses is pretty much guaranteed to be relegated. So talk me through this matchup. We've just seen your boy Blink fail on Enigma, which you love so much. We've seen Ancient Tribe, you are talking trash about your boy MTD. Who gives you the least amount of faith being able to take the W in this matchup?
Oh, don't ask me that question, please. let me out of my misery. Oh,
you have to say an answer. Come on, Panda. Come on.
Oh man. I mean,
okay,
I've put so much faith. I've put so much faith in
1.
Ancient Tribe that I want to say Waterune Enjoyers get themselves the redemption story. So I'm gonna have to go with that, I guess, because T-Gup didn't give me more time.
There we go. Got to be cutthroat on the panel. Can't have time to think about everything. Got to say what you think from the. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what I think about these two teams.
Tika, what do you make of the last matchup though? Because D2 Hustlers versus Oredu Thunders, whoever loses is down 4-2. Whoever wins is up 5-1. At that point, no matter what happens, tiebreakers would be the least possible result you could attain from your run here in the DPC. Who's going to be coming away on top of that one? We've all had hopes for Oredu Thunders, but they didn't look so hot in their series against Monaspa. Do D2 Hustlers have what it takes to take them to the brink and actually definitively defeat them and go on top of the division?
I mean, if Shad shows up, I think D2 Hustlers can beat any of these teams in this division. I think Shad's an absolute unit. And I think they have a nice little separate style to other teams. It's not too crazy, but it's just there's a nice little kind of bit of fine tuning that other teams don't have. But the cool thing about that series is D2 Hustlers, they have to play after that Waterine Enjoyers, and then OT have to play Team Bald. So like whoever wins this series goes 5-1. You would assume they should be able to beat the bottom two teams to go 6-1. So it's like you win that series on the 17th, you're probably locked in for Division 1, which is insane to say. It's so cool to hear. So yeah, I think that is whoever wins it's going to be super happy with their performance so far. But I think I'm leaning Urdu just for the consistency, but the Shad factor. Let's not coin that. But yeah, you get the
Shad. Well, it's too late. It's coined. Somebody's clipped it already. You're going to be getting those line spam that you on Twitter, so good luck. Now that we have seen that though, we've seen the schedule, we've seen the leaderboard for the day. We have a lot of business to conduct for the rest of this Dota tour, but the business for this evening is concluded. So thank you so much everybody for joining us this evening. Alliance very, very close to the top. Monaspa still at the top. D2 Hustlers and Oredu Thunder still showing themselves to be some of the top squads here in Division 2. And of course at the bottom of the division, you still have relegation scraps to go for the rest of these days. So you simply cannot afford to miss a single second of this Div 2 action. Thanks for joining us this evening. From myself, Snare, with the T-Gang of T-Governor and T-Panda, our casters, Lyrical and Trent, and of course the crew that was joining you for earlier in the day. We say good night, we say thank you for joining us. We'll remind you rather to hydrate, keep a positive mental attitude about the game. Please don't play Illusion Heroes. I hope you all lose if you play Ricky, and I hope to see you on Friday to continue this DPC tour. Until then, we love you, good night, and we'll see you in the future.
I'll link on you. I'll play it. Turn him. Please. DK. Iron 5. Okay, break that. Anima first. Dagger. Break him. Nice.
Phoenix die back.
Yo, this fucking Phoenix.
So dang.
Wow. Die.
I heard Phoenix. You have great power, guys. You're so very strong. Take your blink out.
My god, so much sustain.
Ah, this ass.
I have nothing.
2 seconds. No lift.
It's okay.
Oh. You get him? Maybe you do. Maybe you get him.
I got him.
Okay, go. So fucking deep. I have DK stun.
Can you bring in the way mid fast?